मेरी या आपको आ रही है मेरी आवाज? अब आ रही है? सब आ रहा है सब। मैं दरअसल यार आपने करवा दिया तो मैंने अकॉर्ड बिल्कुल आ रही। Hi everyone.
So we are live with the Azure AI track, and along with me, I have my very close friend, none other than Arafat Tessie, who is going to talk about let's build some COVID safe applications in and using the AI. So floor is set for you, Arafat.
श्योर थैंक्स थैंक्स मैं बिल्कुल अभी शुरू करता हूँ यू कैन सो I've shared my screen up all right सही है आई एम ऑल गुड आपको मेरी आवाज़ आ रही ओके सो आप लोग कैन यू हियर मी नो यस और नो
Yes, I can hear you all good.
ओके ओके ऑलराइट सही है मैं शुरू करता हूँ खुश आमदीद एवरीवन और बहुत वेलकम आपको दिस इज जस्ट अ डिस्क्लेमर फॉर दोज हु आर लिसनिंग इन who want to listen in English or who don't understand Urdu and Hindi. So I may have to route you to another session because this is primarily going to be delivered on Urdu or Hindi. तो ये एक डिस्क्लेमर मुझे देना था बेसिकली पहले ताकि अगर कोई यहाँ ऐसे दोस्त आए हुए हैं जो इंग्लिश ही समझते हैं सिर्फ तो उनको शायद ये बात नहीं पता हो तो मैंने कहा मैं बता दूँ हम बात करेंगे जी कोविड सेफ एप्लीकेशंस आप मेरे ख्याल में मेरी स्क्रीन जो है वो शेयर नहीं हुई है मैं दोबारा शेयर करता हूँ स्क्रीन ऑलराइट सॉरी आई थिंक देयर वाज अ ग्लिच और ये होपफुली ग्लिच अब आपको नज़र नहीं आएगा तो लेट्स टॉक अबाउट दिस फर्स्ट तो सबसे पहले मैं अपना इंट्रोडक्शन करवा देता हूँ और फिर हम बात करेंगे कि कोविड सेफ एप्लीकेशन हम कैसे बना सकते हैं एआई बिल्डर के थ्रू मेरा नाम अरफात है जैसे कि फैसल ने आपको बताया मैं सिडनी में होता हूँ और मैं ओरिजिनली कराची से ही हूँ मैंने वहीं सारी अपनी प्राइमरी एंड ऑल काइंड ऑफ एजुकेशन मैंने वहीं से हासिल किया उसके बाद फिर मैं बाहर आ गया था एंड मैं माइक्रोसॉफ्ट MVP भी हूँ एआई के लिए और मैं EY के लिए काम करता हूँ ये सारी डिटेल्स आपको जो स्क्रीन पे नज़र आ रही हैं ये आप मुझे इस पे कांटेक्ट कर सकते हैं व्हेनेवर यू वांट एंड अगर आप इंटरेस्ट रखते हैं AI में या अगर आप इंटरेस्ट रखते हैं Azure में तो मैं सिडनी में एक यूज़र ग्रुप होस्ट करता हूँ यहाँ और मैं ग्लोबल AI पॉडकास्ट भी चलाता हूँ तो इफ़ यू रियली वांट टू हियर अबाउट इट आप YouTube पे या कहीं भी आपको जो दिल चाहता है जहाँ आपको सुनने का इन चीज़ों को लाइक पॉडकास्ट ऐप और यूट्यूब तो आप वहाँ जाके इन चीज़ों को सर्च कर सकते हैं डेफिनेटली यू विल गेट टू नो अबाउट इट अच्छा दूसरी बात यह है कि इफ़ यू आर इंटरेस्टेड अगर आप बहुत ज़्यादा बॉट डेवलपर्स हैं और आपको कन्वर्सेशनल एआई का बहुत शौक है तो एक प्रोजेक्ट है गिटहब पे माइक्रोसॉफ्ट बॉट फ्रेमवर्क का उसका भी मैं को फाउंडर हूँ तो वी रन दैट एज वेल हम उसकी कम्युनिटी चलाते हैं तो मे बी आप उसमें इंटरेस्ट रखते हों अभी और आपको नहीं आता हो तो अगर आप उसमें आना चाहते हैं आप मुझे ज़रूर बताइएगा डेफिनेटली इस पर हम बाद में बात करेंगे अच्छा जी तो ये डिस्कशन क्यों है हम क्यों कर रहे हैं ये एआई बिल्डर पे बात और यही मैंने टॉपिक क्यों चूज़ किया आपसे बात करने का तो इसके बारे में बात करेंगे हम एआई क्यों डिस्कस करें हम ये भी बात करेंगे कि एआई बिल्डर क्या चीज़ है फॉर दोस्त जिनको नहीं पता ये बात और हम फिर उसके बाद बात करेंगे कि आप एआई बिल्डर में कस्टम मॉडल्स बना सकते हैं ये कस्टम मॉडल क्या चीज़ होती है और फिर हम बात करेंगे उसके डेमो पे जो हमारा प्रॉब्लम जो हमें सॉल्व करना है कोविड सेफ सॉल्यूशंस हम कैसे बना सकते हैं तो आगे चलते हैं क्योंकि मेरे पास 35 मिनट्स हैं तो मैं फोकस करूँगा डेमो पे ज़्यादा ताकि आपको कुछ चीज़ें समझ में आए नज़र भी आए तो अगर आपको लगता है कि मैं बहुत फास्ट जा रहा हूँ आप प्लीज़ कमेंट कीजिएगा मेरे सामने है स्क्रीन आई ट्राई टू रीड इट एज सुन एज पॉसिबल। और अगर आपको लगता है कि मैं बहुत स्लो जा रहा हूँ तब भी कमेंट कीजिएगा। कोई क्वेश्चन है तो आप पहले ही बता सकते हैं, क्वेश्चन करके हम लोग उसको एंटरटेन कर लेंगे एज वी गो। तो अब सबसे पहले डिस्कशन करते हैं इस टॉपिक पे कि ये क्या, वाई वी आर डिस्कसिंग अबाउट एआई, और एआई इतना क्यों ज़रूरी हो गई है कि ये फील्ड ऐसी क्या है कि हर हर कोई ही इसके पीछे भाग रहा है। तो अगर आप ये कोट देखें सामने अपनी स्क्रीन पे तो ये बताता है कि माइक्रोसॉफ्ट का क्या विजन है। अच्छा, ये माइक्रोसॉफ्ट ही का विजन नहीं है। और भी बहुत सारे प्लेयर्स ऐसे हैं इंडस्ट्री में जो कि एआई को डेमोक्रेटाइज करना चाहते हैं। माइक्रोसॉफ्ट बीइंग अ लीडर, और भी जो जैसे गूगल भी है, और भी बहुत सारे लीडर्स हैं, वो इसकी तरफ इसलिए ज़्यादा चाहते हैं सबको एआई को डेमोक्रेटाइज करना, ताकि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा लोग जो हैं सॉल्यूशंस बना सकें और एआई कैपेबिलिटीज़ को जो है वो ऐड कर सकें, क्योंकि डेफिनेटली ये हेल्पफुल है और काफ़ी सॉल्यूशंस में लोगों को हेल्प आउट करती है। तो इस पे बात करेंगे और देखते हैं कि ये ऐसा क्यों हो रहा है, ये क्यों कह रहे हैं लोग। तो उन सब के लिए जो है सबसे पहले ये देखना होगा कि आखिर इसकी क्या वजह है, कि क्या रीज़न है जिसकी वजह से जो है ये इतनी ज़्यादा बात हो रही है। तो अगर आप देखें, एआई जो है वो 2030 तक इतनी ज़्यादा वैल्यू क्रिएट कर देगा और रिटेल सेक्टर में सबसे ज़्यादा इसकी वैल्यू होगी। और ये जो रिपोर्ट है, ये जो प्रेडिक्शंस हैं, ये जो फोरकास्टिंग जो मैं आपसे बात कर रहा हूँ, ये किसी ऐसे ब्लॉग की नहीं है जो, या कोई ऐसी रिपोर्ट नहीं है जिस पे जो है आप ये कह सकते हैं कि यार ये तो ऐसे ही इट इज़ एनीबडीज रिपोर्ट। ऐसी बात नहीं है, इसके पीछे एनालिसिस है और ये गार्टनर की रिपोर्ट है। तो अगर आप देखें रिटेल आज, उसमें इतनी है कैपेबिलिटीज़ हैं कि जो सिस्टम्स हैं वो आपको रिकमेंड करते हैं काफ़ी चीज़ें, और आप जो है वो फिर उसके पीछे कभी कभी ऐसा भी होता है कि आपके लिए वो बहुत इंट्रीगिंग और बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग हो जाती है वो चीज़, और आप फिर वो बाय कर लेते हैं। ये मैं सिर्फ रिटेल की बात कर रहा हूँ। इसी तरह ट्रैवल में भी है कि वो आपको प्रोडक्ट प्रमोशंस दिखाती हैं, वेबसाइट्स और एप्स। तो ये इतनी ज़्यादा वैल्यू क्रिएट होगी एआई के लिए कि अगर आपने इन चीज़ों को इग्नोर कर दिया आज, बीइंग अ डेवलपर और बीइंग अ पर्सन हु इज़ मोर इंटरेस्टेड इन टू दिस सॉफ्टवेयर और द आईटी डोमेन, तो आपके लिए थोड़ा चैलेंजिंग हो जाएगा बाद में। और अगर आप एक और उसके नीचे जो स्टैटिस्टिक्स हैं उसको देखें कि 67% अभी जो मैनुअल काम हो रहा है, यानी जो ह्यूमन इंटरवेंशन है, वो 53% पे चले जाएगी, और 33% जो मैनुअल जो ऑटोमेटिक काम है वो 47% पे चला जाएगा। तो इसका मतलब यह है कि जो रेट ऑफ ऑटोमेशन है वो बहुत ज़्यादा जल्दी इंक्रीज हो जाएगा, और हम नियरली वहाँ हैं जहाँ की प्रेडिक्शंस होती जा रही हैं। तो ये एक वजह है कि हम इसको डिस्कस कर रहे हैं। अच्छा, अब आ जाते हैं कि ये कैसे हो रहा है। तो ये इस तरह से हो रहा है कि जितनी बड़े प्लेयर्स थे जिनका मैंने अभी नाम लिया था, गूगल हो गया, IBM, अमेजॉन, माइक्रोसॉफ्ट, ये सारे प्लेयर्स जो हैं ये बात कर रहे हैं एआई को डेमोक्रेटाइज करने की, और इसीलिए गार्टनर ने इनको अलाउ किया है, इंक्लूड किया है कि ये लीडर्स कहलाएं, और क्लाउड एआई डेवलपमेंट प्लेटफॉर्म्स में जो है ये इनको लीडर शुमार किया है। लेकिन लीडर्स के अलावा जो है, अगर आप देखें और भी प्लेयर्स हैं जो कि शायद आपने कभी उनका नाम भी नहीं सुना होगा, लेकिन वो भी इस तरफ आ रहे हैं। एंड सम आर विजनरीज, जो कुछ जो है वो बिल्कुल नीश प्लेयर्स हैं। तो इसका मतलब ये है कि प्लेटफॉर्म्स की तरफ क्लाउड एआई डेवलपमेंट प्लेटफॉर्म जो है वो बन रहे हैं और लोग जो है वो इस तरफ आ रहे हैं। अच्छा, अब क्लाउड एआई पे ही क्यों फोकस है, ये भी एक क्वेश्चन हो सकता है। तो इसलिए फोकस है क्योंकि एआई, ये जो डिस्कशन होती है कि आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, ये कोई आज की फील्ड या आज की डिस्कशन नहीं है, ये डिस्कशन काफ़ी पुरानी है। लेकिन इसमें होता ये था कि जो मॉडल्स बनते हैं, जो ट्रेनिंग है उसकी, और जो सारी जो एफर्ट रिक्वायर्ड है इन चीज़ों को बनाने के लिए, यानी इन चीज़ों को ट्रेन करने के लिए, जो मॉडल्स बनाने के लिए, वो इतने ज़्यादा हैवी होते हैं और रिसोर्स इंटेंसिव होते हैं कि वो आप नॉर्मल मशीन्स पे ट्रेन करना आपके लिए मुश्किल हो जाता है। इसीलिए फिर बड़ी ये जो जितने सॉफ्टवेयर जाइंट्स हैं, इन्होंने क्या किया कि इन्होंने क्लाउड पे ही ये प्लेटफॉर्म्स आपके लिए अवेलेबल कर दिए, और अब आपके लिए इतना ईजी कर दिया टूल्स से, लो कोड कैपेबिलिटी से, कि आप जाएं और अपनी पसंद के मॉडल्स आप बना लें अपने डेटा को यूज़ करते हुए। और फिर काफ़ी कंप्लाइंस और काफ़ी सिक्योरिटी का भी उन्होंने ख्याल रखा। ऑफ कोर्स रिस्पॉन्सिबल एआई एक डिफरेंट टॉपिक है, लेकिन इसका बहुत ज़्यादा ख्याल रखा जा रहा है आजकल, और रख भी रही हैं काफ़ी कंपनीज। अच्छा जी, फिर हम आ जाते हैं आगे और हम देखते हैं कि लो कोड लैंडस्केप कैसे है। तो ये लो कोड भी की बात फिर कहाँ से आ गई? जैसा कि मैंने आपको लास्ट स्लाइड में बताया कि अगर आपको एक्सेलरेट करनी है डेवलपमेंट, तो आप ऐसे नहीं कर सकते कि आप बहुत प्रो डेवलपर स्टफ जो है वो मार्केट में लेकर आएँ और फिर आप सबको बोलें कि भाई आप जो है ना, जो बिजनेस लोग हैं वो भी आएँ और अब वो कोड करना सीखें। ये बहुत मुश्किल हो जाएगा। तो उसके लिए फिर क्या हुआ कि बिजनेसेस जो बड़ी ये जाइंट्स एंड सॉफ्टवेयर कंपनीज एंड स्टार्टअप्स एंड बहुत सारे जो विजनरी स्टार्टअप्स हैं, उन्होंने ये सोचा कि एक ऐसी ऐसी टूलिंग इम्प्लीमेंट की जाए जो कि इतनी ईजी हो कि एनीबडी कैन क्रिएट दीज एप्लीकेशंस। और डेफिनेटली पावर प्लेटफॉर्म इज़ वन ऑफ देम। और आप देखते हैं कि पावर ऐप्स जो है वो इतना डिफ़िकल्ट चीज़ नहीं है किसी के लिए जो कि डेवलपर नहीं है, एंड दे कैन क्रिएट दोज एप्लीकेशन जो कि प्रोडक्शन में भी चलती हैं। तो इसी तरह एआई का भी लैंडस्केप है। एआई भी लो कोड कैपेबिलिटीज के साथ काफ़ी एप्लीकेशंस आ गई हैं। अब अगर आप अपनी स्क्रीन पे देखें और आप सिर्फ इस मैट्रिक्स को देखें जो मैंने शेयर किया है ऑन योर लेफ्ट साइड, आप देखेंगे कि काफ़ी ज़्यादा पावर टूल्स और एक्सेसिबिलिटी प्रोमोटर्स की तरफ हैं। एक्सपर्ट टूल्स में इतना ज़्यादा, यानी कॉम्प्लेक्स साइड पे इतना ज़्यादा कोई काम नहीं है जिसमें किसी लो कोड कैपेबिलिटी को बहुत ही कोई कॉम्प्लेक्सिटी के साथ चलाया जा रहा है। और आप देख सकते हैं कि काफ़ी कैपेबिलिटीज ऐसी हैं जिसमें बिल्कुल बिगनर लेवल रिक्वायर्ड है। और जो पिंक कलर के आपको आइकन्स नज़र आ रहे हैं वो सारे वो ऐसे हैं कि जो बिगनर भी क्रिएट कर सकता है मॉडल्स। और जिसमें एआई बिल्डर भी है और एज्योर की ऑटोमेटेड एमएल्स भी हैं और बहुत सारे डायलॉग फ्लो है। आप देखें गूगल का ये डायलॉग फ्लो है और बहुत सारे इस तरह के नाम आपको नज़र आ रहे होंगे। एक और गार्टनर की रिपोर्ट है कि 2023 तक इतनी ज़्यादा लो कोड प्लेटफॉर्म जो है उनकी डेवलपमेंट हो जाएगी कि कंपनीज जो है वो एक स्ट्रेटेजिक प्लान में अपनी स्ट्रेटेजिक प्लान में उसको इंक्लूड करेंगी। यानी इसका मतलब यह है कि काफ़ी कंपनीज जो हैं ये इन एप्लीकेशंस को अडॉप्ट करेंगी फॉर देयर ओन यूजर्स एज वेल। और मैं यहाँ ऑस्ट्रेलिया में हूँ तो मैंने काफ़ी कंपनीज में देखा है ये इम्प्लीमेंट होते हुए, जो कि अपने लिए यानी इतना इजी करते हैं काम, इजीली बना लिया उन्होंने, ताकि जैसे मिसाल के तौर पे अटेंडेंस की रजिस्ट्रेशन है, या जैसे जो लोग हैं वो अटेंडेंस मैनेजमेंट कर रहे हैं, या जो लोग हैं वो इन्वेंट्री मैनेजमेंट कर रहे हैं, कुछ लोग जो हैं जो छोटे बिल्कुल स्मॉल बिजनेसेस हैं वो मैनेज कर रहे हैं अपने एक्सपेंसेस एंड ऑल दैट, और वो खुद ही बना रहे हैं ये ऐप्स और खुद ही बना रहे हैं ये सारी चीज़ें और काम कर रहे हैं। मूविंग ऑन, ये जो मैंने एक ग्राफ शेयर किया है नो कोड का, तो मैं एक दिन बैठा हुआ देख रहा था कि जब इतनी बात हो रही है तो लोग क्या वाकई में इसको सर्च कर रहे हैं। तो ये गूगल ट्रेंड है, आप भी जा सकते हैं ट्रेंड्स पे क्लिक करें गूगल पे और आप जाके जो भी उस पर सर्च टर्म लिखेंगे उसका ट्रेंड आ जाएगा। तो आप देखें ये ट्रेंड जो है ये यानी ये ऐसा ट्रेंड नहीं है कि जो नीचे जा रहा है, इनफैक्ट ये ऊपर ही इसकी प्रोजेक्शन है, विच इज़ वेरी गुड। तो ये एक इसका लैंडस्केप था जो डिस्कस करना ज़रूरी था, बताना इसका बैकग्राउंड के ये क्यों हम डिस्कस कर रहे हैं। अच्छा जी, उसके बाद हम आ जाते हैं कि माइक्रोसॉफ्ट के पास जो एआई स्टैक है उसमें क्या क्या ऑफरिंग्स हैं। क्या सिर्फ प्रो कोड पर्सन या मशीन लर्निंग एक्सपर्ट और डेटा साइंटिस्ट ही वो टूल्स से मॉडल्स बना सकता है, या कोई और भी ऐसी कैपेबिलिटीज अवेलेबल है मार्केट में? तो आप देख सकते हैं कि Azure ML, ML.NET और ऑल द वे टू विन ML, इसमें मैंने इसको डिवाइड इस तरह से किया है कि नीचे अगर आप इसको ग्रीन में देखें तो आपको इंटरमीडिएट काइंड ऑफ लेवल्स ऑफ एक्सपर्टीज चाहिए अगर आपको Azure ML सीखना है या उस पर मॉडल्स बनाने हैं। यानी अगर आपको बहुत सोफिस्टिकेटेड टाइप ऑफ मॉडल्स बनाने हैं तो आपके लिए ज़रूरी है कि आप Azure ML यूज़ करें, ML.NET यूज़ करें इफ़ यू आर अ .NET डेवलपर। लेकिन अगर आप डेवलपर ही नहीं हैं और आप पावर प्लेटफॉर्म स्पेशलिस्ट हैं लेट से, और आपका पीछे बैकग्राउंड डेवलपमेंट का बिल्कुल भी नहीं है, तो आप क्या करें फिर? आपके लिए कुछ ऑप्शंस फिर अवेलेबल हैं, जैसे कि लोग एक नया टूल है ये, और एआई बिल्डर मोस्टली जो है जिस पे हम बात करेंगे वो एआई बिल्डर है। अच्छा, अब क्योंकि एआई बिल्डर पावर प्लेटफॉर्म का पार्ट है तो इसके जो मॉडल्स हैं वो मोस्टली पावर प्लेटफॉर्म और माइक्रोसॉफ्ट 365 के साथ ज़्यादा सूटेबल है, बट इट डजेंट मीन कि ये सिर्फ पावर प्लेटफॉर्म के साथ ही चलता है। यूजिंग द पावर ऑफ पावर ऑटोमेट आप इसकी कैपेबिलिटीज अक्रॉस द स्टैक यूज़ कर सकते हैं। तो अब क्योंकि हम इन सारी चीज़ों को इस सब पे डिटेल्स में बात नहीं कर सकते इस वक्त, तो मैं सिर्फ AI बिल्डर पे बात करूँगा। तो बिफोर आई गो इनटू दैट, मैं दोबारा इसको अपनी स्क्रीन को शेयर करता हूँ, शायद वरना आपको साउंड नहीं आएगा स्क्रीन का। तो मैं 1 मिनट इसको दोबारा शेयर करता हूँ स्क्रीन को, एंड इफ एनीवन कैन बिल्ड इट और वो स्क्रीन पे ले जाएं तो it will be super easy for me. Faisal, can you please put it on the screen? इतनी देर में if anybody has got any question तो please. Okay, so हम वापस आ गए और मैं अब आपको AI बिल्डर के बारे में बता देता हूँ। तो ये बेसिकली मैंने छोटी सी वीडियो रखी है ताकि मुझे नहीं बताना पड़े, और ये क्योंकि अवेलेबल है, माइक्रोसॉफ्ट ने ऑलरेडी बनाई हुई है, तो आई थिंक ये ज़्यादा बेहतर एक्सप्लेनेशन है। इसके बाद मैं फिर बात करता हूँ अपनी डेमो के बारे में।
For those app makers to intuitively add AI to their application. With AI Builder, you can build an AI model to help you automatically identify and track your products using object detection. Train your AI solution and leverage the pre-built AI Builder modules to easily incorporate it into your applications. Allow any user of that application to harness the benefits of AI right from within their app. You can also use your existing business data to predict business outcomes. Using the intuitive guided experience, you can use AI Builder to create and customize an AI prediction model and easily consume the results right from within your existing apps. For example, you can make intelligent decisions based on the prediction model built into the processes. AI Builder provides a similar experience for Flow as well, right from within Flow, so employees can add intelligence into their workflows without any coding. If you are a hospital or in the hospitality industry and would like to improve healthcare or customer service that you provide, you can use AI to automate customer feedback process. Take the feedback that you receive from your customers, as well as the categories that you want to use, and in just 3 steps, AI Builder will create an AI model for you. You can use this AI model in your workflows to classify new customer feedback as you receive them. You can also use AI Builder to increase your productivity using the forms processing solution. Use AI Builder's point-and-click experience to specify the information you want to extract from your forms, train your model, and use it in Flow. Use this model to create an intelligent workflow that will process those forms and automatically extract relevant information.
अच्छा जी, ये हमने डिस्कस इसलिए किया क्योंकि दोस्त जो नहीं जानते AI बिल्डर के बारे में, उनके लिए ये इजीली अवेलेबल हो जाए और उनके लिए जो है वो किसी किस्म का कोई ऐसी बात ना रह जाए कि AI बिल्डर क्या चीज़ है। AI बिल्डर एक लो कोड कैपेबिलिटी टूल है, लो कोड AI मॉडल्स बनाने का टूल है जो कि आप अपनी एप्लीकेशंस में AI इन्फ्यूज़ कर सकते हैं यूजिंग दिस टूल। आप इससे मॉडल्स क्रिएट कर सकते हैं, जैसे मैंने बताया कि इट इज़ मोर सूटेबल फॉर पावर प्लेटफॉर्म एंड माइक्रोसॉफ्ट 365 सॉल्यूशंस, लेकिन ये रिस्ट्रिक्टेड नहीं है कि ये सिर्फ इन्हीं एप्लीकेशंस में चले। आप इसको एक्सटेंड कर सकते हैं पावर ऑटोमेट के थ्रू। अगर आप कोई भी इसमें से इंटरेस्टेड है कि इसको बाहर कैसे यूज़ किया जा सकता है, तो प्लीज़ आप मुझसे कॉन्टैक्ट कीजिएगा, मैं आपको ज़रूर बता सकता हूँ और अपनी सारी डिटेल्स भी मैं थोड़ी देर में शेयर करता हूँ। अच्छा जी, अब हम आ जाते हैं कि ये क्या करते हैं। ये कुछ मॉडल्स किस तरह के होते हैं कि 2 तरह के मॉडल्स हैं। एक है प्री बिल्ट मॉडल्स, और मैं एक एक डिटेल्स में नहीं जा सकता अभी, तो मैं सिर्फ अभी आपको स्क्रीन पे दिखा रहा हूँ कि कैपेबिलिटीज क्या क्या है। प्री बिल्ट मॉडल्स वो मॉडल्स होते हैं जो कि माइक्रोसॉफ्ट की टीम ने ऑलरेडी बनाए हुए हैं, और आप सिर्फ इनको अपना डेटा प्रोवाइड करते हैं और ये रिजल्ट देते हैं ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ द लर्निंग जो कि माइक्रोसॉफ्ट की टीम ने की हुई है। यानी जो प्रोडक्ट टीम है या बिल्डर की, उन्होंने इसको इतना एफिशिएंट बनाया हुआ होता है कि ये जनरली उन वो डिटेक्ट कर लेते हैं जो आपका, यानी जैसे टेक्स्ट है या रिसीट है या बिजनेस कार्ड रीडर है, तो इतने ज़्यादा उन्होंने बिजनेस कार्ड रीडर पे उसको ट्रेन किया होता है कि अगर आपने कोई बिजनेस कार्ड ही डिटेक्ट करवाना है या रीड करवाना है तो वो आप इजीली कर सकते हैं। लेकिन कभी कभी ऐसा होता है कि ये आपकी रिक्वायरमेंट फुलफिल नहीं कर रहा होता, और इसकी वजह ये होती है कि जाहिर है आपको अपना एक काम है, अपना एक आपका यूज़ केस है जो कि यूनिक है आपके बिजनेस के लिए, तो उसमें प्री बिल्ट मॉडल्स जो हैं वो कोई बहुत ज़्यादा फ़ायदेमंद नहीं होते। तो उसके लिए क्या किया जाए फिर? तो उसका सोल्यूशन होता है कस्टम मॉडल। अच्छा, कस्टम मॉडल्स फिर क्या कौन से होते हैं? तो कस्टम मॉडल्स एआई बिल्डर में 4 या 5 हैं। ऑब्जेक्ट डिटेक्शन है जो कि कंप्यूटर विजन प्रॉब्लम को सॉल्व करता है, एआई मशीन लर्निंग के। इसका मतलब ये है कि उसमें वो इमेज जो है वो उसमें देखते हैं कि किस तरह के ऑब्जेक्ट्स हैं, लोकेट करते हैं उस ऑब्जेक्ट्स को। सही है। प्रिडिक्शन है, प्रिडिक्शन में वो आइडेंटिफाई करना कि ये जो कस्टमर है ये मतलब ये मैं एग्जांपल दे रहा हूँ कि जैसे ये कस्टमर एलिजिबल है या नहीं है, जैसे ये कस्टमर बिल पे करेंगे या नहीं करेंगे, या आज जो है ये कितनी कितनी सेल हो सकती है। तो क्लासिफिकेशन और रिग्रेशन काइंड ऑफ प्रॉब्लम्स को जो है वो प्रिडिक्शन मॉडल हैंडल करता है। फिर कैटेगरी क्लासिफिकेशन भी इसी तरह की एक क्लासिफिकेशन टाइप ऑफ मॉडल है। एंटिटी एक्सट्रैक्शन है एंड फॉर्म प्रोसेसिंग। फॉर्म प्रोसेसिंग का मतलब ये है कि जैसे आपके पास बहुत सारे फॉर्म है, 500 फॉर्म है या 100 फॉर्म्स है और वो मैनुअल हैं, और अब आप चाहते हैं उसमें से इंफॉर्मेशन एक्सट्रैक्ट करना। तो नॉर्मल एसीआर के थ्रू, ओसीआर के थ्रू क्या प्रॉब्लम होता है कि अगर आप नॉर्मल कोई ओसीआर यूज़ करते हैं तो अगर फॉर्म्स मल्टीपल तरह के हैं और अगर आपने उनको पहले से ट्रेन नहीं किया, तो वो जो आपको रिजल्ट देंगे वो सिर्फ एक महज टेक्स्ट होगा। यानी वो ये नहीं बता सकेंगे कि ये स्टार्टिंग डेट है, ये एंडिंग डेट है। तो मतलब मेटा डेटा आपको नहीं मिलेगा इतना ज़्यादा खास, और उसके लिए जो है वो आपको फॉर्म प्रोसेसर ही यूज़ करना पड़ेगा या इस तरह के और भी टूल्स जो आते हैं। अच्छा, अली खान का क्वेश्चन है, डज दैट मीन एनीवन कैन डेवलप एआई विदाउट हैविंग एन ऑब्जेक्ट? यस, एनीवन कैन डेवलप एआई ऐप, और इसको यूज़ करते हुए बिल्कुल आप इजीली कोई भी एप्लीकेशन क्रिएट कर सकते हैं। कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं होगा आपको, एज लॉन्ग एज आपको बेसिक्स पता होनी चाहिए कि आपका डेटा, अगर आप कस्टम मॉडल बना रहे हैं तो वो कैसे आपको बनाना है। तो उस पर हम बात करते हैं अभी। तो कस्टम मॉडल की जो है वो एक बहुत बेसिक सी साइकिल होती है, लेकिन उससे पहले मैं आपको एक सिर्फ ऑब्जेक्ट डिटेक्शन के बारे में बता देता हूँ, बिकॉज दिस इज व्हाट वी आर गोइंग टू यूज। ऑब्जेक्ट डिटेक्शन जो है ये कंप्यूटर विजन, जैसे मैंने बोला था एक वर्ड, कंप्यूटर विजन एक तरह का प्रॉब्लम है या फील्ड है मशीन लर्निंग में जो ख़ास तौर पे विजन पे काम करती है। विजन का मतलब जो है कि कंप्यूटर का किसी चीज़ को देखना और उसको एनालाइज करना। तो ये प्रॉब्लम जो है ये सॉल्व काफ़ी मुख्तलिफ तरीक़ों से होता है, और इसमें काफ़ी एल्गोरिदम्स हैं, काफ़ी चीज़ें, काफ़ी डिटेल्स हैं। बट एआई बिल्डर की ब्यूटी ये है कि आपको इन डिटेल्स के बारे में पता नहीं होना चाहिए। कोई मसला नहीं है अगर आपको नहीं पता। अगर आपको पता है तो दिस इज़ गुड, लेकिन कोई प्रॉब्लम की बात नहीं है अगर आपको पता नहीं है। तो और एआई बिल्डर की खसूसियत ये है, या माइक्रोसॉफ्ट स्टैक की खसूसियत ये है कि ये पीछे इसकी जो सर्विस यूज़ हो रही है वो एज्योर कस्टम विजन ही है। तो ऐसा नहीं है कि इन्होंने कोई अदर दूसरी कोई सर्विस बनाई है जिसके लिए जो कोई हिडन सर्विस, ऐसा नहीं है। इसके पीछे एज्योर कस्टम विजन यूज़ होता है। ये ऑब्जेक्ट डिटेक्शन, जैसे कि आप कुछ एग्जांपल देख रहे हैं ऑन योर राइट, जिसमें वो कॉन्टोस हो, ग्रीन टी रोज और ग्रीन टी मिंट वगैरह है, तो वो ये डिटेक्ट करना कि ये किस टाइप का इमेज है, ये तो इमेज क्लासिफिकेशन है। इस इमेज के अंदर कोई चीज़ लोकेट करना, ये है ऑब्जेक्ट डिटेक्शन। तो ये मैंने थोड़ा आपको बताना था डिफरेंस। इसके क्या यूज़ केसेस हैं, कुछ मैंने इटैलिक में लिखे हुए हैं। जैसे कि अगर आपकी कोई ब्रांड को लोगो डिटेक्ट करना है, आपकी कोई ऐप है, आपको कोई लोगो को काउंट करना है किसी जगह पे, अगर आप कोई फील्ड सर्विस में काम करते हैं और आपको कोई डिटेक्ट करना है कोई प्रॉब्लम किसी पार्ट में, किसी वेयर हाउस में, तो ये सारी चीज़ें आप AI बिल्डर के यूज़ करते हुए कर सकते हैं। अच्छा जी, अब आ जाते हैं प्रोसेस की तरफ। तो जैसे कि अली खान ने क्वेश्चन किया था कि क्या विदाउट हैविंग एनी मैथ्स आप इसको यूज़ कर सकते हैं, आप इसको सीख सकते हैं, क्या ये इतना सिंपल है कि एनीबडी कैन डेवलप एन AI मॉडल, या उसके लिए बहुत कुछ सीखना पड़ेगा? तो देखिए, जैसे कि मैंने आपको बताया, प्री बिल्ट जो मॉडल्स हैं उनके लिए तो आपको कुछ भी नहीं सीखना, ज़ीरो नॉलेज आपके पास होनी चाहिए। बट अगर आपको कस्टम मॉडल बनाना है तो आपको इतना ज़रूर पता होना चाहिए कि ये बनता कैसे है। अच्छा, क्या ये बहुत मुश्किल बात है? तो ये मैंने आपके सामने एक प्रोसेस नज़र आ रहा होगा आपको सामने, ये 4 स्टेजेस का प्रोसेस है। इसमें आपने डेटा को प्रिपेयर करना है। आपका डेटा का मतलब ये है कि जैसे एक एग्जांपल ले लेते हैं, आपको प्रेडिक्ट करना है कि ये कस्टमर को मैं लोन दूं या ना दूं, या आपने प्रेडिक्ट करना है कि ये कस्टमर एलिजिबल है इस सर्टेन कैटेगरी के लिए या नहीं। आपने प्रेडिक्ट करना है कि हाउस की जो प्राइस है या कार की जो प्राइस है वो कितनी होगी किसी सर्टेन पैरामीटर्स को डिफाइन करते हुए। तो वो जो आपने डेटा जिसकी बुनियाद पे ये डिसीजन लेना है, वो आपने पहले AI बिल्डर को देना है और AI बिल्डर को बताना है कि भाई मेरा ये आउटकम कॉलम है, यानी ये मुझे चाहिए, ये मेरे लेवल्स हैं। तो यानी इस लैंग्वेज में AI या मशीन लर्निंग लैंग्वेज में जो आउटपुट होता है उसको ये लेबल कहते हैं। अच्छा, उसके बाद जी आपने ट्रेन करना है उस डेटा पे, एक मॉडल क्रिएट होगा और वो मॉडल जो है वो आप उसको टेस्ट कर सकते हैं, पहले एवेलुएट कर सकते हैं कि जो मॉडल क्रिएट हुआ है क्या वो इतना सही है कि मैं उसको पब्लिश कर सकूं, यानी अपनी एप्लीकेशंस में यूज़ कर सकूं। अगर आप उसको पब्लिश कर भी देते हैं तो उसके बाद भी उसकी एवेल्युएशन कंटिन्यूस चलती रहती है। आप देख सकते हैं कि क्या ये प्रोडक्ट सही हो रहा है या प्रोडक्ट सही नहीं हो रहा। तो फिर आप उसके बाद उसको दोबारा ट्रेन कर सकते हैं विद एडिशनल डेटा, या आप उसको अनपब्लिश कर सकते हैं। तो ये सारे प्रोसेस हैं। अच्छा जी, अब ये बात हो गई सारी ख़त्म। अब हम आते हैं एक बहुत बड़े प्रॉब्लम पे, जो प्रॉब्लम है हमारा डिस्कस करने वाला आज। क्योंकि मेरे पास 10 मिनट हैं और मैं कोशिश करूंगा कि मैं सब चीज़ें इसमें कवर करूं, बट अगर आपका कोई क्वेश्चन है प्लीज़ आप मुझसे ज़रूर पूछिएगा। तो प्रॉब्लम ये है कि जी हमारे यहाँ ख़ास तौर पर ऑस्ट्रेलिया में ये कुछ इमेजेस हैं जो आपको हर दुकान या हर स्टोर के बाहर नज़र आती हैं, और इनका मकसद ये होता है कि ये बताती हैं कि जी आप इतने लोग एक जगह पे खड़े हो सकते हैं, इतने लोग एक जगह पे बैठ सकते हैं, इतने लोग एक स्टोर में आ सकते हैं। प्रॉब्लम इसमें ये है कि इसको कर्टेल या इसको जो हैंडल है वो इस तरह से किया जा रहा है फ़िलहाल कि एक शख्स जो भी होगा वो बाहर खड़े होंगे और वो जो है चेक करेंगे, आपको काउंट करते रहेंगे। उनके पास एक काउंटर होगा, सही है, और वो जो काउंटर है उससे वो बताते रहेंगे कि जी इतने लोग आ गए हैं, इतने लोग नहीं आए हैं, और मतलब कोई सर्वेलेंस इस तरह की नहीं है जो ऑटोमेटिक है। तो उससे हो क्या रहा है? उससे हो ये रहा है कि जी आपकी मैनुअल कॉस्ट काउंटिंग कर रहे हैं आप, आपकी कॉस्ट बढ़ रही है, स्टाफ ओवरहेड हो रहा है, ऑपरेशनल एफिशिएंसी नहीं है, राइट। और जाहिर है जब कोई मैनुअल खड़ा हुआ है, यही शख्स कोई काम कर रहा है और इसकी कोई और प्रोडक्टिविटी नहीं है, तो इंक्रीज होगी कॉस्ट, स्टाफ ओवरहेड भी हो सकता है एंड ऑल दैट। तो इसको कॉम्बैट करने के लिए हमने ये सोचा कि हम एक इसको सॉल्व करते हैं। और कैसे सॉल्व कर सकते हैं हम इसको? तो हमने सोचा कि जो कैफेज में आपके CCTV फुटेजेस नहीं, कैमरास लगे हुए, तो उनकी स्ट्रीम को यूज़ कर लिया जाए। आजकल बेइंतहा कैमरास ऐसे हैं जो कि IP पे काम करते हैं, और IP पे कैमरास जो काम करते हैं वो स्ट्रीम को रिले करते हैं ओवर द इंटरनेट और इंट्रानेट। तो जब वो इंटरनेट पे स्ट्रीम को रिले कर रहे हैं, इट मीन्स यू कैन कैप्चर दैट स्ट्रीम वेरी इजीली। तो आप ये सिनेरियो समझ लीजिए अभी कि हमने उस स्ट्रीम को पावर ऐप से कनेक्ट किया, सही है। पावर ऐप से जब हमने उसको स्ट्रीम को कनेक्ट किया तो अब हमारे पास वो स्ट्रीम हमारी पावर ऐप में आ गई। पावर ऐप में आने के बाद हमने उसको भेजा जी, उस इमेज को, उस स्ट्रीम में से एक इमेज निकाला, इस इमेज को हमने भेजा फ्लो में, फ्लो विच इज पावर ऑटोमेट, और हमने फ्लो में भेजा, और फ्लो में वो एक फ्लो चला हमारा, और उसमें उस फ्लो ने कुछ चीज़ें पार्ट्स की, और उसने AI बिल्डर को इमेज भेजा, और AI बिल्डर से हमने आइडेंटिफाई किया कि जी क्या रिजल्ट है। अगर तो वो रिजल्ट हमारे थ्रेशोल्ड जो कि हमने डिफाइन किया हुआ है उस स्टोर के लिए वो ज़्यादा है, तो वो फिर अलर्ट सेंड कर देगा उस मैनेजर को स्टोर के या जो भी रिस्पॉन्सिबल पर्सन है उनके लिए, सही है। और वो फिर बाद में ऐप पे भी भेज देंगे जस्ट फॉर द सेक ऑफ रिकॉर्डिंग के भाई ये देखिए ये वाली इमेज जो है वो रिकॉर्ड हो गई, सही है। अब आपको आई होप समझ में आ गया होगा। अगर समझ में नहीं आया प्लीज़ क्वेश्चन में लिखें आप, और क्वेश्चन पोस्ट करें, मैं डेफिनेटली आपको और ज़्यादा एक्सप्लेन कर सकता हूँ। अब हम बात करते हैं जी डेमो पे। तो ये मैं स्क्रीन अपनी मिनिमाइज करता हूँ, मैं जाता हूँ जी यहाँ AI बिल्डर पे थोड़ी बात होगी, 2 मिनट AI बिल्डर पे मैं एक्सप्लेन करता हूँ, फिर मैं डेमो की तरफ जाता हूँ। देखें ये है AI बिल्डर। जब आप ट्रायल बनाते हैं, अगर आप नए हैं पावर एप्स पावर प्लेटफॉर्म में, तो आप डेवलपर लाइसेंस जो है जो कि पहले कम्युनिटी लाइसेंस था, डेवलपर प्लान सॉरी, तो आप वो ले सकते हैं और वो आपके लिए फ्री फॉर लाइफ होगा। आपके पास एक लाइसेंस एक यूज़र उसमें आप चला सकते हैं। तो मतलब इट्स वेरी गुड कैपेबिलिटी। मैं यहाँ ट्रायल यूज़ कर रहा हूँ, लेकिन आप ट्रायल भी यूज़ कर सकते हैं और आप वो भी ले सकते हैं फॉर योर ओन लर्निंग। ओके, तो ये जी AI बिल्डर है। और AI बिल्डर जब आप यहाँ आते हैं, ये आपको हर जगह मिलेगा। जब make.powerapps.com पे आएंगे तो आपको किसी भी इन्वायरमेंट में मिलेगा, हर जगह सिंपल था। ओके, जब आप यहाँ आएंगे बिल्ड पे, तो आपको वो कैपेबिलिटीज नजर आएंगी कि आप क्या करना चाहते हैं। मैंने बता दिया है, और इसके बाद वाला जो मार्को का सेशन है उसमें वो ज़्यादा एक्सप्लेन करेंगे शायद, तो हम इसको स्किप करते हैं। ये आप ऑब्जेक्ट डिटेक्शन का मॉडल है, आप यहाँ जाते हैं, अपना ऑब्जेक्ट डिटेक्शन डिफाइन करते हैं, और उसके बाद जो है वो मतलब नेम डिफाइन करते हैं, और वो बताते हैं कि आपको क्या बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस हैं, आपको किस तरह से इमेजेस अपलोड करनी चाहिए, और ये सारी चीज़ें होंगी, सही है। तो मतलब मिसाल देता हूँ मैं, पर्सन काउंटर, अगर मैं पर्सन नाम रख देता हूँ इसका जैसे, और मैं यहाँ आता हूँ, और तो ये मॉडल क्रिएट करने शुरू हो जाएगा। अभी ये मॉडल नेम क्रिएट करेगा अभी बेसिक विदाउट एनी मॉडल। ये सिर्फ और सिर्फ वो दिखा रहा है कि अभी इसको ट्रेन करना है, तो ये मॉडल का ये टेम्पलेट बना रहा है। उसके बाद फिर हम इसको बताएंगे कि भाई हम क्या डिटेक्ट करना चाहते हैं, और फिर हम इमेजेस अपलोड करेंगे। लेकिन क्योंकि हमारे पास टाइम नहीं है, तो मैं आपको दिखाता हूँ कि मैंने ऑलरेडी एक मॉडल जो है वो प्रिपेयर किया हुआ है। तो मैं यहाँ आ गया और मैंने एक मैं यहाँ आया, मैंने एक मॉडल जैसे बनाया हुआ था पहले। ये देखिए मैंने अभी आपके सामने बनाया था, लेकिन ये कुछ अर्से मैंने पहले बनाया था। तो मैं इसमें गया, मेरी मॉडल की एक्यूरेसी दिखा रहा है वो कि भाई 84% जो है ना इसने करेक्ट रिजल्ट्स दिए। तो हम देखते हैं कि ये लोकली भी कैसे चल सकता है। तो लोकली चलाने का तरीका ये है कि मैंने कोई इमेज इसको दी, और ये इमेज जो है ये डिटेक्ट कर रहा है कि ये इसमें कितने पर्सन है। तो इसने 3 पर्सन दिखा दिए, राइट। और हमारा मकसद यही था। तो अब हम आ जाते हैं पीछे थोड़ा, और हम जाते हैं ऐप पे। ऐप पे जाने से पहले एक छोटी बात मैं करूँगा, वो ये है कि कैमरा। तो कैमरा की जो डिस्कशन है पावर एप्स में इधर, ये बहुत अच्छी है, लेकिन लिमिटेड, बहुत ही ज़्यादा लिमिटेड है। और इस पे अगर आपको खुद आपको खुद लर्न करना है कि आप स्ट्रीम को कैसे कैप्चर कर सकते हैं और इमेजेस में कैसे कन्वर्ट कर सकते हैं, तो आपके लिए बहुत मुश्किल होगा इसको डिसाइफर करना, इस बात को। एंड इट टुक मी अ व्हाइल। और तो इसलिए मैंने ये बात मेंशन की इधर, क्योंकि व्हाट आई एम गोइंग टू टेल यू राइट नाउ ये इतनी कॉमन नहीं है। और इसलिए नहीं कि यानी मैं कोई बहुत ज़बरदस्त मैंने एफर्ट किया, बट जस्ट टू टेल यू दैट कि कभी कभी ऐसा होता है कि आपको इतना इजीली सही चीज़ लग रही होती है, बट इफ़ यू वांट ये पूरा डेमो जो है ये मैं आपको हैंड ओवर करूँगा, डेफिनेटली आप देख सकते हैं। अच्छा जी, अब हम आ जाते हैं ऐप की तरफ। तो मैं आपके सामने एक ऐप बनाता हूँ, पहले आपको दिखाता हूँ कि हम कैसे इसको करेंगे। तो मैं पर्सन काउंटर ही नाम रख लेता हूँ इसका, सही। और मैं यहाँ आता हूँ, और इसमें हम थोड़ी सी चीज़ करेंगे, जैसे कि अच्छा जी, अब हम आ जाते हैं, मैं इसमें कैमरा ऐड करूँगा। तो मैं कैमरा ऐड कर देता हूँ। अब जब मैं ये कैमरा ऐड करता हूँ, तो मैं अपना दूसरा कैमरा ऐड करता हूँ इनफैक्ट, क्योंकि ये कैमरा का जो मेरा रिजल्ट है इसकी रेजोल्यूशन बहुत हाई है, तो इट इज़ गोइंग टू क्रिएट अ लिटिल प्रॉब्लम फॉर AI बिल्डर, क्योंकि ये बहुत ज़्यादा हाई रेजोल्यूशन पिक्चर लेगा। अच्छा, ये मेरा एक दूसरा कैमरा है, राइट। तो इस पे मैंने ये इमेज जो है ये मैंने कैमरा ऑन कर दिया है। अच्छा, अब मैं दिखाता हूँ कि मैं इमेज आपको कैसे आप इसमें कैप्चर कर सकते हैं। तो इमेजिन करें कि ये CCTV का कैमरा है, राइट। और ये जो है वो इमेज है जो हमने फ्लो पे भेजनी है। और मैं एक बटन भी ऐड कर देता हूँ ताकि जस्ट टू टेल यू कि आप स्ट्रीम से कैसे इमेज उठा सकते हैं। अच्छा, उसके बाद जो है हम जाएंगे सबसे पहले बटन की क्लिक पे। बटन के क्लिक पे मैं चाहता हूँ कि ये मेथड कॉल हो जाए और वो स्ट्रीम यहाँ ले आए। ये मैंने कैप्चर ट्रिगर का एक वेरिएबल बनाया और उसकी वैल्यू रखी है 100। ये 100 मैंने क्यों रखी है इसकी वजह मैं भी आपको थोड़ी देर में बताता हूँ। फिर मैं जाऊँगा ऑन स्ट्रीम पे। ऑन स्ट्रीम का मतलब ये है कि जब कैमरा स्ट्रीम कर रहा हो तो उसकी वैल्यू रखी जाए 0, राइट, यानी उस कैप्चर ट्रिगर की वैल्यू रखी जाए 0। और जब कैमरा स्ट्रीम रेट, जो कैमरे का स्ट्रीम रेट है वो मैंने कर दिया कैप्चर ट्रिगर, ठीक है। यानी जो भी कैप्चर ट्रिगर की वैल्यू होगी ना वो उठकर यहाँ आ जाए। अच्छा, वो कैसे आएगी? वो आएगी इस तरह कि मेरे कैमरे का नाम है ये, और मैंने इस कैमरे की स्ट्रीम प्रॉपर्टी सेट कर दी है यहाँ पर। नाउ ये मैंने अभी तक काम किया है। ऑफ कोर्स मैं बहुत तेज काम कर रहा हूँ, मुझे पता है, लेकिन क्योंकि ये सेशन भी रिकॉर्ड हो रहा है और ये मैं डेमो आपको दूंगा, सो यू डोंट हैव टू वरी। बट अगर कोई क्वेश्चन है आपका तो आप जरूर पूछ सकते हैं। अब हम इसको रन करते हैं और मैं इसको अगर क्लिक करता हूँ तो आप देखेंगे ये इमेज आ रही है। अगर मैं कैमरे की तरफ देख के करता हूँ तो देखें आप, ये कॉपी कर रहा है, राइट। तो ये अच्छा, ये 100 मैंने क्यों सेलेक्ट किया? तो जी 100 इसलिए है क्योंकि ये 100th ऑफ अ सेकेंड, तो 100th ऑफ अ सेकेंड पे ये इमेज ले लेता है। इसका मतलब ये है कि वो एक पर्टिकुलर स्ट्रीम जो है वो कैप्चर करता है और वो दिखा देता है। अब हम इसकी जगह टाइमर भी लगा सकते हैं। तो अगर मैं उठा के यहाँ लेट से मैं टाइमर ले आता हूँ और इंस्टेड ऑफ अ बटन मैं जी बोलता हूँ उसको कि हर 2 सेकंड के बाद तुमने पिक्चर लेनी है, तो ये जो काम मैंने बटन के ऑन सेलेक्ट पे किया हुआ है यही काम मैं टाइमर पे कर देता हूँ, राइट। और टाइमर पे कर देता हूँ, ये पता नहीं क्यों, ओके, रिपीट ऑटो पॉज नहीं। तो मैं 1 मिनट दोबारा इसको टाइमर को ज़रा सही करता हूँ। सॉरी, ये गलत हो गया। टाइमर की जो प्रॉपर्टी है वो मैंने 1 सेकंड रखी है, मैं इसके टाइमर के एंड पे करूँगा। तो मैं जैसे ही टाइमर एंड होगा तो वो पिक्चर ले लेगा, राइट। तो मैंने इसकी प्रॉपर्टी इस तरह से सेट कर दी। अच्छा जी, अब हम आ जाते हैं, ये हर सेकंड बाद पिक्चर लेगा, सही है। तो आप देखें कि ये बहुत क्विकली पिक्चर्स दे रहा है। तो ये हमारा पीछे बैकएंड होगा इसके। अच्छा, अब क्योंकि ये इतनी ज़्यादा बड़ी एप्लीकेशन, मतलब मैं सब कुछ नहीं दिखा सकता, तो फिर मैंने इसके लिए मैंने एक एप्लीकेशन बनाई हुई है ऑलरेडी और मैं आपको वही दिखाता हूँ। इतनी देर में अगर किसी का कोई क्वेश्चन है तो प्लीज़ मुझसे पूछें। और मीनवाइल मैं एप्लीकेशन खोल रहा हूँ। अगर कोई क्वेश्चन है, क्योंकि मैं मल्टीपल स्क्रीन्स मैंने लगाई हुई। ओके, तो अच्छा, मीनवाइल हम फ्लो पे भी बात कर सकते हैं। तो जब तक जो है वो एप्लीकेशन ओपन हो रही है, उप्स, इट हैज़ टू, अच्छा क्योंकि मेरा ट्रायल अकाउंट है ये, तो वो अभी सारी बातें उसने अभी करनी है मुझसे। तो मैं जल्दी से इसको ऑथेंटिकेट करता हूँ और फिर मैं आता हूँ यहाँ, कोशिश करता हूँ मैं कि ये खुल जाए किसी तरह, तो मैं आपको यहीं दिखा दूँ। इफ इट कैन, सॉरी इट इज़ नॉट ओपनिंग। तो आप मुझे बस 1 मिनट दीजिए। मैं इट वॉज नेवर एक्सपेक्टेड कि ये मुझसे अभी करेगा लेकिन ओके। तो ऐड अकाउंट, स्कैन QR कोड, ओके, इट हैज अकाउंट, सही है। इतनी देर में किसी का कोई क्वेश्चन है तो प्लीज़ मुझे ज़रूर बताएं। Just give me one more minute and I am going to bring my app definitely over here. मैं basically authenticate कर रहा हूँ अपने आप, so it is going to take me 1 more minute. इस दौरान एक और बात कि if you are looking for this solution, तो मेरी जो GitHub का URL है जो मैं शेयर करूँगा, आप उसमें से भी ये solution देख सकते हैं जो यहाँ आपको नज़र आ रही है ऐप, exactly यही ऐप है और done. Hopefully it should show me now. It took me a while, लेकिन हाँ देखिए ये है एप्लीकेशन, सही है। ये मुझसे बात कर रहे हैं कि कैमरा, अच्छा मुझे पता नहीं है कि ये मैं दोबारा खोलता हूँ ताकि मैं कैमरास को डिटेक्ट करवा दूँ। और जब तक हम फ्लो पे बात कर लेते हैं, होपफुली ये खुल जाती है। तो फ्लो पहले मैं दिखा देता हूँ आपको। देखें फ्लो मैंने इसमें सिंपल बेसिक फ्लो है, इट हैज़ नथिंग टू डू विद एनीथिंग कॉम्प्लेक्स। और ये इमेजेस लेकर आते हैं। अच्छा ये काम हम पावर ऐप्स में क्यों नहीं कर रहे? पावर ऐप्स में हम इसलिए नहीं कर रहे क्योंकि पावर ऐप्स में एक कैपेबिलिटी नहीं है कि हम उसको मल्टीकॉम इमेज जो है वो पार्स करवा सकें अभी, क्योंकि अभी पावर ऐप्स में क्या है कि हमें अपलोड करना पड़ता है इमेज, जो कि हमारे पास हम नहीं कर सकते अभी। ये मैंने एप्लीकेशन पहले बनाई थी, तो ये क्या करती है, ये एग्जैक्टली वही करती है जो मैंने आपको बताया। और ये हर 10 सेकंड बाद जो है वो फॉर द सेक ऑफ डेमो ये हर 10 सेकंड बाद एक इमेज, अब क्योंकि ये चक्कर ऐसा हुआ है कि वो मुझसे ऑथेंटिकेशन बार बार पूछ रहा है। अदरवाइज व्हाट इज इट गोइंग टू डू कि ये फ्लो कॉल करेगा और फ्लो के बाद वो नंबर यहाँ लिखा हुआ आ जाएगा कि कितने लोगों को उसने डिटेक्ट किया। तो क्योंकि मैं अकेला हूँ इस रूम में और जाहिर है इसीलिए वो इट इज गोइंग टू सेलेक्ट वन, बट ऐसा हो सकता है कि अगर कोई दूसरा शख्स हो या तीसरा शख्स हो तो वो उनको भी डिटेक्ट करके यहाँ नंबर बता सके। तो दिस वाज a quick demo, I know, और इसमें जाहिर है थोड़ा टाइम भी लगा, but if you have got any concerns, any questions, तो आप मुझसे पूछ सकते हैं। Otherwise, I know that I've gone a little bit up, I think. तो मैं बस this is all of my discussion, और ये मेरी आखिरी स्लाइड है जिस पे आप देख सकते हैं कि definitely these are the details। तो अगर आप चाहते हैं कि आप लर्न करें इसके बारे में, आप जाएं, मैंने आज ही सब कुछ डाला है अपने गिटहब पे, तो आप जाके अपलोड किया और आप जाके डेफिनेटली डाउनलोड कर सकते हैं।
Great, Arafat, बहुत ज़बरदस्त। I think so it's the best use of the AI.
Thanks. No problem.
During these challenging times, it's the best use of the AI. So good, very good. So with this one, like we have our next speaker, none other than Marco. So I'll just add Marco here. And over to you, Arafat.
Hey, Marco.
Thanks, Arafat.
No problem. I think you are going to talk about AI Builder, so it's super good for you,
Yes.
for everybody to continue learning about this. And I did not touch a lot of topics on the details, so I think it would be great for you to, go on and explain.
Perfect. Okay, I can share my screen and I start. If
sure.
it's
So
okay for you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'll be off my screen, I think, and definitely you can go on. So
okay. I share. Okay, you can see my screen. Okay, you can see my screen. Faisal, you are in mute.
Yes, sorry, I can see your screen, Marco.
Perfect. Then I can start if it's okay for you.
Yes, please start. Thank you.
Okay. Hi guys, good afternoon or good morning, depending on your time. Welcome to this session with title Artificial Intelligence Builder in Action. Before starting, I wanted to say that I'm proud to have the opportunity to propose this session in this event. Okay, you are welcome. who I am. My name is Mark Rock, and I'm a senior customer engineer in Microsoft Italy. I live in Milan. What I do, I work with SharePoint since 2008 as a developer. I started with SharePoint 2007, and I followed all SharePoint on-prem evolution from 2007, 10, 13, etc. And now I work with SharePoint Online. But today is not enough work with SharePoint, because SharePoint is connected with more modern workplace application present in Microsoft 365, such as OneDrive, for example, Stream, Forms, Microsoft List, etc. Obviously, like everyone who works in modern workplace today, it's not possible not to work with Microsoft Teams. But in the last 3 years, I'm focusing on Power Platform sector, and in particular mode on Power Apps, Automate, and virtual agent. I'm not a Power BI expert. In this slide, in this session, you can find my mail and my social links, Twitter and LinkedIn. Feel free to contact me for every question and curiosity about Power Platform in general. Okay, the session agenda is very, very simple, because it's based on these simple points. An introduction about iBuilder, what is necessary to create, to have an efficient artificial intelligence in your environment. Then I propose you an overview about pre-build and custom model that you have in Microsoft Power Platform. Next, I'll show you a different mode to approach artificial intelligence using document automation toolkit that is in a preview in this period. And the end, I'll show you a slide regarding license and cost about iBuilder. Okay, first point, introduction to artificial intelligence builder. Artificial intelligence builder is a Microsoft Power Platform capability that provide artificial intelligence model to you that are designed to optimize your business process, enable your business to use artificial intelligence to automate a process and collect data in Power App and Power Automate. The most important feature in artificial intelligence builder in Power Platform, the opportunity to train and build no-code model. This is an important feature for iBuilder. iBuilder in Power Platform is a no-code components. Then it's possible extract your data from different source, document, image, table for prediction, and using this data in Dynamics, first way, and Microsoft 365 in general, the second way, and finally, for example, in Microsoft Dataverse. As you already know, Artificial Intelligence Builder is an important part of Power Platform. Was released for public preview in June 2019. Over time, most features are today for the general availability. Then it's possible to use several models in your production application. As a new feature are added, they may remain in a preview. Okay, then it's possible to test the new feature until they are released for general availability. Artificial Intelligence Builder is enabled by default in your Power Platform environment. You know that it's possible creating your tenant different environment for Power Platform. Then for each environment, it's possible to set Artificial Intelligence Builder feature. Then it's a simple check on or off. Then using Power Platform Admin Center, you can enable or disable environment to use Artificial Intelligence Builder. Okay, Dataverse for Teams. You all know Dataverse for Teams has been released since last fall. Microsoft Dataverse for Teams deliver a built-in low-code data platform for Microsoft Teams and provide, for example, relational data storage, rich data type in database, etc. Enable everyone to easily build and deploy application, and not only application, but also intelligent chatbot in Teams using Power Apps and Power Virtual Agent. Okay, but remember that these features are only for Teams. Okay, regarding several license aspects, it's possible to use Dataverse for Teams only in Teams. But remember that at the moment, okay, for this moment, it's not possible to use Artificial Intelligence Builder within Dataverse for Teams. Okay, but Artificial Intelligence Builder provide two kinds of Power Apps component depending on the model that you want to use. You have a component that use a pre-built model, okay, that training is not necessary, and today in Power App you can use, for example, as a pre-built model, the business card reader, okay, receipt processor that is in preview, test recognizer is another important component. You need to train the model, okay, if you want to use form processor and object detector. Okay, all Artificial Intelligence Builder components for Canvas app are available in Power App Studio. Okay, you can see the image in this slide and appear under Insert tab when you build your Canvas app. Then you need only to drag and drop this Artificial Intelligence Builder component as, for example, the label, text box, and other type of control that you have in Power App. Then it's very, very easy using Artificial Intelligence Builder component in your application. But not only in Power Apps today, it's possible to integrate Artificial Intelligence Builder into Power Automate. The number of models available is even higher. For example, for pre-build, remember, pre-build model, you have card reader, category classification, entity extraction, ID reader model that today is in preview, key phrase extraction model, language detection, etc. Okay, you have a very, very large list of pre-built model. Very, very, very interesting. I think that is today the ID reader model. You can use the identity document pre-built model to extract information, for example, from passport and US driver license that you have. The model will extract information such as the first name, last name, date of birth, gender, etc. Then, as for example, the business card reader identity document work in the same mode. Sorry. Regarding the custom artificial intelligence model that you build and train for Power Automate, you have category classification, entity extraction, form processing, etc. For category classification, for example, you have two possible options. The first is to use a pre-built model. The second is train a custom category classification model. What mean this? This means that for a set of model, you have two ways to use them. The first is use a sample pre-built, but for a specific, for example, specific needed, you can create the same model, for example, category classification, and train this model before use in Power Automate. But what is the goal of the introduction of artificial intelligence in Power App and Power Automate? Just as the goal of Power App and Power Automate was allow everyone to be able to create application and process in low code, no code mode. The same goal of artificial intelligence builder is to offer, for example, for citizen developer, the ability to create application that use artificial intelligence with no code. Before iBuilder, you need, for example, to create a Azure Cognitive Services infrastructure, and it's necessary to create a custom code to interface with cognitive services, and then integrate cognitive services and other artificial intelligence that you have in your application. With iBuilder today, it's possible for the citizen developer create application in no code, low code model. The lack of special configuration also make it much easier for IT administrator to work, as they don't have to worry about managing complex system related to artificial intelligence. But which are the scenario where can you use iBuilder for example? Are several. For example, to analyze the extract content from document, the content, and analyze image from your image, to analyze the text. For example, using text, you can extract several information about language, sentiment, etc. You can use iBuilder to translate content. Last but not least, it's possible for you use a prediction model. Prediction model, I think that is most important. Why? Because prediction model analyze pattern in historical data that you provide, learn then prediction model learn to associate those partner with outcome. What's mean then? This means that we use the power of artificial intelligence to detect learned patterns in new data and use them to predict the future outcome that you have. A typical use case is this. Your customer submit, for example, a web form or Microsoft form, understand which product would be a customer interested in. Then the prediction model analyzes this form and predict you if the customer is very, very interested to your product or not. Okay, then I'll show you the difference between custom versus pre-build model. Okay, the first custom the pre-built artificial intelligence model are ready to be used within your application. No preliminary operation are necessary. Okay, this is the important difference. The second, on the other hand, require training before they can be used. To obtain a model as accurate as possible, it is necessary to have a precise training based on a consistent data. For example, using a large set of documents that you have. Invoice is a typical demo case. Which are a custom model? First is the prediction, I already described it before. Another is the form processing. Form processing lets you ready and save information from standard documents such invoice, tax document, contracts, etc. When you automate this process, you can save data, for example, in SharePoint list or document library as metadata, or Microsoft Dataverse is another way. For the form processing, you need only 5 documents to get started. After you train and publish your model, you can use this form processing in specific Microsoft Power Automate flow or in a Canvas app. Object detection is used, for example, in retail sector. It can help streamline inventory management, for example, by identifying the products on a store shelf. Entity extraction recognize specific data in text that you target based on your business need. For example, it's useful to identify a customer satisfaction in a phrase or in a alt text or alt document. It's possible to identify a different type of identity that you have. This model can help you transform unstructured data into structured data that's machine readable. This is important. For example, today SharePoint syntax, for example, works in the same way. Okay, it's possible in using SharePoint syntax. That is a different mode to use. For example, artificial intelligence in SharePoint. It's possible to have the same behavior as entity. entity extraction. Category classification is one of the fundamental natural language processing. Okay, you can identify text entry with tags and can be used to identify the sentiment analysis, spam detection, customer request routing, other business that you have. About a pre-build model, among of Dell present, I would like to mention you, for example, business card reader and text recognition that are more simple to use in your application. With the first business card reader, it's possible to extract information from business card image that you have. For example, it's possible, scan your data using your phone. Okay, you can scan the business card reader, then the app can recognize first name, last name, the company name, the role of this user, etc. Then the second, test recognition extracts words from documents and image. Then it's important, this not only document, but documents and image. Then extract this part of text into machine-readable character stream to use an OCR to detect printed and handwritten text in image. Remember that pre-built models are constantly improving. For this, you have much model in preview. Okay, you can recognize here the invoice processing. Before this model, you have a classic form processing for the invoice. Okay, then you need to train the model. But today it's possible to try to use the invoice processing pre-built model. Then this model is ready to use. Another important model that you have is the receipt processing. Okay, that this model uses the OCR to detect printed and handwritten text to extract information from a receipt. This is it's possible to use this to create, for example, a classic expense report application. Then I'm an employee, then I can scan my receipt, then I upload all data in my expense report application in my company. Okay, but now is the demo time. The first demo is a simple text recognition application. Okay, I switch to my environment. Okay, I switch to app. Okay, text. Okay, before I edit my application, it's a very simple application. Why is too slow today? Okay. Under insert, I have iBuilder tab. Then I can select, for example, text recognizer. This is the control. Okay, I can set the property of this control. Then I add in my application a lot of a lot of label for save my data. Then, okay, I then to use test recognizer selected text. Okay, then in this control I select a particular text in my, for example, in my image, or I can use the entire all phrase, all text that I have in this image. For example, it's very easy to use this control. Then I start to use this application. I upload. Okay, I have a sample text because, sorry for the Italian, but the text is because of my wife, I sell everything in English. Then, for example, I want to analyze this part of text. I can click, then I can save this part of text. I can read all, okay, then this is the entire text that I have in this image. Then this control works only also for end text written. Okay, this is a end text. Then it's possible, for example, recognize a part of this text. Very simple to use. To create this application, you need only 10 minutes, nothing else. Okay, I can close this application. Oops, sorry, I return to the second demo. Okay, in the same environment. Okay, manage contact application. Okay, in this application I use, for example, a business card reader. Okay, in the same mode as a test recognizer. Okay, this is the business card reader control. Then there are all the fields necessary. Okay, I scan my business card reader. I select this business card. The artificial intelligence algorithm analyze the business card. Okay, then I can save all data. I can save my business card as image. For example, I can insert a map control in my application to show the location of this company. For example, it's okay, it's another sample, very easy example about the use of a business card reader. But then it's possible, for example, call a Power Automate to save this data in another location. How is possible to save the data? Okay, name of this control, then have a set of metadata that the control can extract for you. Very easy. Oops. Okay, another demo. Then, okay, receipt. Okay, this is my application. Okay, just a second to load my receipt application. Why? Okay, receipt application work in the same mode. I need only to change the control. Okay, I use the receipt and I save my data, receipt data in the same way. For example, in this case, the control recognizes also, for example, a date and time that you have in your receipt. Okay, I can scan receipt. Okay. For example, you have this data and this time. Receipt control analyze this data. Okay, this is the data, and this is 2026. That is the time. Then it's possible to save total tax, and I cannot show this in this application, but it's possible to save each row that you have in your receipt. You can see that the receipt control recognize all row that you have in your receipt. Well, another classic application is regarding the form processing model. Okay, the environment demo. Okay, environment demo, and I need to choose invoice. The app is invoice processor. I try to close. Sorry for this delay, but I cannot manage the network speed. Okay. Oops. I try to close other application if the network speed is more good. Very sorry for this. But this is the live effect in all demo. Okay. Perfect. Okay, invoice processor. Load my power apps. I leave other unnecessary tab. Oh. Okay. Loading. It's not a complex application. I do not understand why today this environment is slow. Okay. Well, yeah. Okay. This is my form processor. Okay. Form processor is not a pre-built model. Then to use form processor, I need to create an invoice model, for example, for this case. Then train, publish it. Then it's possible to use this model within your application, for example, using form processor. What's happened when you execute your application? For example, you can upload a PDF invoice. Okay. What is important to see in this example that, okay, the model recognizes all main data from bill, invoice number, data, etc. But you have another important feature that in the form processing model recognize all the tail row that you have in your model. Artificial intelligence builder recognize this as a table. Then it's possible to define, for example, a data grid in your app, then save in this mode all data that you have in your invoice. Today, the form processing not recognize only the first page in your PDF, but it's possible to recognize all page that you have in your document. And the second main point is that in the same model, it's possible train different type of invoice. Then what's mean this? This means that in your application, you can define a model that you use this type of invoice, or you use an invoice that, for example, have from here, bill to here, the invoice number in this session, okay? You need only to train to use 5 documents for this type of invoice, 5 documents for other type of invoice. Then it's possible to use the same model in your application. It's the same for Power Up, and it's the same for Power Automate. Okay, I hope that work. Sorry, I forgot that this control not work only to using PDF, but it's possible, for example, using JPEG file in the same way. Okay, this is the different type of invoice. Okay, as you mentioned before, and I can save in the same way the data of different type of invoice. But it's possible to create using form processing other typical scenario. For example, create a sample Power Automate that is triggered when a new mail arrive. Okay, then I edit this Power Automate. Okay, when a new mail arrive, I can set different options, include attachment, subject filter. For example, I choose invoice. When a new mail arrive, I can analyze all attachment in this mail. Then I can pass all attachment in predict model. Then I can save master data, for example, title, invoice value, from, bill to, data, etc. And each row, for example, the form processing model identify the table with all the tailed row. Then it's possible to create a SharePoint item in another detail list that you have. I can choose a SharePoint for create easily a complete application, but it's the same in Dataverse. Last demo for this session is because the time is finished. The object detection, Power Apps. Okay, I close all unnecessary table. Okay, object detection. In environment demo, I have the object detection app. Need to change my environment demo app. Okay, this is the app. Object detection, edit. Is object detection, I think that is particularly important because it's possible to identify the exact number of the object that you have in each image that you pass in your application. Then it's possible to save a complete data. For example, this is my object detector. Is not a pre-built model, then I need to train a custom object model to identify a series of images. For example, object detection, I can upload this image. Then in this image, I have 3 different objects. Then it's possible to identify for each type of object the correct number. Okay, 1, 1, 1. Or if I use another image, okay, I hope that okay. I don't have demo effect, only green team int have 1. Okay, but how is possible? This is a gallery object count. It's based on the object that are detected from this object detector. Okay. You have a set of property. You remember that you need to pass the artificial intelligence model. Okay, I return for only 1 minute to my presentation because I want to introduce about a short introduction about document automation toolkit. Document automation toolkit allow you to easily set up a rich and robust document processing solution using iBuilder, Power Automate, Power App, and Microsoft Dataverse. Today, this component is in a preview. You can find this toolkit under Power Automate portal. It's a complete solution. Power Automate will orchestrate the overall process while iBuilder will bring the intelligence required to efficiently extract information from your document. The app in this phase allow user to manually review and approve, for example, document. And Dataverse will manage the document queue and is necessary to store all data required. How the process starts with receive an email with an attachment, then is necessary a classic service mailbox. There you have a Power Automate that is triggered from the mail. Then the artificial intelligence algorithm extract information from your document. Then it's possible to store all extracted data from in your Microsoft Dataverse. This is a complete solution, okay, and you can find this in under Power Automate. It's a complete package that you have in under iBuilder, you can find document automation. Then it's possible configure all components that you have for the document automation. I switch only in this environment. When the configuration is complete, you can find all component under solution section in your environment. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, document automation base kit. Those are all components necessary for this solution. I suggest you to try this complete process because enable you to create easily a complex scenario. Last slide, because I have finished my time. It's possible today test iBuilder using free trial. Remember that no Power Up plane contain iBuilder, only Power Automate per user with robotic process automation contain 500 credits for iBuilder. Today, we have a great feature that is iBuilder calculator, okay, that help you to estimate the required add-on capacity based on your estimated consumption. Because remember that iBuilder, to use iBuilder, you need to buy a credits. It's not, you don't need to create a complex license, but you need to buy a credits and assign these credits to a particular environment. Sorry for if I consume more time. I finish my presentation. Thanks to all attendees for their time, and I wish you a good conference for other fantastic sessions that follow this presentation. And then finally, I hope to meet all of you, not virtual, but physically in the next event. Thanks so much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Marco. This is great. Like, we all have learned so much, like how we can easily get all the information from PDFs and the images. This is where all the digital transformation is just changing the world completely.
Today, it's very, very easy to create complex application. Not complex application because the application is simple, but it's a simple application in a complex scenario. Then you have a more simple application that compose with Power Automate, obviously, a complex scenario. I think that is a great improvement.
Absolutely, this is 100% true. And you all just need to be creative. Everything is there, tools there, Microsoft technologies is actually evolving overnight. You just need to be creative how you can utilize all these technologies. As Arafat did show us today about how we can utilize AI to in this pandemic and challenging times, how we can keep this 8-meter or 6-meter distance between each other. So this is how the technology is evolving, and it's really great to see all these things happening and collaborating seamlessly. We create AI, we created Flow there, we have a Dataverse there, then we can get all the data from all the business applications there.
Yes.
So business application is a lower layer there, and on the top of we have all the Power Platform, we have the Azure AI now, and this is ongoing. This is great stuff.
I completely agree with you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for your time, Marco. And
thanks, guys. Thanks for all. Thanks to having me in this event, and I hope in the future to meet all of you physically.
Absolutely. We all look forward to seeing you in person very soon. So I wish you a good luck and thank you. Take care.
Contact me for everything in the future, for other event, for information about the Power Platform. Will be a pleasure for me to to join with us.
Absolutely, absolutely. You are on top list for me, yeah, because I really enjoyed the demo because this is where we always want to see things in practical happening. We all
Yeah.
know there is a long books, papers. We
No,
can
no.
we can go
Today,
back and read.
today is not necessary have a long book explanation. We need to create to show to attendee how is possible, what is possible to do easily
Absolutely.
today.
Yes, absolutely. I totally understand. Thank you so much for your time and
Bye
speak to you soon. Thank you. Bye
bye.
bye.
See you soon. Bye bye.
Bye-bye. All right, guys. So we are going for a quick break here before Tasmika is going to join us after a few minutes. So let's stay tuned. We are coming back in 7 to 8 minutes. All right, so we are back again, guys. It was a very short break, and we got Tasmika Gokul with us from Microsoft, and she is going to talk about and she's going to unlock some power of Azure AI stack with us. Welcome, Tasmika, and it's great to have you. And the floor is set to you, please.
Great, awesome. Thank you for having me. I'm just going to share my screen. Let me know if you can see it. Fantastic. All right. Well, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this session. Wherever you are in the world today, I hope that you're all safe and healthy. And thank you for joining me for this session. So I know across the other talks that you may have watched throughout this bootcamp, you may have seen the AI Builder through Power Platform. That is by far the easiest, if not the most easiest and effective way to get started with AI. But in this talk, I wanted to take you under the hood of that and have a look at some of the services that are responsible for AI Builder. So over the next 40 minutes or so, we're going to be exploring the technical breadth and depth of the Azure AI and machine learning platform and discover the tools and technologies that you could look to infuse in your solutions and applications. So in this session, we're going to travel up the Azure AI stack and understand the magic of our cognitive services and machine learning services as well. Now, before I go any further, let me introduce myself. I'm Tasmika Gokul, and I'm an AI and machine learning cloud solution architect in our global partner solutions team at Microsoft. So I look after Microsoft partners across Australia and New Zealand in building out their AI and machine learning solutions and practices in Azure, the world's computer. If we go to the next slide, and also in case you are new to Azure, let me clarify you. If we could just go to the next slide, please. Don't think I can control the deck on my side. I think let me try and stop sharing the slide deck and then we'll reshare it. I don't know if the moderator can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you, Tasmika. Sorry.
Can you move to the next slide? I don't think I can control it on my end.
No, yes, sorry. This is controlled by yourself. So, if you share your screen window or presentation, I think so
There
you
you go.
can.
Don't worry. I was using the space bar on my other side and it wasn't controlling anything, but all good. All good. So we'll just go back. So in case you are new to Azure, let me just clarify for you. So Azure is a cloud computing offering, which means that it can deliver computing services, including servers, databases, and then of course, artificial intelligence over the internet to offer you faster innovation, flexible resources, and economies of scale. So any shop, online store, or company that you know of or have heard of is likely using the cloud. In fact, Gartner has predicted that by the end of next year, the worldwide public cloud computing industry is going to be worth over $362 billion. Now, within Azure, we can create and implement and also deploy AI and machine learning solutions independently, and then also baked into your application. So at Microsoft, we've been pioneering AI for years. And in fact, if you've heard of it, the ResNet 152, one of the most deepest and effective neural networks for image classification and recognition, that's a Microsoft invention. It came all the way from our research teams in Redmond. And you get to benefit from some of these models through our cognitive services APIs. Our 3D human pose estimation, that recently set a state-of-the-art record on computer vision research tasks this year. We were also the first globally to reach machine reading comprehension and human parity way back in 2018. And we've actually set state-of-the-art records for our vision and speech APIs ever since. Now, of course, if you were following along at Microsoft Build a month or so ago, you'd be very familiar with this diagram. This is our Azure AI stack. These are the services that we offer to you to build out your AI solutions. And you might be very familiar with some of these since they are incorporated into something like AI Builder in the Power Platform. So these are the same services that are made available through you in Power Platform itself. So at the very heart of the stack, we have our Azure Machine Learning Platform. Now, regardless of your experience in machine learning, our Azure Machine Learning Platform is a unified governance cloud-based environment so that you can use to train, deploy, and then, of course, manage your models. In fact, all of the cognitive services that you can see on that next tier above, all of that, so our language, our vision, our speech, decision APIs, all of these deep learning models were built within the Azure Machine Learning Platform and all using the SDK as well, which you can use as well. So our cognitive services, they help you automate decision-making processes by leveraging deep learning models trained on billions and billions of data points, delivered ready to use using the accessible API endpoints. So essentially, we've done the hard work for you, right? You don't need to spend additional capital, time, or resources in building out a deep learning model from scratch. So essentially, with a single API call, you can automate a business process, deliver unique value, and also accelerate decision-making in your application, both in cloud and then also on-prem, if you do have sensitive data, for example, by just using the Docker containers that we make available on something like Azure Kubernetes. But essentially, all you need is your data to use our cognitive services endpoints. So no matter how much or how little data you have, if you are a developer and you know how to use an API or you want to learn how to use an API, you can do AI in Azure without having any experience as a data scientist or a machine learning engineer. Now, that next level of abstraction is our recently rebranded Azure Applied AI Services. So each of these services are built on the ingenuity that comes from the Azure Cognitive Services, and they're built to solve common business use cases with specific types of data. So for example, form recognizer, of course, it's going to be invoices, it's going to be business cards, ID cards, etc. But essentially, you can automate and digitize physical copies of data with form recognizer as well. Or you could potentially assist users from different cultural backgrounds to learn a new language by leveraging Azure Immersive Reader. Or perhaps you could even index a lecture and automate a full transcript of a lesson with Azure Video Analyzer. But essentially, together, the three layers of the Azure AI stack, there is truly an unlimited capability of what can be achieved. And in fact, in 2021, Gartner's Magic Quadrant has recognized Microsoft as a global leader in AI. So truly, there has never been a more perfect time for organizations and developers like yourself to look to Azure and create solutions that push the boundaries of innovation. I wanted to focus on three areas in today's session, namely cognitive search, cognitive services, and machine learning. So you can see there the services that we're going to focus on today. So namely form recognizer, cognitive search, OCR, which is part of our vision APIs, and then also anomaly detector, which is part of the decision APIs. We're really going to uncover the models and how it works. And then, of course, we're going to spend some time understanding the Azure Machine Learning Platform, but focusing on some of the low-code, no-code solutions. So if you are coming from a Power Platform background, you can bake in the low-code, no-code solutions that come from the Azure Machine Learning Platform, and I suspect that you'll find some great familiarity in those tools. But essentially, let's start off with cognitive search. So with Azure Cognitive Search, that is easily one of the best places to get started if you are new to AI. You can do AI win your knowledge mining solution without even realizing that you're doing AI by essentially calling a single line in a YAML file. You can bake in our Azure Cognitive Services, so speech, decision, language, vision, you can bake that into the search experience for your user. Now, with cognitive search, we can implement something called knowledge mining and create a repository of central knowledge. But what are really the high-level steps when it does come down to knowledge mining in Azure, right? When you provision a search service, you're actually provisioning the bare bones of your own customizable search engine. And that's an incredible thing to think about, especially when you realize that there aren't any restrictions on the data source type. So at a high level, you can ingest data from a variety of different data sources like SharePoint, Azure Blob Storage, even SQL. And in that next process of that extraction, we push the data to something called a cognitive search index. Our index helps us map our input fields of our data to our output fields. So essentially how we take our data and make it searchable. We have control of how we create our index, but once we are happy with it, we can then define something called an indexer. So the indexer is where the magic happens, right? This is a crawler, so it goes line by line over our data to search for extractable, searchable text and metadata to populate our index. Keep in mind that's all done with a single click of a button. You don't need to write any code in order for this to happen. The indexer also contains the AI enrichment capabilities of the cognitive search APIs that we had discussed a little bit earlier on. So it takes the skill sets, it calls a cognitive service API, and then implements that on our data. So essentially, think of it as an indexer as a magnifying glass, but now we are making that magnifying glass even more powerful with the AI services that we're baking into it. Once the indexer has gone through our data, you consider that as a cracked document. And from there, you're able to make queries, which is done through Azure Portal or through REST API. That's typically done in Postman, for example. And any information that is extracted during that process, during the indexing process, is stored and made accessible in something called a knowledge store. So now that's all good, but really, how does Azure Cognitive Search really work, right? Let's dive into the micro and the macro processes of our search service. So at a micro level, you can see the diagram on your screen there. This is the inner workings of Azure Cognitive Search. How we search and how efficiently we search is dictated by something called a search unit. So search units, they're represented by partitions and replicas. So when I say partition, think storage. A partition is a physical layer, a storage layer, and it looks after all of the read and write operations that we make to the service. When I say replicas, think compute. So a replica is an instance of our search service, and it's typically done to load balance our search requests that are made by our users. Now, because we have two variables, namely partitions and replicas, that control how we search, we also know that our index, which influences the search result that a user sees, is going to be dictated by those same two variables, so storage and compute, partitions and replicas. In this diagram, you can see that our index is spanned across 4 search units, where we have 2 compute instances or replicas, and we also have 2 physical storage layers or partitions. But each of the 4 search units only stores half of the shards of an index. So what's happened here? We've taken our index and then we've actually split it into smaller bits called shards. And perhaps you know where I'm going with this, but there are numerous ways that you can optimize search as a result, depending on your preference and combination of replicas and partitions. So we understand that, how we search, how we crack our data, how we make that searchable is through an index. We know that we have to split the index out for efficiency and for essentially making it available to users. But how does it work when we actually send a search result, right? Let's zoom out a bit and have a look at the macro level and understand how cognitive search service works architecturally. So from this diagram, we know that our search service sits between an external data source and an application. There are 2 main brains almost to Azure Cognitive Search that I want you to think about here. Firstly, it's our indexing engine, and then it's our querying engine. So with indexing, we take our data, we load it into our search service, just like the same process that I had mentioned before, and we make it searchable, again, by cracking the document with an indexer. When we start to consider those cognitive services, it's our AI enrichment capabilities that inform the indexing process, which we just talked about. But we can also involve something called a custom skill template, which can call something like form recognizer, and we're gonna be discussing that in just a second. But essentially, the querying engine, it runs once our index has been populated with searchable text from our data. So essentially, when you search for something, so for example, a particular product, our client app sends the search request to our query engine, which breaks it down and then assigns a score to a relevant and matching document, all thanks to our index, which holds the data from the documents. Our application then handles the response of that and then returns something called a JSON document of our search results. So typically our search results, they return the URI of our request, the related documents, and it's all ranked in order of relevance and the number of matches made. That whole process takes a mere couple of seconds, if not milliseconds. And of course, as you can imagine, as we just discussed, that's going to be dictated by SKU, which influences the number and type of partitions and the replicas that were being used. So as you start to consider cognitive search for scale, there are a number of factors that can influence performance. And you can see that on the next slide, right? The main things that you should consider include the size of the index or the number of documents cracked, right? Naturally, as you have more data, you're going to have to build out a larger index to account for key fields, right? The next one is the type of queries that we're sending, which I think is quite fascinating, and it's a whole other topic in itself. But essentially, we want to make our queries as precise as possible. And that makes sense, right? The less specific our queries are, the more shards of our index that need to be called upon, meaning that it's going to take longer, it's going to be more computationally expensive to search for it, right? So next, you should also consider the schema of our index and how big our search service is going to be. So all of those points can be nicely summarized in that graph that you can also see on your slide there, right? So essentially, as you know, a number of partitions and replicas, they work together to minimize latency and then also increase the number of successful queries made per second. So as you can probably tell, there's a careful balance between replicas and partitions to really optimize the performance and avoid diminishing returns when it comes to queries per second. And you can see that on some of the flatter lines of the graph there, right? As the gradient becomes less steep, you can see that there hasn't been really a realized advantage there in scaling out the number of replicas for that X number of partitions, right? So it comes from experience to understand exactly how much more you need to scale out before you see those returns. But really optimizing cognitive search is, it's a different topic and perhaps another one for another day. But I think a lot of these ideas can be reinforced by this graph. So now that we understand cognitive search, how it works, and how we can make it better through optimization, I also wanted to touch on how we can enhance it with something called a cognitive skill. So with cognitive skills, you can see it on your screen there, we're creating a reusable resource that is attached to our indexer. So it specifies a collection of skills that are used. Skills have inputs and outputs, and often we can thread the outputs of the skills together in a chain almost. And the output of one skill becomes the input of the next, and so on, and we can create a sequence. And of course, you might be, you're on the dot there, you can see the built-in cognitive skills, all of those capabilities, sentiment analysis, OCR, key phrase extraction, they come from none other than our cognitive services APIs, right? So, for example, Form Recognizer, this is one of the cognitive services that we're going to be talking about today. So, Form Recognizer is absolutely perfect for documents like a structured schema, right? Like a multi-choice exam, a tabular document, right? So with that service, we're leveraging off computer vision techniques to build an automated data processing software that can identify and extract text, key value pairs, tables, and structure from our documents. And you can see that from the right-hand side of your slide, right? We're returning bounding boxes where the form elements were found with corresponding confidence values where 1 is the most confident, 0 is the least confident. Keep in mind, that's all achieved with a single API call, so you can exactly see it's, bring your own data and you get that result out. With the layout API, we're able to extract tables, text, selection marks, and then also structured information from documents and images using OCR, or optical character recognition, if you're not sure what that was. On the next slide, you can see exactly how that's achieved, right? It's done through something called an analyze operation, which is part of the API, and that processes our form character by character, word by word, line by line. So our OCR has essentially scanned through our document on the left there, recognized the form words, the structure of the table, where the numbers were printed on the form, and it returns a JSON document all the way on the right there, right? Containing what was written, when it was written, and where it can be found on the document. Now, for physical copies of data that often have a non-structured schema, something like an essay, mathematical calculations, it could even be, some text on a post-it note. Of course, you'd look to automate that completely by using something called the Read API from our computer vision service. So like Form Recognizer, OCR extracts the printed and handwritten text, digits, currency symbols from images and multi-page PDF documents by using pattern matching algorithms. So essentially, it's the same technology of OCR, but it's just baked into a different service, and it's more flexible to the types of data that you're sending. So the Read API, it takes our images, it takes our documents as inputs in the form of a post request, and it executes it asynchronously before returning a JSON object with the response and the analysis, and then of course the confidence scores to indicate how likely it's extracted the right data from the physical copy of data. And I think you can see that that's summarized quite nicely from the diagram. Now, if we were considering to bake in something like OCR or Form Recognizer into cognitive search to enhance the indexer capability, of course, that's not going to be possible if we don't have something like functions, specifically Azure functions, right? That serves as the adhesive glue almost between cognitive search and Form Recognizer. So for those of you who don't know, or you're not too familiar with functions, that's no problem. Azure Functions is a serverless solution that can provide compute on demand, right? So we're able to react to application events in multiple ways using various languages and sending the results of what we see to other services that are listening, like Event Hub's Azure App Service, for example. So with functions, we're implementing our system's logic into blocks of code, which we aptly refer to as a function, to return an output. And these functions can be run anytime you need to respond to an event or a growing number of requests in your application. And of course, serverless solutions have great demand, specifically, for example, like an online website, it's going to be scaled depending on how much of demand you see. So you can kind of map that sort of thinking to how Azure functions work. But essentially, as the number of requests increase for a particular service, functions meets the demand by scaling out the number of resources and instances for however long is required. An extension of Azure Functions is something called durable functions. So Azure durable functions, that allows us to write stateful workflows through orchestrator functions and then also stateful entities. So what that means is that we dictate how the function code is executed, on how many instances, how they respond, what triggers them, and then how those messages are communicated as well. So typically, we use durable functions to simplify the coordination components within a serverless application. And you can see the top 5 on your screen there, right? So, with something for a function chaining, you're executing the sequence of functions together. Fan in, fan out, that borrows that idea of chaining, but now we're executing multiple functions in parallel. And then, of course, with the async application, HTTP API pattern, we're coordinating with the external client application by using an endpoint trigger. We use that concept of polling. Our Azure function will wait. It's going to listen to learn if an operation has finished in the application before then executing it. If we go to that fourth pattern there, we know, any automated process will involve some level of human interaction where you wait and you listen to have a human approver to confirm the output of an action before kicking off the next function set. Essentially, it's the same concept of, quality assurance. And finally, the last function pattern that I just wanted to touch on quickly is where monitoring, where you're polling until specific conditions are met before then executing it. Another cognitive service that I wanted to highlight was Anomaly Detector. So that's one of our recently rebranded Azure AI services. Anomaly Detector is how we solve for unexpected events or rare items in data and then notify operators to make better decisions with our timing. As you may have guessed, it's a cognitive service. It's built completely within the Azure Machine Learning platform and then hosted on AKS. We have two primary capabilities with Anomaly Detector, so univariate anomaly detection and multivariate anomaly detection. So univariate means one variable. We're detecting for any future problem with one main variable. So for something like an IoT device, where we can consider temperature or wind or data being produced from software like API responses. Multivariate is the opposite, as you may have been able to tell. It's the detection of future problems for multiple important variables from a group of time series data. So think of it as considering temperature, wind, rainfall through that IoT device all at the same time, and finally finding anomalies in the data that's returned. If we dive a bit deeper, the univariate detector adapts to our data by automatically identifying and applying best fitting models to our data. So it's able to determine the boundaries for anomaly detection, expected values, and also identify which data points were considered to be anomalous in the relative scheme of all the data that has been fed through. So at its core, anomaly detection can be simply framed as a problem of classic binary classification, right? So determining whether a single data point is anomalous relative to previous or future data points. Our model allows us to feed in a sequence of real values and outputs a binary sequence that indicates that. Of course, there are numerous anomaly detection algorithms out there, but there's mainly some issues with how those algorithms work, how they scale, and how they generalize. But they are reliant on labeled data and how efficient they are. So common challenges that you encounter with traditional anomaly detection include reliance on labeled data, for example. That translates to a desperate need of labeled data, and when there isn't labeled data, it's not as effective. We also have some problems on low generalization. So typically those algorithms are not great at generalizing when you have various different types of problems that you might encounter. So any different behavior for the bulk of data that's being ingested, so non-anomalous behavior, that's very difficult for the algorithm to adapt to. So that's a problem that we normally see. Another one is also efficiency. Ideally, we want very low latency and low compute costs, right? So typically that can be very expensive because you're doing an analysis on one data point at a time. So to combat those problems, our research teams in Redmond, they came up with algorithms by drawing from inspiration from techniques in computer vision. So I know that sounds a bit left field, but stay with me here. So essentially, we've borrowed the concept of visual saliency detection. Visually salient parts in an image are parts that are very bright, very clear, and have a lot of signal. So think of the bright lights at night, and you can see some of the bright lights in this image here, right? It's the part of the image that stands out. But we've taken our algorithm, we've taken that concept of visual saliency, and we're using that as an amplifier for anomalous signals. So all of these areas, they're the bright parts of an algorithm, and with computer vision, you'd be able to easily detect the visually noticeable and often bright sections of an image, right? But we've taken that concept and now we've applied it for real-time data points. So think of the noticeable anomalous data points as the red car light. The most dominant and standout points will be anomalies. And the algorithm is an amplifier, and it makes it easier for us to detect the gradients between data points and makes it easier for us to recognize signal in the model. Because of that, we're able to map, and you can see that as well, right? You have the raw data input, which you can't really tell if that's an issue there, but because we're applying visual saliency, we've been able to amplify the signal and see that that is an anomalous area. And so because of that, we're able to recognize it a lot quicker. If we dive a little bit deeper, this is exactly how the model works, right? We get a time series input of data. We apply the Fourier transform to logarithmically transform it. Next, we're calculating, something like the spectral residual. We're feeding it into a neural network at the end of the day. That's kind of the high-level message for you to take home. Of course, that whole ability, we're generating a model that uses the entire series of data where each point is detected with the same model. If we had a look at the multivariate model, we're essentially detecting for system-level anomalies in an entire group of data. So with univariate, we're looking at all of the individual data points. With multivariate, we're scanning over multiple variables to check if there's a problem there, right? So here, there is a need for you to train your own model. That, again, you would need to understand some of the different features and the signal within your data set itself. But essentially, under the hood, multivariate detection, we're using something called graph attention network. It's just like a normal neural network itself, but we have two specific layers there. It's the feature-orientated layer, and you can see also the time-orientated layer. So what that means is the feature-orientated part, it captures the relationships between multiple features in our data, and the time-orientated part captures how that changes over time. So the dependencies along the temporal dimension, right? After that, we're training some additional models on top of that before we're able to input and get a probability score. So these were actually models that were tested on NASA spacecrafts, which is pretty cool to think about that, right? If we have another look behind the scenes for this model, this is how the model is actually run. It's our pipeline has some three major components there. It's data ingestion, it's an experimentation platform, and then of course also online compute. And you can see that from the diagram exactly. That data ingestion, it's done through Azure storage, and then feeding it to the model itself. If you wanted to spin up Azure, like the anomaly detector API, this is an example model architecture that you'd have to do. So essentially all you need, just like all of the cognitive services that we have, all you need is an endpoint and an associated key. So every time you hit the API, your time series data is sent over HTTPS, right? So typically the data is, all you need is 2 columns, and you need to capture the data from a normal system so that the model can learn what is anomalous versus what isn't. But essentially here in this architecture, it follows the classic process of ingesting the data from the various data stores that we have in Azure that contain the raw data. We aggregate, we sample, and we compute the raw data to generate time series, and then call the API directly if it's been queued, right? Next, the metadata is going to be queued, and a serverless application picks up the message from the queue based on the results and sends the alerts about the anomaly. And you can typically either store that in something like Data Lake and then visualize out the results in Power BI. So we understand the different types of services that we have available, and a lot of those are just simply called by using an API, right? But when it does come down to deploying and operationalizing multiple models at scale, building a custom machine learning model is going to serve you well. So don't get me wrong, cognitive services, they're great. They fulfill around 70 to 80% of all use cases. But as your business problems become incredibly niche, you need to understand how to build your own custom model. And that's exactly where the Azure Machine Learning platform comes into it. So with this platform, it's a cloud-based environment that you can use to train, and deploy, and automate your models itself. So that can be anything from classical machine learning to deep learning, supervised and unsupervised techniques. So with the platform, we can train our model on a local machine and then scale out to the cloud to train your models on a cluster of virtual machines with multi-nodal scaling. The platform itself focuses on accessibility. Whether you just heard of machine learning, or you're a master's student, you have some experience, or perhaps you're an industry veteran, you can do machine learning in Azure because of the different services that we make available, like AutoML, Azure Machine Learning Designer, and then of course a code-first approach. If you are new to data science, you could look to implement AutoML or Azure Machine Learning Designer solutions. So with AutoML, it automates the iterative processes of the machine learning development lifecycle, like parameter tuning, model selection, and then also building out reporting functions for your metrics. The scope of AutoML is tightly defined to a gentle introduction, right? So you're going to be able to look at algorithms like classification, regression, and time series forecasting. So essentially, we've done the hard work for you. All you need is your data. You just select the model type and you specify your exit criteria. And from there, the model will automatically figure out different types of models that are suitable for your data and return the results there. So essentially, the service is able to do an automated selection of the models that are picked, and that's achieved by the service spinning up a multiple model pipeline that implements different combinations of your algorithm and your hyperparameters based on the settings that you have initially configured. So the service iterates through the different combinations there, and it will actually, from there, it will rank the results by score for your chosen metric. So the higher the score, the better the model is considered to be a fit for your data. And based on the exit criteria that you define, like the number of hours you want to train a model, or whether or not it hits a certain threshold or a certain metric score, based on that exit criteria that you get to define, the process will stop and it will return a range of models that are ranked. Designer, on the other hand, it's like AutoML in the sense that it's a low-code, no-code solution in a drag-and-drop user interface to train and deploy models from simple linear regression all the way to something like a recommendation engine or computer vision. But it follows the same code steps as you would for a code-first approach, but we've made that accessible through drag-and-drop UI blocks. So whilst you need some basic familiarity with the underlying ideas of data science, you don't need to code any of the steps, right? So Designer gives you the flexibility in the granular components of machine learning, which AutoML doesn't. So you get to tune parameters, you get to select the different types of model, you get to get more involved in the nitty-gritty parts of machine learning, which might be choosing which metrics you want or how you do validation, right? But when it does come down to deployment time, the platform automatically converts your training pipeline into a real-time or batch inference pipeline with just a single click of the button. So from end to end, from creation all the way to deployment, you don't need to code a single thing. With a couple clicks, you're able to build your own models from scratch using your UI and then publish an endpoint which can be baked into your application. Now, of course, if you are coming from an engineering background, you could look to build your models using Python scripts like you would code from a VM or a Jupyter notebook. But the beauty of the platform with Azure Machine Learning, it's a managed governance platform for it. So I've coded straight from a VM before when I used to be an engineer. It's very easy to lose track of that process and then also not bake in risk management and governance procedures into how you are doing model building. But with Azure Machine Learning, if you do choose a code-first approach, you can manage your models, your endpoints, your compute, any sort of resource that is required for you to create a model. You can track that within the platform, and that's an incredibly handy thing. You don't need an external third-party tool to monitor your model's metrics or your logs or an additional solution to put into place, right? it's, all of that capability is within the platform itself. And from there, you can create your own domain-centric model. So you could draw inspiration from something like Microsoft's ResonNet, and I've included the architecture there in case you're interested. So that's a neural network, and it's able to mimic the inference process of how human readers draw inspiration from computer vision and utilizes the techniques of reinforcement learning. So essentially, what that means is that it scans through a document and focuses on the different parts of text, and it utilizes the reinforcement learning to understand context, right? And from there, you can actually ask your document certain questions and get a result out to answer your unique question based on the information that's in the document. But essentially, regardless of what you choose to build, Azure Machine Learning is your best bet to create seamless and easily deployable models, right? But as you do consider the deployment aspect, you also need to consider how you manage deployment. So part of recognizing a machine learning opportunity is also recognizing the opportunity to deploy your model into production, where it's going to be acting on real-world imperfect data. So part of operationalizing your model will be ML ops, or machine learning operations, and that helps us borrow concepts from DevOps. So as we head into an era of custom machine learning, we know that the leaders in the field will be the organizations that are able to scale their machine learning solutions and then also rapidly deploy to meet business needs. With the integrations between Azure DevOps and Azure Machine Learning, we can create CI/CD pipelines and implement continuous delivery and continuous testing. So we're going to experiment and deploy models more quickly and refine the quality assurance process. We can collaborate, we can build, and we can also implement A/B testing and quality control, as well as automatically retrain the model itself. We have multiple different repos and solutions there, but essentially it's as easy as a couple clicks to integrate Azure Machine Learning with Azure DevOps. We have a different couple repositories that we've done the hard work for you. Again, we've written all the code, we've written the YAML pipelines. All you really need to do is bring your own data and bring your own code where you change a couple files and off you go, right? You've created your own model and you can deploy it at scale within Azure Machine Learning. So to recap, we've explored quite a lot in this session, right? We've explored cognitive search and the outwards integrations that it has with cognitive services like Form Recognizer and Azure Functions. We've had a look at the OCR techniques, which pretty much have the same built-in computer vision techniques from Form Recognizer. We've also had the look at how Anomaly Detector draws inspiration from computer vision, and we explored the details of how that works. And then finally, we had a look at the Azure Machine Learning platform. So as you build out your solutions, know that Azure AI is going to cater for your skill level, the exposure, and your use case. But all you need to bring is your data, your imagination, and your creativity in how you want to make that possible. Thank you.
I think that was fabulous. So, okay, two questions, Tasmika. I have got one of them is here. So, what is the best way to start yourself as a developer who's good at different stack but not into the AI part, and they really want to get themselves into this regime of or paradigm of AI. How can they start accelerate themselves so that they build production ready solutions rather than just hello world kind of applications?
Yeah. I would suggest take a look at cognitive search, right? Familiarize yourself with what knowledge mining is. It sounds very complicated, but we make it very easy. You don't need to code at all to get started. You simply just point to a certain YAML line that's going to call an API and implement that and search through your text and making that searchable. So that's a really good initial starting place to just dip your toes and understand and become familiar with AI. When it comes down to building, as you said, production-ready models, for example, as I've just touched on, start with AutoML, start with Designer. AutoML, it takes that iterative process out of it, and you can start to build classification, supervised learning models on your own. And as you build out that confidence, have a look at Azure Machine Learning Designer. It does require some familiarity with the data science process, but we have certifications that cover that, something like the Azure Data Scientist Associate. It assumes that you've never touched AI in the first place, and it'll walk you through the fundamentals of data science. So feature engineering, tuning parameters, all of that, and it'll teach you the SDK of how you implement that. But having that sort of familiarity with the processes, that's going to allow you to create production-ready models within Azure Machine Learning Designer. I think definitely watch the designer space. I think we'll have a couple really interesting solutions come out in the next couple of months. Why it's so powerful is that you can build something like a TensorFlow model or a PyTorch model without even knowing. You don't need to know how to code any of those solutions. It's just baked into the UI. So I would definitely recommend people checking out those sorts of solutions, so cognitive search, AutoML, or Azure Machine Learning Designer, and then have a look at some of the certifications just to reinforce the skills if you are coming from a developer background and want to create those production-ready models. Regardless, though, all of those services, they're APIs. So if you are from a developer background, it's really easy to pick up since, it's just an endpoint. All you need is your data, and you need to build familiarity with what type of data and when you should use those use cases.
Cool, fantastic. Thanks a lot. It was very, very comprehensive answer. So now, since we have got joined by David as well, so thanks a lot, Tesmika. I hope that everybody must have enjoyed it. I enjoyed it personally, so it was really good session. Thanks a lot, and now have a good one, definitely. And I'll bring in David on the screen. So David is going to talk about cybersecurity, and let's learn from David what he's going to talk about. Hey, David.
I am going to talk about cybersecurity, yeah, but fundamentally what I want to talk about is SAFe, the Scaled Agile Framework, and how SAFe enables cybersecurity. So I'm sharing my screen now. Are you guys able to see that?
Yes, I am able to see it.
Okay, that's great. So,
all right. I think you're good to go, David, unless you have any questions.
No, I'm good to go. I'm happy to go. Just checking. Can you still see my screen okay?
I can. Yes, I can.
Okay, well, let's kick off then.
All right, thanks.
So, hi, everybody, and welcome. And thanks for asking me in. My name's David Clark. I'll be talking about an introduction to the Scaled Agile Framework, and I'll use a worked example using cybersecurity. Okay, so I'm qualified in two areas, and you might guess they are Agile and security. In Agile, I'm certified as a Scrum Master, a product owner. I'm certified to implement the Scaled Professional Scrum, and most relevant to this talk, I'm certified as an SPC, that is a SAFe Program Consultant. I've been certified since the first days of SAFe. I was certified in the SPC 1 framework and in every framework since then. In security, I've got a wide range of certifications, including a CompTIA Security Plus and an ISACA Certified Information Security Manager, or CISM. So with that as background, I'll get started. So talking about SAFe, the Scaled Agile Framework. It is sometimes considered to be the PMBOK of Scaled Agile. PMBOK, for those who are not familiar, is the Program Manager's Book of Knowledge. So it's a huge book, Project Manager's Book of Knowledge, which project managers will pull the relevant stuff out of. Similarly, SAFe is a massive website I've never bothered to count the pages. There's hundreds, probably thousands. So every icon you see on that diagram there would be clickable, and every icon will have multiple pages behind it. So hundreds, if not thousands of pages. Safe works in layers. So it's got between 2 and 4 layers, depending on how you want to structure it. Team and program would be the minimum. Team, program, large solution, and portfolio would be the maximum. It's done that way to ensure that teams can act as if they're just Scrum teams. They don't need to care about all the complexity associated with a large enterprise. So with that quick introduction, I'm going to do a worked example to help you understand, A, what problem is SAFe trying to solve? How does it solve it? When would you not use it? Why would you use it? Questions like that. I'm going to use cybersecurity as a worked example. So why am I using cybersecurity? First, because I'm well qualified in that area. Second, because cybersecurity is quite topical at the moment. A lot of stuff in the news about cybersecurity. And secondly, because security is difficult in an agile environment. We go into the project starting to code almost from day one. Now, at that stage, we don't know all of the design. We don't know all of the implementation details. And that means a lot of the non-functional requirements, including security, aren't fully known. So if I was doing a waterfall project, this would be no problem. We'd do a design phase. At the end of the design phase, we'd do an implementation and look at how we were going to implement. Then we'd sort out the security, the other non-functional requirements, how fast does it need to respond. All of those questions would be defined before a single developer opened a single IDE. In an agile environment, we would have been coding for 3 months by that point. But that means that we start coding not knowing what our security requirements are going to be. About partway through the project, bang, suddenly the security requirements emerge. They come from outside of the project team frequently as a result of some work we've done. And they come well after we've established our backlog, done our estimations, and so on. So how does it get to the team? How is it generated? How does it get to the team? How does SAFe help a team incorporate work such as NFRs that originate outside of the team and outside of the start of the project? That's one of the questions that I want to ask. So after that massive introduction, let's talk about what we want to learn in this session. So question number 1, what problem is SAFe intending to solve? Question number 2, when should I not use SAFe? And question number 3, how does SAFe enable a team to incorporate security or any other work which may originate outside of the project and after the project has started? In other words, how does SAFe enable agility in a large, cumbersome enterprise? So I know that this talk should take no more than 25 minutes. So if you guys want to jump in with questions, don't be ashamed. Don't be worried about jumping in and interrupting me. Don't be afraid. It's all good. Okay, so let's move on from there. Okay, cyber attacks have changed recently, and you guys have probably noticed that. I was trained in cybersecurity, so I certainly know how I used to do it. In the old days, our black hat hackers and our white hat hackers were lone wolves. I would use Nmap or some similar tool to map out the network. I'd scan the network. After a while, I'd know what operating systems were on the network, what ports and services were open. I'd know a heck of a lot about that network by using Nmap or a similar tool. Then I'd go and I'd use Metasploit or some similar tool to start attacking the known weaknesses. And that's still possible. Lone wolf hackers still exist. They're still a threat, but that's not the main game anymore. And we've seen this in the news. These days, what we're looking at are teams that have specialist team members in them They're attacking our supply chains. They're looking at our partners. They're looking at our dependencies. They're doing all sorts of tricky stuff. Most recently, they've been using malware to attack us using trusted partners. So it's been supply chain attacks. And we can all think of instances where companies that we trust, companies that we use to monitor our servers or whatever, have been used to insert malware into their customer base. And that has been disastrous. And then from there's been ransomware. It's all been a disaster. So that's the new evolving threat. Specialist teams attacking supply chains and partners. That's what we need to watch out for. So let's create a scenario. Okay, let's imagine that we are working for the Sunshine Electricity Corporation, and it's an electrical utility company, and it lives in Sunshine Land. And the people of Sunshine Land may have heard that Darkland, their sworn enemies, have decided to mount a cyber attack against them, and they intend to attack Sunshine Land's electricity grid. So how do we, remember we work for the Sunshine Electricity Corporation, how do we protect our corporation and our country's electricity grid from Darkland's cyber attacks? So first let's look at the Sunshine Electricity Corporation. Let's figure out how would Darkland attack us. So Sunshine Land is amazing. They use distributed photovoltaic systems, in other words, distributed solar systems, and a distributed battery system. How do we do that? Well, we as a corporation have put a photovoltaic system on top of every roof in the whole country. Every household has a smart meter, and we use those smart meters to balance the grid. We also use those smart meters to track output from every house. I know this is possible because I was on a team once who did it. So they notify any household if their output drops, and they advise them that, hey, your photovoltaic panels, your solar panels, they're likely to be dirty, or maybe there's shade moving across. And in fact, our system can tell whether it's shade or whether it's dirty, because shade is cyclic, whereas dirty is just dirty. The other thing our system does is if an output drops suddenly, then the household is told, hey, you may have a ground fault. That is dangerous. And we are going to take your system offline automatically to make everybody safe. And you go and you get that ground fault fixed. It's dangerous. So the smart meters aren't just being used to balance the grid. They're being used at the household level. Now, similarly, the battery system is the same. We've given everybody an electric vehicle. Our car batteries are then grid connected to form a virtual battery system, and it's controlled by a smart meter also. So this virtual system is used to smooth out any spikes or troughs in the load. For example, when everybody comes home at the end of work, they plug in their electric vehicle, then they go to the air conditioner and turn it on. They go to the TV, they turn it on. There's going to be a surge around 6:30 in the evening, but that's okay. That's when the electric vehicles are plugged in. Those vehicles typically have about 60 watt hours of storage. They've only used a little bit of it because they only drove to work and back, or to the train station and back. In the next few hours, they might draw 2 watt hours. So, 2 kilowatt hours of energy. So it's not a particularly big stressor for these systems. These grid batteries, which are fitted into the electrical vehicles, are capable of so much more. So that's how we're going to stabilize the grid. To enable this, we have to have a lot of teams. Now, some of these teams are vendors. For example, we as a corporation don't go out and we don't put solar systems on the top of every house. We have a vendor who does that, the Sunshine PV Corporation. Similarly, we don't maintain all the batteries and install them, and we don't worry about the meters that the batteries go through. All of that is looked after by Sunshine Smart Meters. But the mobile phone-based advisory systems that tell the households how their photovoltaic systems are going and advise them if there's a problem or tell them how much money they're making by using them. All of those are done by our people. So we've got a digital team. They use a .NET and a SQL backend, and they are responsible for both the photovoltaic advisory system and the battery advisory system. As a backend, we've got a CRM team, and they're using a legacy system. They're using a legacy SAP system that handles all the back-end customer details. We've also got a product team. They don't write any code, but they do tell us what products they want designed, what changes they want to the systems, and of course, we've got a support team. So, how do we handle that? Anybody, and I'm guessing many of you have handled situations like this, you know that a legacy system like CRM, we can't just grab a person out of the SAP team and say, hey, we need you to create a cross-discipline team, because SAP is a beast. SAP, there are multiple team members with multiple specialties. Testing is a specialty. Business analysis is a specialty. SAP teams are typically teams of 6 people. Each of them has a specialty. You can't just take one person out and create a cross-discipline team with SAP as one of the disciplines. It doesn't work. Similarly, some of the people are vendors. We can't just take a person from vendor team and create a cross-discipline agile team. So we're in a bit of trouble. Vanilla Scrum does not handle this situation well. We've got multiple teams. You can't form cross-discipline teams. The multiple teams have dependencies on each other. So this is the problem that the Scaled Agile framework is intended to solve. When you've got multiple teams, you can't form cross-discipline teams, and these multiple teams have dependencies, and to get anything done, the teams have to work together and they have to pass work backwards and forwards smoothly without issues. That's when normal Scrum tends to fall apart a little bit and you need a Scaled Agile framework. So that answers my first question. When do you not use a Scaled Agile framework? So handling dependencies between teams is what the Scaled Agile framework was designed to do. But there's overhead associated with that. There's extra processes. So your first choice would usually be, not always, because sometimes there's good reasons for keeping the teams the way they are. But usually if you can, you remove dependencies by creating cross-functional teams. But if all of the teams are specialist teams and you can't create cross-functional teams because some are vendors and some have their own specialties, well, that's when you need a Scaled Agile framework. If you don't have that situation, don't implement the Scaled Agile framework. Now, there's a second situation where you do have cross-dependencies between teams. Therefore, you've created the Scaled Agile framework, but guess what? There's one team that lives on their own. They never talk to the other teams. They don't need the other teams. They're all happy and good. In that situation, you don't need to put them into an Agile release train. You don't need to put them into a Scaled Agile framework. You can let them just run Scrum. Now, a lot of people don't do that because you've designed your Scaled Agile framework. You've got your business units. An Agile release train is your business unit. Every team belongs to an Agile release train, and this team on its own, we're going to damn well fit it into the Agile release train because we're required to do that because it's a business unit. No, that's not the way to go. That adds overhead for that team, and that team does not need that overhead. So you need to find a way of letting the team live on their own. Okay, let's move on from that and look at how is Darkland going to attack our corporation. So Darkland has a series of specialists, and they're going to start talking to our vendors. So they're going to take them out for a few drinks, and they're going to say, hey, you know, at work, we've got all sorts of legacy systems and we've got all sorts of problems. And they're going to whinge about this mythical work they belong to. And they're going to encourage the Sunshine PV people and the Sunshine Smart Meters people to bitch about their work. And they're going to hear all the problems, and they're going to find out what the vulnerabilities are based on what they hear. Now, they can also use open source tools. There's a tool called Harvester, for example, that just goes to the web. You type in whatever you want to examine, and Harvester comes back with lots and lots of links, lots of data about whatever your target is. These two techniques are amazingly fast, amazingly easy, and they give reports on vulnerabilities very quickly. Within a fortnight, Darkland is going to have a report, and the report says that they've found 3 vulnerabilities. So the vendor, the Sunshine Smart Meter Company, has teams that use laptop PCs in the field. They use them to run a maintenance application that records maintenance, battery locations, capacity, all that sort of stuff, and they upload it to the Sunshine Electricity Corporation's FTP site. Now that's fine. Sunshine Electricity Corporation's FTP site is secure, so it should be fine, right? But no, the laptops PCs are old. They're easily compromised. So this is bad. Very, very quickly, our bad guys compromise these old operating systems, and lo and behold, they've now got access to our secure FTP site. It's secure, but it's not secure from our own vendors. And our own vendors are running legacy systems. Similarly, our digital team are running some systems, but the photovoltaic advisory system has an ancient password change page. It is old. It doesn't use .NET. I mean, it goes back to the dark ages. There's never been a reason to change it, so we didn't change it. And of course, it's vulnerable to SQL injection attacks. So anything that goes into that SQL injection attack will automatically update the digital database, and of course that will flow straight through to our legacy SAP database. So that's bad. That's very bad. Notice I've used the word legacy a lot. A question we should ask ourselves is, supposing we were using the .NET Core or ASP.NET with a SQL backend and D365 as our CRM, could we run a SQL injection attack? And I'm guessing you guys know the answer to that. The answer is no. Secure by design. I am not aware of any way that I could run a SQL injection attack on that stack. It's only when you've got legacy that you've got problems. Now, there's a third vulnerability, and it's an interesting one. It's a physical vulnerability. And again, I know it works because it's been done. If you simply take a transformer and knock it out of business, and then go to the next transformer and knock it out of business, and go to the next transformer and knock it out of business, you can create a cascading collapse in the grid. The grid will have to close itself down to protect itself. So our bad guys have found 3 vulnerabilities. What's their plan? So how are they going to knock out the transformers first? Well, that's easy. The way that it was done is a bad guy took a sound-suppressed rifle and shot the transformer. Turns out that if you shoot a transformer, it goes down. It's something you can do quite safely, at least for the guy doing the shooting. So they've decided they'll take a couple of people from their special forces, knock out a couple of transformers. Meanwhile, the SQL injection attack will be used to tell the system that all the PV systems have just dropped to 0 output. We know what that will do. That will mean that the system thinks there's dangerous ground faults, and it'll automatically take everything offline. This will destabilize the grid, of course. Meanwhile, our virtual battery system, we know, is going to be used to stabilize the perturbations. But we're going to update the FTP site and change the addresses of all the battery systems. And that way, when they try to correct the perturbations, batteries will come on place in the wrong areas, won't come on place in the right areas, and the cascading collapse will continue. It'll actually make it worse. So that's our plan. Now, back to the scaled agile framework. how can the Scaled Agile framework help this situation? So the first thing the Scaled Agile framework looks at is funding. SAFE funding is agile. That means that SAFE funds teams. It doesn't fund projects. And that's really something to wrap your head around. What SAFE says is it says, we're going to take a team and we're going to keep them together. And we're just going to keep feeding them small pieces of information or small pieces of work in a continuous stream. Now, those pieces may add up to a project, but we haven't funded a project. We're just funding tiny, tiny pieces of work and saying there is a business case for this piece of work, go ahead and do it. And each piece must have a business case. So that means that if we change our mind about something, we don't have to stop a project. We can just say, hey guys, stop. And that's the end of it. Keeping the teams together is really interesting. I guess all of you guys have worked in teams and you get put together in a team and there's a little bit of argy-bargy and people say, oh, you're not doing it the right way and so on. Gradually you form into a team and then the team really hits its groove and it's great. And you deliver the project and the team gets broken up. And you get put in another team and there's argy-bargy. Well, imagine that doesn't happen. Imagine the team stays together and it hits its groove and it just keeps hitting its groove and you just keep being fed work. That's how SAFE works. It's a bucket of fun. So this agile funding means that very rapid changes in priorities can be enabled. So when the executives in charge of the Sunshine Electricity Corporation find out that they're going to be the target of a cyber attack, they don't need to cancel all the projects everywhere. They just need to say, guys, finish what you're doing. 2 weeks from now, you're finished. Right, let's start this new priority. It's very, very quick. Interestingly, vendors are also part of the team. So SAFE has a series of synchronizing events, and one of the big ones is called PI planning. So at the beginning of every 12-week planning period, we have PI planning where everybody is brought together, including the vendors. Now, if cybersecurity has been made a priority, then there'll be funds made available immediately, and they can go straight to the vendors. That needs to be enabled by agile contracts. Anybody who's ever worked on a contract knows that contracts aren't easy. So imagine an agile contract. An agile contract says, you're going to do some work for us, vendor, and we don't exactly know what that work is, but we're going to tell you later, and you're going to be held to it. That contract is hard to write. I've spent, on occasions, 3 months working on agile contracts. But at the end of the day, if you've got your agile contract right, then during PI planning, the architects can come along to the vendors and say exactly the same words as our bad guys said. Hey guys, we know that we've got all sorts of problems. We're sure you guys have problems too. Tell us your pain, tell us your problems. And since it's the team members there, not management, the team members are going to say, yeah, we've got these legacy operating systems. They're so out of date. And from there, we can start doing something about it. As part of the agile contract, we can work out a way of fixing that problem. So I've talked about synchronization events. It's interesting that the synchronization events more or less mirror what we do in Scrum. So let's look at the inner circle here, or the inner oval, and go to the left-hand side. You can see iteration planning. Everybody who's ever done Scrum knows that iteration planning is pretty much the first thing we do at the beginning of a sprint. We figure out what we're going to do during this sprint or during this iteration. It's generally about 2 hours, and the process is the product owner says to us, here's the work I want you guys to do. And we look at it and we size it and we go back to the product owner and we say, yeah, sorry, it won't fit into 2 weeks, but here's what we can do. And the product owner talks about it. There's a little bit of replanning, and then we decide what we can do in that 2 week period. Okay, that's iteration planning. Now let's go to PI planning, which is just to the left of iteration planning. That's the scaled up version in Scaled Scrum, or in the Scaled Agile framework in this case. PI planning plans a 10 or a 12-week period. Now, PI planning is where your vendors come in and your architects come in, and your architects talk to your vendors and say, hey, we got a problem, you got problems, let's talk. And we figure out our dependencies, we figure out our plan. PI planning takes 2 days. So I mentioned there's overheads associated with scaling Agile. You don't want a team coming into PI planning if they've got no dependencies, because they're about to waste 2 days. Now, working around the circle, excuse me, there is daily stand-ups as part of Scrum. There's Scrum of Scrums in the scaled up version, and the product owner sync in the scaled up version. As part of Scrum, we do iteration reviews. As part of the Scaled Agile framework, we do systems demo. So again, all the way around the circle, you'll find for every Scrum activity, there is at least one Scaled Agile activity, and it mirrors it at scale. So that's how the Scaled Agile framework works at a higher level. It simply mirrors what would happen in Scrum. So it's a philosophical approach based on Scrum. So there are quality of processes associated with SAFe. And in fact, SAFe is very, very big on quality and on building quality in. So when we go to PI planning, as I mentioned, the architects will go in and they'll talk to our vendors and to everybody else. The interesting thing about SAFe is that the architects have an equal place at the table. So when business sits down, I know as an ex-architect myself, I used to always whinge, oh, business don't give us the time and money we need to build the robustness we need. In SAFe, the architects have an equal place at the table. They talk at the same table as the business, and they say, we need this for robustness, and they get an equal voice. So when they surface a priority and they go to the table and they say, our vendors have legacy systems, and this represents a vulnerability to us, and the business goes, well, that's not our problem. The architects can say, yeah, it is, because they can pass the problem straight to us by passing malware straight to us through our FTP site. So architects get the voice they need as part of the quality processes. DevOps is another huge area. DevOps supports quality processes. So security built in is a concept that is introduced very early on in SAFe. And it starts at the outset, and it starts with DevOps and planning. Now, my fourth point here, and I'll come back to the other points in a minute, but my fourth point is to learn more, you could go to this article, which I provided you. Excuse me, it takes a completely different slant from what I'm taking, but I found it very interesting and very informative. I'd suggest if you want to know about security and the Scaled Agile framework, this is a great place to go. I don't know these people. They don't pay me anything. I couldn't pick them out in a lineup. I just found the article interesting. Okay, so let's talk more about security built in. Here's SAFe's DevOps model. So on the top right-hand corner, you've got the beginning, the planning stage. In SAFe, it's called continuous exploration. It's where the architects start doing threat modeling. Now, the architects are obviously doing a lot of other things, but from a security point of view, they're doing threat modeling. Going down or rotating clockwise, excuse me, into the build phase, we're looking at having IDE plugins that do code reviews, static code testing, static code analysis, third-party scans, fuzz testing, and of course, we do code signing during build. So going around clockwise to the next area, we do, of course, penetration testing. Now, if you have done static code analysis, third-party scans, and you've built that into the build server, Then, when you get to penetration testing, there'll be almost no findings. Now, I'm betting that a lot of you have the experience that I have, that we did not build static code analysis into our build server, that we did not build third-party scans, fuzz testing, and so on into our IDEs. And what happened? The initial penetration testing found 300 critical vulnerabilities. That happened 1 week before we were due to go live. Could we go live with 300 vulnerabilities? No. So what do? We have to delay going live. What is the answer? Security should have been built in, and the Scaled Agile framework enables that by doing threat modeling at the beginning, then straight into building in all of these quality assurance systems. That way, when we get to pen testing, they find one thing, two things. Often they're false negatives, and you just move on. Sorry, false positives, and you move on. Now, the last quadrant, top left-hand corner, release on demand. That's where you've released your code. You're now making sure of stability. So at this point, you've got teams like your incident response team. They're looking at security bulletins. They're looking at security mailboxes. They're making sure that if anything new comes up, we find out about it, and we look at our applications in the context that they're in to make sure that they're not affected by anything new. So this is the model that SAFE presents. This is the model that I highly recommend because it means that it's built in from the beginning and it's continuously monitored. Okay, so getting back to my original questions and closing that loop. My original question was, what problem is SAFE intended to solve? So SAFE handles cross-team dependencies, wherever the dependencies can't be resolved in some lower overhead kind of way. When do you not use SAFE? And I highlighted two areas. When there aren't any cross-team dependencies, or if you could resolve those dependencies in an easier way, don't use SAFE. When there's a team that is independent of all the other teams, even if those teams need to use SAFE, the independent team should not be forced into a SAFE framework. Okay, my next question was, how does SAFE enable agility in large, cumbersome organizations? So I highlighted earlier that SAFE is monstrously large. SAFE basically provides you with a freely available online knowledge base, thousands of pages, and it allows you to apply lean agile practices to the enterprise level. At a philosophical level, what it does is it shields the development process from the complexities. And it does that by abstracting teams away and building the program, solution, and portfolio levels as layers above it. The team almost never sees those layers, but it does provide synchronization points to ensure that the team stays aligned with the priorities at the program, solution, and portfolio levels. And that also means that the team can be very, very agile. It can change directions quickly if that's required. Okay, and I believe that brings me to the end, and I am open to questions. Do we have any questions we'd like to ask?
Yeah, I was checking out. I haven't seen any, but yeah, we'll just wait for another minute or two if we can get. So, David, where are you joining from?
I'm joining from Australia. I'm actually in Melbourne. We're enjoying one of our brief non-lockdown periods. So I've actually been outside.
Yeah, cool. I'm in Sydney and I can feel it.
Yeah, sorry guys. We did 190 days of lockdown in the last 380, so I know how you feel.
Yeah. Okay, look, so we have not got any question, and I think we will be joined by another person very soon. So Aisha must be joining us very soon. I would like to extend my thanks to you, David, for being a part of this wonderful event. Thank you so much, and it was really insightful. I really hope to see you very soon.
Yes. Thank you. It really has been a great pleasure. This is a great initiative that you've started.
Thanks a lot.
Thank
See
you.
Bye-bye.
Hey, Arafat.
Hello. So we will be joined by Aisha. Is it?
Yes.
You're right.
Yes, that's correct. So I just wanted to add my thanks to David. Like it was a really good session. It was very insightful.
Yeah.
Like my background is actually from business applications, but that was mind blowing. It was really great.
All right.
So I'm just quickly checking with Aisha. So why don't we listen to some music here from Pakistani background? So let's enjoy some Pakistani music. Hello, Khush Amdeed and Swagat. Thank you for tuning into the second edition of Dynamic 365 Urdu Hindi Bootcamp today. We hope and pray that you and your loved ones are safe during these challenging times. We welcome you all to this broadcast organized by the Pakistan User Group. Pakistan User Group is a community created with an intention to provide a pivotal platform for the country's IT professionals, entrepreneurs, business application users, and students to collaborate on upskilling, effective networking, and other areas of common interest, adding value for a growth-centric skilled industry.
D365 Urdu Hindi Bootcamp is a recurring event targeting to promote upskilling in Microsoft technologies and aims to eliminate language barriers to learning.
The event hosts a diverse array of industry-leading speakers covering the greatest and the latest of Microsoft product and platforms such as Dynamics 365 ERP applications, customer engagement, Microsoft Power Platform, Azure, artificial intelligence, and beyond.
This community-led event welcomes participants from around the globe. We offer content in English, Urdu, and Hindi languages.
This year, Bootcamp will be a 3-day event with 70 plus speakers participating from more than 10 different countries across the globe. Bootcamp session will cover a range of Microsoft products, our speakers, and share their key knowledge and experience on a variety of topics.
This will be a great learning opportunity for IT professionals, client application users, and our students who are ready to embark their career journeys in Microsoft technologies.
We are so thankful to our wonderful speakers, Microsoft MVPs, and Microsoft professionals for submitting their insightful sessions, as without them, this event would not have been possible.
I'm really thankful to all our sponsors as Group Group, Massive Global, and Barhead Solutions, who have supported us in the overall planning and execution of this event.
And last but not the least, thank you to our amazing team of community leaders and volunteers who managed this event, working tirelessly over the past few months.
Hello, everyone. This is Umair. I hope I'm live now. All right, good. So thank you very much for having me here. I'm very excited for this session. And let me get into it now. All right, so are you able to see my screen? Yes. All right. So, Assalamu alaikum, namaste, and hello from around the world. Just I will start with the introduction. Urdu mein session hai, but I'll try to come up with both Urdu and English. So मेरा नाम उमैर है, मैं जो है वो सॉफ्टवेयर सोल्यूशन आर्किटेक्ट हूँ एक नॉट फॉर प्रॉफिट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में, और मैं जो है वो मेरा प्रीवियस एक्सपीरियंस ज़्यादातर इंटीग्रेशन डेवलपर का है, और ज़्यादातर मैं इंटरप्राइज स्केल इंटीग्रेशन करता रहा हूँ पाकिस्तान में और दूसरे कंट्रीज़ में भी. मेजॉरिटी ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजीज़ जो मैं यूज़ करता था इंटीग्रेशन में वो बिस्टॉक और एज्योर प्लेटफॉर्म है, तो इसमें मेरी एक्सपर्टीज़ हैं. मैंने कुछ वेब बेस्ड सॉल्यूशंस भी किए हैं, और पिछले 4 साल में जब मैं ऑस्ट्रेलिया आया तो मैं ऑन एंड ऑफ डायनेमिक्स और पावर प्लेटफॉर्म पे काम करने का मौका मिला, और पिछले 1 साल से मैं जो है वो फुल टाइम डायनेमिक्स और पावर प्लेटफॉर्म पे काम कर रहा हूँ, और सेल्स और कस्टमर एंगेजमेंट सॉल्यूशंस जो है वो डिज़ाइन भी करता हूँ और डेवलप भी करता हूँ. तो ये मेरा एक्सपीरियंस है. इतना ज़्यादा मेरा पावर प्लेटफॉर्म पे एक्सपीरियंस नहीं है, लेकिन जो है वो जस्ट शेयरिंग माई learning with all of you guys and hope it will be helpful for you. मेरा बैकग्राउंड कराची पाकिस्तान से है. मैंने वहाँ पे बैचलर वहीं से कंप्लीट किया. मेरी वहाँ पे फर्स्ट जॉब वहीं से स्टार्ट हुई, और फिर मैं सऊदी अरब चला गया. सऊदी अरब में मैंने तकरीबन 8 से 10 साल सऊदी अरब में काम किया, और फिर मैं 4 साल से ऑस्ट्रेलिया में हूँ, ऑस्ट्रेलिया सिडनी. Let's get into it. If there is a question, you can ask in the chat. I hope. All right. So the topic जो मैंने choose किया interactive dashboard का. So basically, I'm very excited about data because मेरा experience data integration का है. तो I wanted to share the comparison कि Power Platform के ऊपर हम किस तरीके से जो है वो डिफरेंट रिपोर्टिंग्स हम यूज़ कर सकते हैं, और जस्ट आपको एक कंपैरिजन में मेरी अपनी लर्निंग जो मैंने अंडरस्टैंड किया है कि डिफरेंट तरह के डैशबोर्ड्स और रिपोर्टिंग्स में क्या डिफरेंट फीचर्स हैं और क्या कंसीडरेशंस हमें लेनी चाहिए जब हम इस तरह के डैशबोर्ड्स बना रहे हो. तो डैशबोर्ड आप कोई भी सेल्स का या कस्टमर सर्विस का या कस्टमर एंगेजमेंट का सोल्यूशन देखें, डैशबोर्ड इज एन इम्पॉर्टेंट कंपोनेंट ऑफ योर सोल्यूशन. Solution is incomplete without dashboard. That's the first page user land into it. So dashboard has is a very important component जिसको हमें जो इग्नोर नहीं करनी चाहिए और उस पे फोकस होना चाहिए हमारा. Obviously you all must be aware इस डैशबोर्ड मॉनिटरिंग के लिए अगर कोई हायर मैनेजमेंट है और टियर 2 है जो मैनेजर्स हैं या लो लेवल मैनेजर्स हैं, वो अपनी मॉनिटरिंग के लिए यूज़ करते हैं. हाई लेवल मैनेजमेंट प्लानिंग के लिए यूज़ करते हैं. मिड लेवल मैनेजमेंट अकाउंटेबिलिटी के लिए यूज़ कर रहे होते हैं, और डिफरेंट टाइप ऑफ रिपोर्टिंग और डिसीजन मेकिंग के लिए डैशबोर्ड इस्तेमाल होते हैं. तो जब मैं डैशबोर्ड बनाता हूँ जो फैक्टर्स मैं कंसीडर करता हूँ उसमें सबसे पहले मैं देखता हूँ कि मेरा यूज़र बेस क्या है, मेरी ऑडियंस क्या है, और उसको सामने रखते हुए डैशबोर्ड बनाता हूँ. डैशबोर्ड बनाने में ज़रूरी नहीं है कि आप एक ही डैशबोर्ड बनाएं और तमाम सारे तरह के यूजर्स को आप उधर अकोमोडेट करें. इससे बेहतर अप्रोच ये होनी चाहिए कि हम टेलर्ड और एक्सपीरियंस दें या थोड़ा यूज़र ओरिएंटेड एक्सपीरियंस दें. कि अगर एक फॉर एग्जांपल टियर 1 पर्सन है जो कॉल्स रिसीव करता है या जो है वो सिर्फ इन लीड्स को देखता है, लीड्स की डाटा एंट्री करता है, या उसको जो वो आगे साइकिल में प्रोसेस में आगे पुश करता है, तो उसके लिए जो है वो एक थोड़ा लो लेवल का डैशबोर्ड होना चाहिए. उसको नहीं चाहिए ग्राफ्स वगैरह, उसको अपनी टू डू लिस्ट चाहिए या एक्टिविटीज़ चाहिए. और दूसरा अगर मिड लेवल मैनेजमेंट है तो उसको अपनी टीम का स्ट्रक्चर चाहिए कि भाई मेरी टीम कहाँ एकोमोडेट कर रही है. तो ऑडियंस इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. फिर उसके बाद
अब डिपेंड करता है आपके सोल्यूशन के ऊपर कि आपका सोल्यूशन है क्या। तो अगर आपका सोल्यूशन इस तरह का है कि आपका डाटा मल्टीपल सिस्टम्स में है और आपने एक मैनेजमेंट रिपोर्टिंग देनी है जिसमें आपने डिफरेंट सिस्टम से डाटा लेके आना है, तो मे बी आपको टूल्स उस हिसाब से चूज़ करना पड़ेगा। मे बी आपको पावर प्लेटफॉर्म की जो आउट ऑफ द बॉक्स डैशबोर्ड्स हैं विल नॉट बी सूटेबल, आपको पावर बीआई की तरफ जाना पड़ेगा। तो इस तरह डाटा सोर्स इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। फिर डाटा सिक्योरिटी के आपका यूज़र का जो आप डाटा वहाँ पे डिस्प्ले कर रहे हैं उसको आप किस तरह सिक्योर करेंगे कि एक अगर आप कोई फाइनेंशियल डाटा शो कर रहे हैं तो फाइनेंशियल डाटा के आपको जो है वो जो बंदा ऑथराइज है सिर्फ उसको ही शो करना चाहिए। एंड देन डाटा इंटीग्रेशन कि आप अपना डाटा उस रिपोर्ट में कैसे रिफ्रेश करते हैं, डाटा आता कैसे है, डाटा इंजेक्ट कैसे होता है, और विजुअल रिक्वायरमेंट्स कि आपने किस तरह के उसको स्लाइस एंड डाइस करना है और किस तरह की मॉडलिंग करनी है और किस तरह के आपको जो ग्राफ्स एंड चार्ट्स यूज़ करने चाहिए, विच इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट क्योंकि ज़्यादातर डैशबोर्ड्स यूज़ उसकी रिच यूज़र एक्सपीरियंस की वजह से होते हैं। अगर आपका यूज़र एक्सपीरियंस कॉम्प्लिकेटेड है या बहुत सारी चीज़ें दिखा रहे हैं और अपनी स्टोरी नहीं पेश कर रहे तो वो मेक सेंस नहीं करता। तो डैशबोर्ड बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है कि आप एक यूज़र जब आपके पास डैशबोर्ड पे लैंड करे तो देयर हैज़ टू बी अ स्टोरी, देयर हैज़ टू बी इट शुड स्पीक समथिंग कि सारे मामलात कैसे चल रहे हैं, आपका बिजनेस प्रोसेस कैसा चल रहा है या लैग कर रहा है या आपका परफॉर्मेंस स्लो चल रही है। तो ये तो जनरल कंसीडरेशन है। हम इसको थोड़ा सा आगे चल के थोड़ा प्रैक्टिकल जाएंगे। अभी सिर्फ थोड़ा सा मैं इसको हाई लेवल पे कवर करना चाह रहा था, जस्ट टू मेक अ बैकग्राउंड एंड फाउंडेशन। तो अगर मैं आगे जाऊं, अब जो नेक्स्ट स्लाइड है इसमें मैंने थोड़ा सा कंपैरिजन किया है कि पावर प्लेटफॉर्म पे 3 तरह की रिपोर्टें होती हैं। पावर बीआई हम यूज़ कर सकते हैं और उसको एम्बेड कर सकते हैं अपने मॉडल ड्रिवन ऐप के ऊपर, या हम कोई स्टैंडर्ड डैशबोर्ड्स जो नॉर्मल डैशबोर्ड्स होते हैं वो यूज़ कर सकते हैं और इंटरैक्टिव डैशबोर्ड भी यूज़ कर सकते हैं। तो इनमें फ़र्क क्या है और हमें फ़र्क किस सिनेरियो में क्या यूज़ करना चाहिए। तो बेसिकली इसके लिए मैंने थोड़ा सा ये प्रिपेयर की है स्लाइड। तो पावर बीआई तो ऑब्वियसली इट्स अ वेरी कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव टूल। इसमें हर तरह की जो है वो रिपोर्टिंग रिक्वायरमेंट अकोमोडेट हो सकती हैं। तो वेरी कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव टूल। फिर अगेन यू नीड दैट प्रॉपर स्किल्स। आपको उसको लर्न करना पड़ेगा, उसको समझना पड़ेगा टू बिल्ड दैट रिपोर्ट इन पावर बीआई। फिर उसमें पावर बीआई हाउ इट वर्क्स, इट डज नॉट वो होस्ट नहीं हो रहा डाटावर्स के अंदर, इट्स होस्टेड आउटसाइड। पावर बीआई अलग से एक प्लेटफॉर्म है तो पावर प्लेटफॉर्म का पार्ट, लेकिन उस डाटावर्स के ऊपर होस्टेड नहीं है। तो आपको अगर सीआरएम का पावर प्लेटफॉर्म का डाटा उसके अंदर विजुअलाइज करना है तो आपको उसको रिफ्रेश करना पड़ेगा या तो रियल टाइम उसको फैच करना पड़ेगा। तो अगर आप रियल टाइम एक्सपीरियंस पावर बीआई का देखें और किसी भी रिपोर्टिंग टूल का देखें तो रियल टाइम रिपोर्ट्स जब आप बहुत ज़्यादा एग्रीगेशन करते हैं, उसके ऊपर कैलकुलेशन करते हैं या मॉडलिंग कर रहे होते हैं और आप रियल टाइम अगर डाटा सोर्स से डाटा लेके आ रहे हैं तो आपका विजुअल बहुत ज़्यादा स्लो हो जाएगा और यूज़र एक्सपीरियंस इससे बहुत ज़्यादा अफेक्ट हो जाएगा। तो इसीलिए रिकमेंडेड है कि आप रियल टाइम उसको फैच ना करें डाटा सोर्स को, बल्कि आप उसको आप स्केजुअल कर लें। तो पावर बीआई मेरा एक्सपीरियंस यही है कि हम उसको स्केजुअल रिफ्रेश के साथ चलाना चाहिए और जब आपके पास कॉम्प्लिकेटेड रिपोर्ट हो। तो ये डिफरेंस मेन आ गया हमारे पास, स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड डिफरेंस आ गया विद पावर प्लेटफॉर्म मॉडल ड्रिवन ऐप डैशबोर्ड्स एंड पावर बीआई के। पावर बीआई विल रिक्वायर अ रिफ्रेश और जो आउट ऑफ द जो मॉडल ड्रिवन एप्स के जो डैशबोर्ड है स्टैंडर्ड या इंटरैक्टिव, दे आर एक्चुअली होस्टेड on the database, on the data platform, so they don't need any connectivity, any special connectivity or data injection. पावर बीआई तो वही चीज़ दोबारा फॉलोइंग ऑन द सेम थिंग कि आप उसमें रिच डाटा मॉडलिंग कर सकते हैं, डाटा को स्लाइस कर सकते हैं फॉर योर रिपोर्टिंग रिक्वायरमेंट। उस पर डिफरेंट एग्रीगेशन कर सकते हैं और जो ये जो इंटरैक्टिव या स्टैंडर्ड डैशबोर्ड है, इसके अंदर आप स्लाइसिंग बाय व्यू ही कर सकते हैं। आप अब वैसे कोई लॉजिक आउट ऑफ द बॉक्स अपनी कोई लॉजिक नहीं लगा सकते कि भाई इस फॉर्मूले के बेस पे पर मेरा डाटा स्लाइस कर दो। आप मैक्सिमम आप उसके अंदर फिल्टर्स कर सकते हैं बेसिकली। उस पर हम आएंगे जब डेमो करेंगे। और इसके अलावा जो है वो डाटा पावर और मेन डिफरेंस कि पावर बीआई मल्टीपल डाटा सोर्सेज से डाटा लेके आके आपको विजुअलाइजेशन करवा सकता है। इंटरैक्टिव डैशबोर्ड या स्टैंडर्ड डैशबोर्ड ये काम नहीं कर सकता। इसके लिए आपको या वर्चुअल एंटिटी यूज़ करनी पड़ेगी अगर आपने किसी और सिस्टम का डाटा लाना है, या आपको जो है वो एक कस्टम एंटिटी में डाटा लैंड करना पड़ेगा जस्ट टू फुलफिल योर रिपोर्टिंग रिक्वायरमेंट। फिर जो है वो इसके अंदर बहुत सारे पावर क्यूरी यूज़ होती है जब आप डाटा आप लोड करते हैं पावर बीआई के ऊपर। तो आप उसको इफ़ यू नो पावर क्यूरी, आप मुख्तलिफ फार्मूला से मुख्तलिफ लॉजिक से हम उसको जो है वो डाटा को मैनिपुलेट कर सकते हैं। फिर आप उसके अंदर जो है वो फंक्शंस लिख सकते हैं डेक्स के, और डिफरेंट तरह से जो है हम उसको कैलकुलेशंस कर सकते हैं, उसके मेजर्स बना सकते हैं। और लेकिन अब इसमें प्रॉस एंड कॉन्स की बात आ जाती है कि अगर आप पावर बीआई की रिपोर्ट आप होस्ट भी कर रहे हैं अपने सीआरएम के डैशबोर्ड के ऊपर पावर बीआई की एज एन एम्बेडेड रिपोर्ट, लेकिन उसका एक्सपीरियंस डिसजॉइंटेड होगा। अगर आपको यूज़र ने वहाँ पे चार्ट पे क्लिक होके सीआरएम का फॉर्म खोलना है तो इट्स नॉट पॉसिबल फ्रॉम पावर बीआई। आप एक काम कर सकते हैं कि उसके ऊपर अगर आप उसका यूआरएल बना लें, एंटिटी रिकॉर्ड का यूआरएल, तो उससे आप कर सकते हैं, लेकिन फिर भी वो इट डज नॉट गिव यू दैट connected experience. It's a disjointed experience. Visualization is separate and data actions are separate. अगर आपको data actions लेना है, not possible. पावर बीआई तो उसके बहुत सारे इस तरह के फीचर्स हैं जो कि यूज़र एक्सपीरियंस के हवाले से हैं। वो अलर्ट्स भेज सकते हैं आप रिपोर्ट के ऊपर कि भाई ग्राफ मेरी केपीआई लिमिट पे रीच हो गया तो मुझे अलर्ट भेज दो। इस तरह की चीज़ें आप कर सकते हैं। अब मैं स्टैंडर्ड डैशबोर्ड की तरफ आता हूँ कि स्टैंडर्ड डैशबोर्ड सिंपल मेरे ख्याल से सब भी यूज़ कर रहे हैं। स्टैंडर्ड डैशबोर्ड इसके अंदर आप हर तरह की एंटिटी व्यू डाल सकते हैं, व्यू को हम डिस्प्ले कर सकते हैं, चार्ट्स को डिस्प्ले कर सकते हैं। अगर हमारे पास कोई कस्टम वेब रिसोर्स है हम उसको डिस्प्ले कर सकते हैं। कोई HTML पेज है हमारे पास जो हमने डिप्लॉय किया हुआ है एज अ वेब रिसोर्स, हम उसको डिस्प्ले करा सकते हैं। हम कोई भी आउटसाइड ऑफ द सिस्टम को हम आई फ्रेम हम डिस्प्ले करा सकते हैं इसके अंदर कोई भी कंटेंट। तो इस हिसाब से स्टैंडर्ड डैशबोर्ड की ये कैपेबिलिटी है कि ये वैरायटी ऑफ पर्पसेस के लिए यूज़ हो सकता है। फिर अब मैं इंटरैक्टिव डैशबोर्ड को भी साथ साथ कवर कर लेता हूँ कि इंटरैक्टिव डैशबोर्ड एक्चुअली एक्शन ओरिएंटेड डैशबोर्ड है। ये डैशबोर्ड जो पावर प्लेटफॉर्म का जो इंटरैक्टिव डैशबोर्ड है, ये एक्चुअली आपको लीड करता है कि आपको अगर एक्शन करना है तो वहाँ से आप प्रॉम्प्ट एक्शन कर सकते हैं। बेसिकली ये एक एंटिटी बेस्ड डैशबोर्ड है। अगर आपके पास फॉर एग्जांपल लीड है, आप लीड मैनेज करते हैं, तो आप लीड के ऊपर आप लीड के डिफरेंट स्टेजेस के ऊपर आप जो है वो मॉनिटर कर सकते हैं। या आप कोई कॉन्ट्रैक्ट है, कॉन्ट्रैक्ट आप मैनेज कर रहे हैं, तो कॉन्ट्रैक्ट का डैशबोर्ड क्या होगा कि भाई कॉन्ट्रैक्ट आपने जो है वो साइन कर दिया क्लाइंट ने, कि कॉन्ट्रैक्ट नेगोशिएशन में है, ये कॉन्ट्रैक्ट जो है वो कैंसिल हो गया है। इस तरह के आप स्लाइस एंड डाइस करके अपना डाटा जो है वो डिस्प्ले करा सकते हैं। तो इस पे हम डेमो पे जाएंगे। ये जस्ट एक फाउंडेशन है, हम विल गो वेरी प्रैक्टिकल जस्ट टू build a foundation. इंटरैक्टिव डैशबोर्ड जो है वो इसके अंदर हम आई फ्रेम वगैरह वेब रिसोर्सेज वगैरह नहीं यूज़ कर सकते। इसमें हम जो उसे व्यूज़ यूज़ कर सकते हैं और वो एज अ स्ट्रीम डिस्प्ले होता है, और चार्ट्स यूज़ कर सकते हैं हम। तो ये एक मेजर डिफरेंस आ जाता है। इंटरैक्टिव डैशबोर्ड एज द नेम सजेस्ट, ये इंटरैक्टिव है, ड्रिल डाउन फीचर है। आपके अगर दो चार्ट्स हैं डिस्प्ले हो रहे हैं, आपने एक चार्ट को कोई बार चार्ट है फॉर एग्जांपल, आपने बार चार्ट को सिलेक्ट किया तो दूसरा चार्ट ऑटोमेटिकली ड्रिल डाउन हो जाता है। तो दैट्स द ब्यूटी ऑफ इंटरैक्टिव डैशबोर्ड। सो आप ये कर सकते हैं, इसके अंदर आपका यूज़र अपने फिल्टर्स प्रेजेंट करके सेव कर सकता है, और वो उसकी एक पर्सनल फिल्टर की तरह हम सेव कर सकता है। एंड देन व्हेनेवर ही कम बैक ही कैन एक्सेस दोज सेव्ड फिल्टर्स, तो उसको वो एक टेलर्ड एक्सपीरियंस मिलेगा। जैसे कि मैं अगर एग्जांपल दूं कि एक फॉर एग्जांपल आपकी डिफरेंट टीम्स है और आपने एक चार्ट के ऊपर एक टीम्स जो कॉन्ट्रैक्ट उस टीम को असाइंड है वो डिस्प्ले किया हुआ है। तो अगर आप टीम, फॉर एग्जांपल मैं एक साउथ टीम को देखता हूँ और मैं साउथ टीम पे फिल्टर करके सेव कर सकता हूँ, और नेक्स्ट टाइम जब भी मैं आऊँ आई डोंट वरी अबाउट अदर रीजन्स, आई जस्ट वांट साउथ रीजन डाटा। तो मैं उसको ऐसे फिल्टर को बड़े अच्छी तरह यूज कर सकता हूँ। तो अब हम डेमो के लिए आते हैं। अभी तक थ्योरी थी, प्रैक्टिकल, जस्ट टू बिल्ड अ फाउंडेशन। अब हम थोड़ा सा डेमो देख लेते हैं इन्हीं तीनों चीज़ों का, ताकि हम जो है वो इसको मजीद समझ सकें। पावर बी आई अगेन इट्स एन इंटरैक्टिव डैशबोर्ड, इंटरैक्टिव एक्सपीरियंस। सो मैं अब आप लोगों को मेरी स्क्रीन नज़र आ रही होगी। ये मैंने एक बेसिक मैंने अभी बनाया है, लेकिन मैं आपके डेमो के लिए एक नया जो है वो रिपोर्ट बनाता हूँ। और सॉरी, मेरे पास थोड़ा सा स्लो है। तो मैंने पावर बी आई डेस्कटॉप कहते हैं इसको, मैंने पावर बी आई डेस्कटॉप लॉन्च किया है और मुझे जो है वो फॉर एग्जांपल अपने पावर प्लेटफॉर्म से कुछ डाटा डिस्प्ले करना है, कोई डैशबोर्ड बनानी है, तो मैं सेव किए बगैर डायरेक्टली पहले जो है वो डाटा गेट कर सकता हूँ। मैं इसी फीचर पे जाता हूँ और जब मैं गेट डाटा पे क्लिक करूँगा तो आई कैन चूज माय डाटा सोर्स। तो इधर मेरे पास ऑप्शन आ गया। ऐसा देख रहे हैं कि आप बहुत सारे टाइप ऑफ डाटा सोर्सेज यहाँ पे हैं, तो मैं पावर प्लेटफॉर्म का डाटा सोर्सेज यूज करता हूँ। तो अब इधर आप देखें कि इधर एक मेन डिफरेंशिएशन है कि पावर बीआई डाटा सेट, इसमें यह हो सकता है कि मैं एक दफ़ा डाटा फैच करके पावर बीआई के डाटा सेट में स्टोर कर लूँ अपने तमाम पावर प्लेटफॉर्म का जो भी डाटा मुझे नीड्स है, और मैं उसको स्केजुअल रिफ्रेश करूँ और उसको मैं मल्टीपल रिपोर्ट्स में यूज़ कर सकता हूँ। तो ये पावर बीआई डाटा सेट का ये डिफरेंस है। खैर, इस डेमो के लिए हम कॉमन डाटा सर्विसेज के ऑप्शन पे जाते हैं, और अब जब मैं इसको सेलेक्ट कर लूँगा, अब ये मुझसे जो है वो मेरा यूआरएल पूछेगा और मैं अपने पावर प्लेटफॉर्म का मेरा ये इन्वायरमेंट का मेरा यूआरएल है। मैं सिंपल इस यूआरएल को कॉपी पेस्ट कर रहा हूँ। ओके क्लिक किया, यहाँ पे मुझे जो है वो ये एंटिटी की लिस्ट दे देगा कि भाई आपको कौन सी एंटिटी से डाटा चाहिए। तो मैं सिंपल अपनी एंटिटीज को चूज कर लेता हूँ। मुझे अकाउंट का डाटा चाहिए, मुझे कॉन्टैक्ट का डाटा चाहिए, मुझे मेरे पास एक एंटिटी है कॉन्ट्रैक्ट की ये चाहिए, और मुझे प्रॉपर्टी मेरी एक और एंटिटी है उसका डाटा चाहिए। तो मैंने इस डेमो के लिए कुछ सैम्पल डाटा प्रिपेयर किया है, कुछ सैम्पल एंटिटी बनाई है और मैं उसको यूज़ कर रहा हूँ। तो मैंने जब मैं लोड पे क्लिक किया तो ये पावर बीआई पे एक पावर क्यूई चलाएगा खुद से, और वहाँ से जो है वो कुछ डाटा फिल्टर करके लेके आ जाएगा यहाँ पे। और फिर मैं क्या कर सकता हूँ यहाँ पे मैं उस कुछ रिलेशनशिप ये खुद से आइडेंटिफाई कर लेगा इफ़ इट इज़ पॉसिबल टू डू इट बेस्ड ऑन द डाटा, या मैं जो है वो उसके ऊपर रिलेशनशिप्स डिफाइन कर दूंगा जब ये डाटा लोड होता है। तो अगर मैं यहाँ पे जाऊँ तो आप देखेंगे यहाँ पे कि सारे डाटा यहाँ पे आ गया है। तो मेरे पास मेरे अकाउंट आ गया, मेरा कॉन्टैक्ट आ गया, मेरा प्रॉपर्टी आ गया। तो मैं इसने कोई भी एंटिटी रिलेशनशिप चूज़ नहीं किया, मैं जो है वो इसको रिलेशनशिप चूज़ कर डिफाइन कर दूंगा। तो अगर मैं ये देखूँ तो अकाउंट और कॉन्टैक्ट में ये रिलेशनशिप है, मेरे पास प्रॉपर्टी और अकाउंट में एक रिलेशनशिप है, प्रॉपर्टी और कॉन्ट्रैक्ट में रिलेशनशिप है। तो ये वन टू मैनी ये खुद से आइडेंटिफाई कर लेगा कि ये वन टू मैनी है या मैनी टू मैनी है। और ये मैंने जो है वो रिलेशनशिप बना दी है। अब जब मैं ये रिलेशनशिप बना लूँगा उसके बाद मैं जो है वो आप इसके अलावा मैं जो एक और चीज़ आपको दिखाता हूँ कि ये इस मोड में जब मैं जाता हूँ तो यहाँ पे एक्चुअली मेरी पावर क्यूरी है, तो यहाँ पे मैं जो है वो कॉलम ऐड एंड डिलीट कर सकता हूँ। इसने डिफ़ॉल्ट सारे कॉलम चूज़ कर लिए हैं, लेकिन मैं जो है वो इधर मुख्तलिफ सम एक्शंस कर सकता हूँ कि मैं डाटा सॉर्ट कर सकता हूँ, कोई नया कॉलम बना सकता हूँ बेस्ड ऑन माय कैलकुलेशन, और मुख्तलिफ चीज़ें मैं यहाँ पे कर सकता हूँ। तो मैं रिलेशनशिप पे जाता हूँ और यहाँ पे विजुअलाइजेशन बहुत सारे अवेलेबल हैं। मैं अगर 2 विजुअलाइजेशन में, इसमें थोड़ा सा टाइम लगेगा, तो मैं सिंपल जो आपको इजी वे बता देता हूँ कि जो बेसिकली जो है। तो मैं यहाँ पे नेम ले लेता हूँ, मुझे देखना है कि भाई इस सर्विस लोकेशन के कितने कॉन्ट्रैक्ट हैं। सो एक एक्सेस पे मेरे पास नेम आ गया, और मेरे पास जो मेरा कॉन्ट्रैक्ट की एंटिटी है उसको मैं करता हूँ कि काउंट ऑफ माय कॉन्ट्रैक्ट इस, और ये खुद से जो है वो कैलकुलेशन करेगा इसको। बड़ा स्मार्ट है इस काम में कि कॉन्ट्रैक्ट आईडी मैं दे रहा हूँ इसका काउंट ऑफ दिस, तो ये एक चार्ट बन गया। अब इसी तरह का जो मुख्तलिफ चार्ट मैं बना सकता हूँ, मैंने कुछ ऑलरेडी बनाए हुए हैं यहाँ पे, तो मैं क्या करता हूँ, मैं इसको जो है वो कॉपी पेस्ट कर लेता हूँ। मेरे पास सेम डाटा है, सिर्फ विजुअल्स में जो है वो कॉपी पेस्ट कर सकता हूँ, तो मैं एक विजुअल्स यहाँ पे कॉपी पेस्ट कर लेता हूँ। आई होप सब जो है वो वैसे के वैसे ही हो जाएगा, क्योंकि उसके मेरे पास डाटा मॉडल सेम ही है। तो अब ये मैंने डिज़ाइन कर ली यहाँ पे रिपोर्ट, इसको मैं जो है वो पब्लिश कर सकता हूँ। पब्लिश करने का मतलब ये है कि यहाँ से ये पावर बीआई सर्विस में जाके डाटा पब्लिश हो जाएगी, और ये मेरी बीआई रिपोर्ट 2 है। अब इसमें एक कॉन्सेप्ट है वर्क स्पेसिस का कि आप किस वर्क स्पेस में ये पब्लिश करना चाहते हैं, तो मैं इसको ये वाली वर्क स्पेस चूज़ कर लेता हूँ, और ये जाके वहाँ पे स्टोर कर देगा। अब ये डाटा आ गया आपके पास पावर बीआई सर्विस में। इसके बाद आप ये रिपोर्ट आपकी पावर बीआई सर्विस में आ गई, इसका एक डाटा सेट बन के पावर बीआई सर्विस में उसकी कनेक्शन स्ट्रिंग और उसके पावर क्यूरी वो सारी जो है वो वहाँ पे स्टोर हो गई। अब मेरे पास जो काम मेरे पास करने वाला है कि मैं अपनी इस जाऊँगा यहाँ पे, और मुझे यहाँ पे ये आ गया है। मुझे क्या करना है, अब इसमें मैंने अपनी जो रिपोर्ट है, जो ऐसा डाटा सेट आई है, इसको मुझे जो है वो रिफ्रेश स्केड्यूल करना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि मैंने कनेक्टेड रियल टाइम एक्सपीरियंस नहीं चूज़ किया। तो अगर मैं यहाँ पे जाऊँ तो यहाँ पे स्केड्यूल रिफ्रेश, मैं कहूँगा इसको स्केड्यूल रिफ्रेश कर दो, डेली करो, और यहाँ पे मैं मुख्तलिफ टाइम इसमें एंटर कर सकता हूँ। तो अगर मैंने दिन में मल्टीपल टाइम्स स्केड्यूल करनी है, तो मैं वो मिनट्स और टाइम मुझे यहाँ पे बता सकता हूँ। तो ये इस टाइम पे रिफ्रेश हो जाएगी। तो यही अब डिफरेंस है कि ये जो है वो कनेक्टेड नहीं है, ये स्केड्यूल्ड है। तो मैंने इसको स्केड्यूल कर दिया, ये रिपोर्ट यहाँ पे अवेलेबल है। अब मैं अपने सोल्यूशन पे जाता हूँ, जो ये मेरा सोल्यूशन है, और मुझे ये रिपोर्ट वहाँ पे अपने डैशबोर्ड के ऊपर चाहिए। तो सोल्यूशन एडिट किया, नो ये ऐप है, मैं सोल्यूशन में जा, और यहाँ पे मैंने न्यू डैशबोर्ड पावर बीआई एम्बेडेड, यहाँ पे मैंने कहा कि बीआई रिपोर्ट 2, और यहाँ पे 2 ऑप्शंस है। पावर बीआई में डैशबोर्ड्स भी बनते हैं, जहाँ पे हम मुख्तलिफ रिपोर्ट से एक जगह डाटा कलेक्ट विजुअल्स कलेक्ट कर सकते हैं। हम रिपोर्ट ही जाते हैं, डैशबोर्ड नहीं यूज़ करेंगे। इन्वायरमेंट इसलिए कि डिप्लॉयमेंट आसानी के लिए, कि अगर आपके डिफरेंट इन्वायरमेंट है तो आप डिफरेंट इन्वायरमेंट चूज़ करें। तो मैं जो है वो बगैर इन्वायरमेंट के साथ करता हूँ, और मेरी रिपोर्ट पड़ी हुई है इधर। अभी मैंने होस्ट की है वो, आई होप वो आ गई हो। आई थिंक इट्स लोडिंग, और इस तरह मैं जो है वो इसको आई थिंक हम सो ये रिपोर्ट यहाँ पे आ गई और हम ऐप में जाके अब जो है इसको ये एज अ डैशबोर्ड यहाँ पे आ गई है। तो अगर हम यहाँ पे पावर बी आई एम्बेडेड डैशबोर्ड बी आई रिपोर्ट 2 और हम अपनी ऐप में जाके इसको इस डैशबोर्ड को हम ऐड कर सकते हैं और ये हमारे बी आई के ऊपर आ गई, सी आर एम के पावर प्लेटफॉर्म के डैशबोर्ड के ऊपर डिस्प्ले हो जाएगी। सो इट्स क्वाइट सिंपल कि आपने जो है वो बी आई पे डाटा गेट किया, पावर बी आई डेस्कटॉप के ऊपर आपने विजुअल्स बनाए, कोई कैलकुलेशन करनी है पावर क्यूरी से या डेक्स से वो की आपने इसको पब्लिश कर दिया। पब्लिश करने के बाद आपने उसका डाटा रिफ्रेश सेट किया, फिर आपने इसके ऊपर डैशबोर्ड पावर बी आई एम्बेडेड डैशबोर्ड आपने यहाँ पे ऐड किया और फिर अपनी ऐप में इसको ऐड कर दिया। इसको हम चलाते हैं। अब जो यहाँ पे मेरी बी आई रिपोर्ट आ जाएगी। आई थिंक थोड़ा सा रिफ्रेश का टाइम होता है। का टाइम टू रिफ्रेश, थोड़ी देर में आ जाएगी मेरे ख्याल है। अब आ गई है। ओके, ये मैंने पहले अपलोड की हुई है, मैं इसी से दिखा देता हूँ कि इस तरह जो आपकी बी आई की रिपोर्ट यहाँ पे लोड हो जाएगी और इसमें उसी तरह जिस तरह ड्रिल डाउन इफेक्ट होता है उसी तरह ड्रिल डाउन इफेक्ट चलेगा। आप एक कोई विजुअल सेलेक्ट करेंगे, सारे ग्राफ्स ऑटोमेटिकली सेलेक्ट हो जाएंगे। तो मैंने यहाँ पे जो यूज़ किया है वो ये है कि मेरे कॉन्ट्रैक्ट का डाटा है कि कॉन्ट्रैक्ट का स्टेटस क्या है, कॉन्ट्रैक्ट किस लोकेशन से रिलेटेड है, कॉन्ट्रैक्ट प्रॉपर्टी मेरी जो अंडर कॉन्ट्रैक्ट है कि रियल एस्टेट सोल्यूशन है, तो कॉन्ट्रैक्ट मेरी जो प्रॉपर्टी है उसकी टाइप क्या है। और दो तरह के कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स हम हैंडल कर रहे हैं, सेल्स या रेंटल। तो अगर रेंटल है तो उसकी क्या एवरेज रेंट है, अगर सेल्स है तो उसकी क्या अमाउंट है। तो आप देख सकते हैं यहाँ पे एक्सपीरियंस जो है वो बिल्कुल रियल ड्रिल डाउन इफेक्ट है। लेकिन जो है वो इफ़ आई वांट कि भाई ये जो वन है ये कौन सा कॉन्ट्रैक्ट है, मैं देख तो सकता हूँ इसको शो एज टेबल करके डाटा देख सकता हूँ अगर मैंने उसको ऐसे किया हुआ है। लेकिन जो है वो मैं इसको रिकॉर्ड्स को ओपन नहीं कर सकता। तो ये थोड़ा सा डिसजॉइंटेड सा एक्सपीरियंस है। और दूसरा ये है कि कोई भी यूज़र इसको यूज़ करेगा तो इसको जो है वो लाइसेंस चाहिए बी आई का। तो ये इसके प्रोस एंड कॉन्स है। तो आगे चलते हैं। ये बी आई का पावर बी आई का डैश डेमो हो गया। अब एक स्टैंडर्ड डैशबोर्ड को भी हम देख लेते हैं क्विकली। स्टैंडर्ड डैशबोर्ड मैं जो है वो अपना क्लासिकल सोल्यूशन एक्सप्लोरर यूज़ करूँगा क्योंकि वो भी वहीं पे लेके आएगा मुझे। तो स्टैंडर्ड डैशबोर्ड बेसिकली आप मुख्तलिफ़ चीज़ें कर सकते हैं उसके ऊपर। कोई भी आप व्यू अपना ऐड कर सकते हैं, कोई भी चार्ट ऐड कर सकते हैं, कोई भी हम आई फ्रेम कोई भी एक्सटर्नल सिस्टम है उसको हमने पावर प्लेट मॉडल ड्रिवन ऐप के अंदर दिखाना है वो यूआई, तो वो हम ऐड कर सकते हैं। या हम हमारी कोई कस्टम HTML रिसोर्स है हम वो भी ऐड कर सकते हैं। तो आई थिंक इट्स a little bit sluggish. I hope we will be able to cover that quickly. तो एक्सपीरियंस देख लेते हैं हम। ये स्टैंडर्ड डैशबोर्ड है। स्टैंडर्ड डैशबोर्ड का एक्सपीरियंस ये है कि मैंने यहाँ पे व्यू डाला हुआ है। ये मेरा चार्ट है, डिफरेंट चार्ट्स हैं, लेकिन अगर मैं यहाँ पे क्लिक करता हूँ तो ये कोई इंटरैक्टिव एक्सपीरियंस नहीं है, कोई ड्रिल डाउन नहीं हो रहा दूसरा चार्ट, इसका एक्सपीरियंस इतना अच्छा सूटेबल नहीं है। ये मेरी जो व्यू इस चार्ट की बेस के ऊपर सेलेक्ट ड्रिल डाउन नहीं होता, लेकिन ऑन अदर साइड मैं इसके ऊपर मुख्तलिफ चीज़ें ऐड कर सकता हूँ, नॉट ओनली चार्ट्स और व्यूज़, मैं मुख्तलिफ चीज़ें यहाँ पे ऐड कर सकता हूँ। एक चार्ट जो है उसको मज़ीद मैं किसी और फील्ड पे ड्रिल डाउन कर सकता हूँ। जैसे ये मेरा चार्ट बना हुआ है कॉन्ट्रैक्ट के स्टेटस के ऊपर, और अगर मैं चाहूँ तो इसको जो है वो मज़ीद दूसरी फील्ड के ऊपर मैं ड्रिल डाउन कर सकता हूँ। तो मैं कहूँ कि भाई ये वाला जो स्लाइस है जो कॉन्ट्रैक्ट अमाउंट पेड है, इसको आप कॉन्ट्रैक्ट टाइप के ऊपर जो है वो ड्रिल डाउन कर दें, तो ये कॉन्ट्रैक्ट टाइप के ऊपर ड्रिल डाउन हो जाएगा। तो ये थोड़ा सा इसका अच्छा एक्सपीरियंस है। मेरा इंटरनेट बहुत स्लो चल रहा है। I hope it will load soon. अच्छा, जब तक ये लोड हो रहा है मज़ीद बात कर लेते हैं। तो ये स्टैंडर्ड डैशबोर्ड मैंने आपको बताया। अच्छा, जो मोर इंटरैक्टिव डैशबोर्ड है उसमें जैसे हम बात कर रहे थे कि वो थोड़ा इंटरैक्टिव एक्सपीरियंस होता है। तो इंटरैक्टिव डैशबोर्ड बेसिकली दो तरह के इंटरैक्टिव डैशबोर्ड्स होते हैं। एक कहलाते हैं मल्टी स्ट्रीम डैशबोर्ड और दूसरा कहलाते हैं सिंगल स्ट्रीम डैशबोर्ड। सो जो मल्टी स्ट्रीम डैशबोर्ड होता है वो ये एक मल्टी स्ट्रीम डैशबोर्ड की एग्जाम्पल है। अगर आप इसमें देखें कि इसमें मुख्तलिफ स्ट्रीम्स आ रही हैं, इसको हम स्ट्रीम्स कहते हैं। मैंने कॉन्ट्रैक्ट के ऊपर ये बनाई हुई है, तो ये एक एंटिटी के ऊपर बनी हुई है, और मैंने डिफरेंट व्यूज़ की बेस के ऊपर ये स्ट्रीम बनाए हुए हैं। तो मेरे पास एक व्यू है सेंड जिसका नाम है कॉन्ट्रैक्ट सेंड टू कस्टमर, और ये उस व्यू की रिप्रेजेंटेशन दे रही है एज ए स्ट्रीम। और फिर आप यहाँ पे देखें कि टाइम कंपोनेंट है जिसके ऊपर ये पूरा ग्राफ जो वो पूरा डैशबोर्ड फिल्टर हुआ है। तो मैंने क्रिएटेड ऑन की बेस के ऊपर इस पूरे ग्राफ को, इस पूरे डैशबोर्ड को फिल्टर किया हुआ। तो ये बेसिकली एक डिस्टिंक्शन है इंटरैक्टिव डैशबोर्ड्स की, कि इट इज़ ऑलवेज ऑन वन एंटिटी, मेन एंटिटी, एंड ऑन अ टाइम लाइन। तो हमें दो चीज़ें चाहिए इसको बनाने के लिए, एक तो एंटिटी और टाइम लाइन। तो ये इस तरह का जो व्यू है ये यूजुअली टियर 1 टाइप के यूजर्स के लिए यूज होता है, जो जैसे कोई केस मैनेजमेंट कर रहे हैं, जिनको केस रिजॉल्व करना है और उनको अपना पाइपलाइन देखना है कि कहाँ पे है हमारा काम, वर्कलोड कहाँ पे है या बॉटलनेक कहाँ पे आ रही है। तो इस ग्राफ के थ्रू वो जो है वो अपना वर्कलोड विजुअलाइज कर सकते हैं। तो ये तो स्ट्रीम्स हैं। अब यहाँ पे आप ऊपर देखें तो आपके पास मुख्तलिफ ऑप्शंस आ रहे हैं, शो विजुअल फिल्टर, शो ग्लोबल फिल्टर और शो टाइल व्यू। तो एक मैनेजर है तो उसके लिए इतनी डिटेल में नहीं जाना, वो ही कैन स्विच टू द टाइल व्यू एंड जस्ट सी द काउंट्स, उसको स्ट्रीम व्यू की ज़रूरत नहीं है। हालांकि एक जो यूज़र है उसको डिटेल देखनी हो सकती है। अब यहाँ पे एक और ऑप्शन है शो विजुअल फिल्टर्स। दिस इज द इंटरैक्टिव डैशबोर्ड एक्सपीरियंस, कि मैं इस विजुअल्स की बेस के ऊपर अपना सारा डाटा जो है फिल्टर कर सकता हूँ। जैसे कि अगर मैंने कॉन्ट्रैक्ट टाइप के ऊपर ड्रिल डाउन करना है, तो मैं अगर यहाँ पे क्लिक करूँ तो मेरा तमाम पूरा डैशबोर्ड जो है वो ऑटोमेटिकली फिल्टर डाउन हो गया। हम देखेंगे कि बनाते कैसे हैं, अभी हम यूजेबिलिटी को देख रहे हैं। और सिमिलरली अगर आप यहाँ पे क्लिक करें, मैंने बैंक्सटाउन सेलेक्ट किया एज अ सर्विस लोकेशन, तो मुझे सारा डाटा बैंक्सटाउन की बेस के ऊपर फिल्टर हो गया। तो ये इसकी इंटरैक्टिविटी है कि हम किसी भी चीज़ के ऊपर, किसी भी चार्ट के ऊपर हम फिल्टर कर सकते हैं। और फिर जो दूसरी चीज़ है कि इसके ऊपर एक ऑप्शन है शो ग्लोबल फिल्टर। तो ये तो मैंने ग्राफ के ऊपर फिल्टर किया, मैं जो है वो इसको किसी फील्ड के ऊपर भी फिल्टर कर सकता हूँ। तो ये कुछ फील्ड्स आप सेट कर सकते हैं कि आपको इंटरैक्टिव डैशबोर्ड में जो डिस्प्ले होंगी एज अ फिल्टर, वो मैं हम डिस्कस करेंगे कैसे करते हैं। तो अगर मैं यहाँ पे डिवेलिंग टाइप डालूं और इसको फिल्टर करूं तो ये ऑटोमेटिकली फिल्टर हो गया। और इस ग्लोबल फिल्टर को जो मैंने यहाँ पे फिल्टर किया है, इसको मैं सेव भी कर सकता हूँ कि माय वीकली फिल्टर, और जब इसको मैं सेव करूंगा तो ये मेरा यहाँ पे आ गया। अब मैं जब भी इसको डैशबोर्ड खोलता हूँ तो मैं इसको क्लिक करके इस पे लैंड हो सकता हूँ अपने फिल्टर की तरफ। तो जैसे कि एक मैनेजर है, उसको डेली अगर देखनी है कोई चीज़, वो ही कैन पुट अ फिल्टर एंड ही जस्ट कम अप ओवर हियर एंड सी दैट। तो हम जाते हैं वापस। आई होप ये सोल्यूशन लोड हो गया होगा और हम दोनों चीज़ें कवर करते हैं अब, मल्टी स्ट्रीम डैशबोर्ड भी और अपना स्टैंडर्ड डैशबोर्ड भी। तो मैं जाता हूँ डैशबोर्ड्स की तरफ और मैं कहता हूँ एक न्यू डैशबोर्ड। अब यहाँ पे मल्टीपल कॉलम डैशबोर्ड मैं चूज़ कर सकता हूँ। अगर मैं ये चूज़ करूँ और क्रिएट करूँ तो मेरे पास ऑप्शंस होंगे कि मैं कोई भी चार्ट सेलेक्ट कर सकता हूँ, कोई भी व्यू सेलेक्ट कर सकता हूँ। वेरी स्लो। तो जब तक ये लोड होता है, आई थिंक फॉर द फेवर ऑफ टाइम हम अगला टॉपिक देखते हैं और वी विल कम बैक टू इट। तो ये हमने देखा इंटरैक्टिव डैशबोर्ड, हमने इससे पहले देखा स्टैंडर्ड डैशबोर्ड। हम अब इंटरैक्टिव डैशबोर्ड की दो टाइप्स होती हैं, मल्टी स्ट्रीम डैशबोर्ड और सिंगल स्ट्रीम डैशबोर्ड। ये जो अभी हमने डिस्कस किया, ये हमने मल्टी स्ट्रीम डैशबोर्ड डिस्कस किया, जो कि यूजुअली टियर 1 के लिए रिकमेंडेड है, टियर 1 यूजर्स के लिए। एक जो दूसरी टाइप ऑफ इंटरैक्टिव डैशबोर्ड है वो मल्टी स्ट्रीम डैशबोर्ड, सिंगल स्ट्रीम डैशबोर्ड है। इसमें क्या होता है, इसमें लेफ्ट के ऊपर आपका रिकॉर्ड्स आ रहे होते हैं और सेंटर में आपके जो वो चार्ट्स आएंगे और राइट साइड पे आपके टाइल्स आ रहे हैं। और ये टाइल्स व्यू के बेस के ऊपर बने हुए हैं, जैसे कि आपने काउंट देखे 1 2 3 6, ये एक व्यू है एक्चुअली, और व्यू की कंडीशन के ऊपर ये चल रहा है। और ये पूरा एक्सपीरियंस ड्रिल डाउन है। और अगेन बिकॉज ये इंटरैक्टिव डैशबोर्ड है, आपको वही चीज़ें नज़र आएंगी कि ये टाइम कंपोनेंट है जिस पे हम फिल्टर कर सकते हैं। हमारे पास ग्लोबल फिल्टर है यहाँ पे, जिसको हम फिल्टर कर सकते हैं और सेव कर सकते हैं एज अ फिल्टर। और हम इसको ड्रिल डाउन कर सकते हैं किसी भी चीज़ के ऊपर, जो कि या तो हम टाइल के बेस के ऊपर, हम चार्ट के ऊपर फिल्टर ऑन कर सकते हैं। जैसे कि मैंने यहाँ पे क्लिक किया रेंट कॉन्ट्रैक्ट टाइप के ऊपर, तो मुझे सारा डाटा रेंट का नज़र आ रहा है, शुरू हो गया। और अगर मैं इसके ऊपर सर्विस लोकेशन पे फिल्टर करूंगा तो ये इस तरह जो है वो फिल्टर डाउन होना शुरू हो जाएगा। सिमिलरली मैं जो है वो कोई भी कस्टम फिल्टर, ग्लोबल फिल्टर बना के सेव कर सकता हूँ और डेली आके उसको चेक कर सकता हूँ जब भी, जिस फ्रीक्वेंसी भी मैंने इसको चेक करना है। तो ये एग्जाम्पल है सिंगल स्ट्रीम डैशबोर्ड की, और ये ज़्यादातर यूज़ होता है जिनको डाटा में ज़्यादा इंटरेस्ट नहीं है, दे जस्ट वांटेड टू सी द हाई लेवल पिक्चर, लाइक मिड मैनेजमेंट के लिए, जिनको जो है वो दोनों चीज़ें देखनी है, टाइल्स भी देखने हैं, स्ट्रीम भी देखनी है। तो इट्स अ बेटर यूज़र एक्सपीरियंस। और जो इंटरेस्टिंग चीज़ है कि ये सारे जो है वो एज अ ये व्यू है और एज अ कार्ड रिप्रेजेंट कर रहा है। तो अगर मैं इसको इसके ऊपर सारे एक्शंस में यहाँ पे कर सकता हूँ, और इसके अलावा मैं इस स्ट्रीम को डिफरेंट चीज़ों के ऊपर सॉर्ट कर सकता हूँ, और ये मैं आपको भी बताऊंगा कि मैं कैसे इसको कॉन्फ़िगर किया हुआ है। तो विदाउट वेस्टिंग टाइम हम यहाँ पे आ जाते हैं। ये स्टैंडर्ड डैशबोर्ड है, हम इसके ऊपर कोई भी चार्ट ऐड कर सकते हैं यहाँ से, कोई भी व्यू ऐड कर सकते हैं यहाँ से। तो मैं अगर इसको करूँ कॉन्ट्रैक्ट, और मेरे पास सारे व्यूज हैं, मैं व्यू ऐड कर दूं, कोई चार्ट में ऐड कर सकता हूं, और मैंने कुछ चार्ट्स बनाए हुए हैं इंटीजर्स के, तो मैं वो चार्ट यहाँ पे ऐड कर सकता हूँ। तो दिस इज स्टैंडर्ड डैशबोर्ड। मैं इसको क्लोज करता हूँ और मैं आपको मल्टी स्ट्रीम डैशबोर्ड को थोड़ा सा डेमो करा देता हूँ। सो दिस इज मल्टी स्ट्रीम डैशबोर्ड। मल्टी स्ट्रीम डैशबोर्ड के ऊपर मैं इसको डिलीट करके आपको दिखा देता हूँ ताकि थोड़ा सा फास्ट काम हो जाएगा, हमारे पास टाइम कम है। I think I will close it. I'll open it again. तो बेसिकली जैसे आप देख रहे हैं, यहाँ पे हम एंटिटी डिफाइन करते हैं कि हमारी एंटिटी कौन सी है। तो एक दफ़ा आपने डिफाइन कर दिया, दैट इज फिक्स। देन आप अपना डिफ़ॉल्ट यहाँ पे आप बताते हैं कि मेरा जो ग्राफ है वो किस फील्ड के ऊपर फिल्टर होगा। तो बेसिकली जो आपका यहाँ पे टाइम जोन फील्ड आ रही है, ये वो वाली फील्ड है, और इसकी डिफ़ॉल्ट टाइम फ्रेम हम यहाँ पे कन्फिगर करते हैं। उसके बाद आपने जो नॉर्मल चार्ट्स एंटिटीज है वो आप यहाँ पे ऐड कर सकते हैं। तो अगर मैं ये डिलीट करूँ तो मैं यहाँ से जब मैं इसको क्लिक करूँगा तो ये मुझे कॉन्ट्रैक्ट, क्योंकि मैंने मेन एंटिटी पे सिलेक्ट किया हुआ है, कॉन्ट्रैक्ट वो आ गया। एंटिटी व्यू सेलेक्ट किया हुआ है मैंने ऑलरेडी कि इसका डिफ़ॉल्ट व्यू जो एक्टिव कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स है, और यहाँ पे मैं चार्ट सेलेक्ट कर सकता हूँ। तो ये इसका डिफ़ॉल्ट व्यू है, और basically I have selected the entity, I have selected the view, and this all chart is using that view. और जब इसको मैं ड्रिल डाउन करूंगा तो वो उसको ड्रिल डाउन चलना शुरू हो जाएगा। इसके अलावा मैं यहाँ पे स्ट्रीम्स ऐड कर सकता हूँ, और स्ट्रीम बेसिकली व्यूज है। तो मैंने यहाँ पे जो है वो मुख्तलिफ तरह के व्यूज बनाए हुए कि डिपॉजिट रिसीव्ड, मैं दूसरा व्यू भी ऐड कर सकता हूँ, कॉन्ट्रैक्ट सेंड टू कस्टमर, और कॉन्ट्रैक्ट साइंड बाय कस्टमर। सो इस तरह के मैंने स्ट्रीम सेट किए। सो इट्स क्वाइट सिंपल। Either you add you decide, you choose your entity, choose your view so that these charts use that view, choose the time component and time frame, and then you choose for the streams you choose by the view. So this is multi-stream dashboard. That's it. एंड जो सिंगल स्ट्रीम डैशबोर्ड है उसका भी सिमिलर एक्सपीरियंस है, और उसमें भी इसी तरह जो है वो आपका चार्ट सेट कर सकते हैं। तो अगर मैं यहाँ पे क्लिक करूँगा तो बेसिकली मैंने फील्ड एंटिटी सेलेक्ट की हुई है, मैंने टाइम वाली फील्ड सेलेक्ट की हुई है, और टाइम फ्रेम सेलेक्ट किया हुआ है। अब यहाँ पे मैं वो डिफ़ॉल्ट व्यू के ऊपर जो है वो डिफ़ॉल्ट व्यू के ऊपर मैं जो चार्ट सेलेक्ट कर सकता हूँ। तो ये सारे चार्ट्स आ गए। सिमिलरली टाइल के लिए मैं व्यू सेलेक्ट कर सकता हूँ, तो वो काउंट आना शुरू हो जाएगा स्टाइल के ऊपर। और इसके ऊपर ये जो मेरी मेन स्ट्रीम है इसके लिए मैंने मेन व्यू चूज़ किया हुआ है। तो ये सारा जो है वो कनेक्टेड एक्सपीरियंस रहेगा। और अगर मैं किसी भी ग्राफ के बार के ऊपर या टाइल के सेलेक्ट करता हूँ तो मेरी स्ट्रीम भी और मेरी टाइल भी ड्रिल डाउन होना शुरू हो जाएगी। अब मैं दो चीज़ें मज़ीद बताना चाहूँगा कि वो जो ग्लोबल फिल्टर जो आ रहा था इसके ऊपर, सॉरी, मैं ये बताना चाहूँगा कि सॉर्टिंग कैसे हो रही है और ये फ़िल्टर कैसे आ रहा है और ये ग्लोबल फ़िल्टर कैसे आ रहा है। तो ये क्विकली मैं आपको बता देता हूँ, एंड आई थिंक दैट्स द लास्ट थिंग आई वुड लाइक टू कवर। अगर हम किसी भी फील्ड के ऊपर जाएंगे, तो अगर मुझे वो फील्ड अपने इंटरैक्टिव डैशबोर्ड के ऊपर चाहिए, तो उस फील्ड के ऊपर दो चेक बॉक्सेस होंगे कि शो इन। तो अगर फॉर एग्जाम्पल मैं ड्वेलिंग टाइप के ऊपर जाऊं जो मैंने अभी सॉर्टिंग के लिए भी और फिल्टर के लिए भी यूज की हुई है। तो यहाँ पे उसका कॉन्फ़िगरेशन होती है कि आपको शो अपीयर दिस इन द ग्लोबल फिल्टर, अगर आप इसको चेक बॉक्स कर देंगे तो वो ग्लोबल फिल्टर में आनी शुरू हो जाएगी, विच इज दिस टॉप बार हियर, ग्लोबल फिल्टर। तो इस कस्टम फिल्टर में वो आनी शुरू हो जाएगी। और अगर आप कहेंगे कि सॉर्टेबल, तो वो यहाँ पे आनी शुरू हो जाएगी एज अ सॉर्टिंग। दैट्स इट। तो ये 3 फील्ड सॉर्टिंग में आ रही। और इसके अलावा ये जो आ रहे हैं ये सारे कार्ड्स हैं, ये जो ये स्ट्रीम के ऊपर जो ये आ रहे हैं ये सारे कार्ड्स हैं। तो आप कार्ड को कस्टमाइज कर सकते हैं और जो फील्ड्स आपको चाहिए स्ट्रीम के ऊपर वो आप वहाँ पे ऐड कर सकते हैं। तो ये सिंपल कार्ड है। मैंने इसके हेडर के अंदर मैंने जो वो फील्ड डाली हुई, तो मैं जल्दी से टाइम तो बेसिकली कार्ड के 3 कंपोनेंट होते हैं कार्ड फॉर्म के अंदर। उसका हेडर क्या है, आप हेडर के अंदर फील्ड्स डाल सकते हैं, आप उसकी बॉडी के अंदर फील्ड डाल सकते हैं, और आप उसके फुटर के अंदर फील्ड स्पेसिफाई कर सकते हैं, जिस तरह नॉर्मल फॉर्म से होता है। तो मैंने जो है वो यहाँ पे कुछ फील्ड्स यहाँ पे स्पेसिफाई की हुई। और इसकी स्पेशल चीज़ ये है कि इसके साइड पे जो बार आ रही है, आप फील्ड के ऊपर कलर सेलेक्ट कर सकते हैं। तो अगर आपने फॉर एग्जांपल ये कार्ड के ऊपर एक फील्ड आप डाल सकते हैं कि इसके ऊपर कलर किस चीज़ का आएगा, तो ये कलर कोडेड भी हो सकते हैं ये कार्ड्स। जिस तरह के मैं अगर इधर स्टेटस डाल दूं रेड, लो, मीडियम, हाई, और तो हाई को मैं कलर दे दूं रेड, मीडियम को येलो दे दूं और लो को ग्रीन दे दूं, तो ये ऑटोमेटिकली यहाँ पे कलर कोडेड शुरू हो जाएगा। तो कलर स्ट्रिप जो है, और ये आप फील्ड के ऊपर डिफाइन कर सकते हैं कि कौन सी ऑप्शन सेट की, कौन सी फील्ड के ऊपर क्या कलर डिस्प्ले होगा। और ये इसके हेडर, फुटर और बॉडी है। आई थिंक हमारा टाइम 5 मिनट्स रहता है अभी। I'd like to cover any questions in this time.
I think so. We are right on time, Umer.
Thank you. Any questions?
Let me see if there is any question there. I don't see any questions, but I think so. There will be few questions we have moved over. But absolutely, this is a great session. Absolutely full of all interactive things there, and pleasure to have you there, Umer. So just wanted to add my thanks to you. That's why I requested Arafat. I'll come back to you. I still remember when we started university around 19 years ago. So it's been a long journey, and I'm still happy to have you along with the whole journey where we have reached today. So thank you so much for being a part of Pakistan User Group, and thank you so much again for being part of this journey. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Okay, you are breaking up. You are breaking up. No.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay.
Oh, so cool. Now, if you are good, You can share your screen, please, and then.
Okay, I'm sharing my screen.
All right.
Is the screen visible?
Yes, it is. I'll just add it to the stream. So there you go. Cool. Okay, all the best. I will go off the screen and then you can move on. I think you are breaking up again, Omer. Um, Unfortunately, it is still not working. All right. So Mohsen will be back in a bit, and then we'll continue with him.
Hi guys, I hope you can hear me correctly this time. So we'll be starting our session, which is Power Platform and Application Lifecycle Management. So let me share my screen and let's get along our ALM journey. Hi guys, so this is the topic that we'll be covering today, which is Power Platform and Application Lifecycle Management. Application Lifecycle Management, as you all know, is a key part, is basically what DevOps people do, and that makes the developers' lives easier and the processes less redundant and easier to execute. So we'll be looking at how we can integrate and apply application lifecycle management with Power Platform today. So first of all, let's address the elephant in the room, the basic question: what is application lifecycle management? So application lifecycle management, ALM, is an integrated system of people, tools, and processes that supervise a software application from its initial planning through retirement. By combining and organizing the elements of an application's lifecycle, ALM improves product quality, optimizes productivity, and eases the management and maintenance of products. So in a refined English and refined grammar, what this means to tell you is that ALM makes sure that your products are served right, that everything from scratch, from the building of the project until the deployment, until it gets to the client, it works perfectly fine and the process is seamless. So ALM tools helps us to achieve all of this in an easy and refined manner and reduce the redundancy in whatever task that we want to achieve. Now, let's look at the application lifecycle. Whenever we build any application, we first plan and track that application, and then we develop that application, then we build and test, and then finally we are at the deployment stage, and then it gets to the operation stage where it is used by the users, whatever user it has, and then we eventually monitor and learn about the behavior of the application. So the pipeline that we'll be building today, Azure DevOps will help us out in that regard, and it will be mostly concerned with building and testing our packages and then deploying to our environments. There can be various environments, and the pipelines can have extensive abilities to perform various kinds of actions, and you can extend them up to your creativity and up to your technical knowledge. So let's go ahead. ALM, what is powered by Azure DevOps. We'll be looking at how Azure DevOps enables us to execute and integrate ALM into our development workflow. So Azure DevOps, as you all know, is Microsoft's cloud platform, and it has a very great platform for building DevOps solutions for all of its users and developers, and it can make our lives easier. So first, we can initiate the build pipelines, and the pipelines can be automatic, the pipelines can be event triggered, and the pipelines can be manually run. And the build process is basically automatic, and it automates all the solutions. So we don't need to worry about the processes involved in build tasks. If you do not adopt ALM, if you do not adopt Azure DevOps, then you will be doing the same task, but you will be doing those manually, and those will be redundant and require a lot of effort on your part. So it will not be a good experience for any developer, for any DevOps engineer to constantly execute the same tasks again and again just to achieve one purpose, which is deployment of solution maybe, or checking of solution, or building, exporting package, importing a solution. So these tasks can all be automated through Azure DevOps, and it will make our lives easier, and it will make the process simpler and more refined. So first of all, before beginning, the three key components that we need to be aware of before integrating ALM with Power Platform are these three components that are visible on your screen right now. The first one being solutions. Whatever we do on Azure DevOps as a platform, we'll be working with solutions. And most of you would know, and for those who don't, we still have a definition on the screen right now. So solutions are just packages. Solutions can combine all your logic, all your components, your applications, your variables, your data, and all of those kinds of things, your tables, all of those kind of things into one single package, which you can then easily import and export into different environments. Imagine having to take all of your components away one by one. That will be much of a hassle. Let's take an example of a car. If you transport a car from one place or the other, the car itself is like a package. It transports as a whole. You do not have to take away all the components one by one or piece by piece. If that would be so, then it would be much of a hassle and nobody would be driving cars in this world. It is practical, it is a solution since it is a package. So a package needs to be necessary. And these are what solutions are in terms of Power Platform. And you can include all of your components like apps, chatbots, entities, fields, charts, or plugins into a solution package. and then these solutions can be imported and exported into various environments. The next key component for Power Platform with ALM is Dataverse. And Dataverse, as we all would most probably know, Dataverse is the basic root and the underlying structure, underlying fundamental platform for all of Power Platform. So Dataverse is definitely necessary for us to execute ALM for Power Platform. And then the next comes in, which is source control. So whichever whoever is a pro developer, they also must know what source control is and what are the benefits of having source control. The source control in our case with ALM for Power Platform, source control would be our source of truth and only source of truth. So whatever deployments, whatever builds that we take from our sandbox developer environments to our test environments or our production environments should always be based off of source controls, and they should not be based off your dev solutions. They should be based off the source control. So let's go ahead. This is the high level framework or the architecture that we mean to achieve. If you look at the environment, which is on the right side, the development environment, you can look at that the makers, us. The makers, we extend the application, we build on the applications, our model driven applications, our canvas applications, our Power Apps portals. We build on all of those, and we continue working in our development sandbox environments. Now, once we are done with the development environments, we mean and we intend to transport those solutions and export and import eventually those solutions into our test environments or our production environments. So during the development process, we have to do a lot of redundant tasks. We have to push the code, take out the build, export the solution, run the solution checker, and then go to the other environment, import the solution. So there are a lot of cumbersome steps involved, and doing that on a regular basis will leave you drained out. So we'll just automate all those tasks with Azure DevOps, because Microsoft has given us a great platform and very easy to implement. So it will be easy for us to share. So from the development environment, what we'll mostly be doing is with these solutions that we have, which are packages of our work that we have put out. In these solutions from our dev environments, we are constantly pushing things into the dev environment, and we are pulling things into this solution. So once this solution is ready, then we'll putting this solution into the source control system. And once we have the solution or our source control system, then we can pick it up from the source control and then push it onto our test environment or the production environment. So this will be a very streamlined process. So let's go ahead. What we'll be using and how Azure DevOps enables us to easily incorporate ALM into our build pipelines is by making use of this extension for the Azure DevOps, which is known as Power Platform Build Tools. So what the people at Microsoft have done is that they've made our lives easier, and that they've done all the hard work by themselves and made this extension for us to use, which is called Power Platform Build Tools. And it allows us to easily create build pipelines for Azure, for Power Platform in Azure DevOps by using this extension. So we'll have to install this into our Azure DevOps organization, and then we can work and create build pipelines. So the next thing, the first pipeline that we'll be looking at is the one which will export our solution from our development environment, and then it will unpack the solution into its source code files and then check that solution onto Git.
Mohsen, are you still on the slide 3? Because your slide, which I can see, is this one. So it means that the audience can only see this slide.
Okay, let me check.
Yeah.
I have shared my screen again, and I should be at slide 4 if all is working correctly.
Yes.
Is it so?
Yes, it is. Thanks a lot. Go on, please.
Oh, okay. So sorry guys for the interruption, as I could not see the screen that was shared. I could only see the slides that I was going through. So whatever I've explained, these were the images that were going along for that description. So I can just rewind, recap a bit. So this is ALM powered by Azure DevOps. As I've just explained, that Azure DevOps will be powering our ALM journey, and it makes life easier for us developers and for DevOps engineers themselves to make build pipelines and then execute them. So Azure will be the platform that will be using going forward. And then these are the three key components that I just highlighted about. The first one being solutions, which are in short packages for all of our components, which can be apps, chatbots, entities, fields, or any kind of stuff that you have on Power Platform. They can all be bundled into one solution, and then those solutions will be used for exporting and importing into various environments. The next key component is Dataverse, that we'll be using to store all the artifacts, including our solutions, since it's the base platform, fundamental platform for all of Power Platform, the underlying layer. So Dataverse will be key component for this ALM journey. And then the next key component would be source control. Now, source control will be our only source of truth for having the basic code and all of the solutions unpacked. So we'll be using source control. We'll dump our unpacked solutions over to source control, and then we'll be using source control as the source of truth for packing our solutions back into a managed solution and then exporting those managed solutions over to our test environment or to our prod environment. So source control will also be crucial for this process. Now let's go ahead. This is the diagram that I was explaining earlier. So this is the high level architecture or kind of framework that you can say that this is how usually developers and engineers are working with Power Platform. So this here, right here on the right, is our development environment. This is mostly a sandbox environment where we are working, we are testing things, we are making code changes, and we are creating test dummy data over here. So this is just a sandbox environment. This is where most we developers are working most of the time. And then once we are satisfied with what we have on the development environment, then we push all of that, we pull all of that into a solution package, which is just a container for all of our code elements and our components. And then once that solution is ready, we check that solution in over to source control. And on the source control side, we'll have the ability to track changes. We'll get all the benefits that we usually have with source control systems. We'll be able to see who checked in this code and when this code was changed. We can also see the previous code iterations. If you overwrite something and you want that back, then you don't have it on the Power Platform. But if you have implemented ALM, then you can still have it on your source control system. So then from the source control system, we'll pack that solution, and then we'll push that solution over to our test environment or our production environment. So that is where that we'll be conducting our UATs on test environment, and then eventually when we are satisfied on the test environment, then we move that solution over to the production environment, which is the live environment. So this is the whole process that we'll be trying to refine and make easy with our ALM journey. So let's go ahead next. This is the tool which will help us to actually realize all our ALM dreams. And this is Microsoft's effort to make our lives easier. They have done all the hard work for us. This is an extension for Azure DevOps. And once you install this, you have multiple tasks available for the Power Platform, which can help you build and then execute your Power Platform build jobs. And through this extension, we can easily create pipelines which can help us run our DevOps flows and deploy to other environments. So let's go ahead. The first pipeline that we'll be building will be the one which will export our solutions from our dev environment and then check those solutions source codes into the Git. So this is the first step where we'll be taking our solution from the dev, we'll be unpacking the solution, and then we'll be pushing the unpacked solution code over to Git.
Mohsen, I think your slides are not moving, so we are on what we can see is slide 6 over here right now.
Okay. Wait, let me reshare the screen.
Yep.
Is the screen visible now?
It is, yes.
Am I on slide 7 now?
You are, yes. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for telling me. Okay, so I have gone through slide 7 in detail twice now, so you will know what I'm talking about here. These are the build tools that we'll be using on Azure. Next, this is the first pipeline that I was explaining earlier. This is the first pipeline that we'll be building in order to accomplish our ALM journey. We'll be exporting a managed solution from our dev environment or our sandbox environment, and then we'll unpack that solution and check it into our source control system, which is Azure's source control system. And then this is the task which will be achieved by this pipeline, and the further task will be achieved by another pipeline. And now I'll get into detail why we are splitting this into two pipelines. That will get into later. So this is what the first pipeline will look like once it is complete. The steps of how to achieve this and how to make this will be going into detail a little bit later, but this is what it will look like once it is complete. So this pipeline has 3 steps: the Power Platform tool installer, the Power Platform export solution step, Power Platform unpack solution step, and then eventually the last command line script, which commits this unpack solution files over to our Git repository, where our code will be stored for future reference when we are exporting that code over to other environments. So this is the first pipeline. Now moving on to the next pipeline, what the second pipeline will aim to accomplish is that it will take the solution source files which are present on our source control system, our repository, which we did in the first pipeline, and then it will take those source files, it will pack those source files into one solution, a managed solution, and then that managed solution will be imported to whatever environment you tell it to, like the test environment or the production environment. So this is, excuse me, this is what the second pipeline will aim to achieve. This is how the second pipeline will look like once it is all complete. It will deploy a managed solution from Git to test. And the 3 steps involved are: first, the tool installer, then the pack solution step, which will pack our solution from source code and make a solution file, and then the third step, which is the import solution, which will use that solution file and import that solution file over to our other environments. So this is what we'll be aiming to achieve. Now let's get into the details. Let's get into the build process. So first of all, before getting started, the first prerequisite that we have is, since that we're using Azure DevOps for all of this, we need an Azure DevOps project set up, and we need to have an Azure account. We need to have a Microsoft account with the required licenses. So you can go to this link that's appearing on the screen right now, and you can click on the start free option, and then you'll need to sign in with the Microsoft account if you haven't already done so. And then you can start a project by creating a new project, and this will be the project where our pipeline and where our repository will reside. So this will be our main project for this ALM journey. So on to the next slide. This is an example of how I've built a project on Azure DevOps. This is the created project. I've named it Learning and Development for the sake of this presentation. So this is what you will end up with once you do these steps and you create a new project over on Azure DevOps. Once you have this project set up, if you can look in the left taskbar, you have these 2 options which we'll be concerned with today. One is the repos option, where our Git repository will reside, and the other is the pipelines option, where our build pipelines will reside. Now let's go ahead. Next, we'll need to install the Power Platform build tools for Azure DevOps. As I've previously explained, these tools will help us out in achieving this ALM journey that we are going on. So this is the tools that you need to install, and in order to do that, you can go over to this link, and you will be greeted with this screen where this has a big green button which says get it free, and you will click on this, and this will ask you to choose your organization in which you want to install these tools. So you will have to choose your Azure DevOps organization in which you want to install these build tools. And once you choose that organization, like for me, I have chosen my organization, which is Imperium Dynamics. You can install these tools into your environment, and then you're good to go. Now we have our project set up, and we have the build tools installed. So naturally, the next step would be to have the repository set up, where we'll be pushing our source code. So to do that, as I've showed you earlier, you can go into this left bar sidebar, and you can go into the repos option. When you go into the repos option on a new project, it will show you this screen indicating that there are no repos currently initialized on this project, so you need to initialize one. So what we'll do is we'll go over to the bottom of this page and we'll go to this option which says initialize main branch with a readme or git ignore. So you can change this option. You can add or don't not add a readme according to your preference. You can add or not add a git ignore according to your preference. But then eventually we want to initialize a clean branch, a new branch, and new repository on this project which we've set up for this presentation and for our ALM workflow. So once we initialize this repository, we will now have an empty repository initialized on this project, and this is how it will look like when you go to the file section of this repository. And this is how you will be this is how your screen will be, and this repository will eventually be used for our source code. So let's go ahead to the next step. Now in the next step, this gets a little bit complicated, but it is necessary, so we'll have to follow along. In the next step, we'll have to allow Azure to actually access this repository. Since these repositories are security protected, so the build pipeline that we'll be building will be accessing this repository to push the code. To access this repository, it needs a certain privilege and permission in order to be able to access this repository. So these are the steps that we'll have to take in order to create or grant that permission to our build pipelines. And what we'll need to do is we'll need to click on this gear icon on the bottom left of your screen. And once you're there, you have to click on this repositories option in this menu. Once you're in this repositories option, just select whatever repository that you have just created. The name can be anything. You can rename it according to your preference. And once you have selected that repository, then you need to go into the security tab, and then in the search bar over here, you have to search for project collection build service. Once you search for this, you will see an entry, a user group with this name, and in the brackets ahead you'll have your organization's name, which is your organization name on Azure DevOps. So once you have this on your screen, you select this option, and then you change the contribute permission of this user and you set it to allow. Once you set it to allow, then what it does is that it allows the build service of this project which we'll be using in our pipeline. That build service can now access this repository and it can contribute to this repository. So this is what we want to achieve through this step. So if you have followed along, you will be able to do this very easily. Now let's go over to our other document which I have for the next steps in creating this pipeline. So let me share my screen again. Just hang with me for a bit. Okay, so now I hope we have this screen visible where you see a Word document on your screen. This is a blog that I have written for my organization, and it will be up on our organization's website, so you can check it out later even if you miss this presentation, or you can just go through this blog in this presentation when I'll be going through it. So now the next step, once we have all of the stuff set up, we have our Azure project set up, we have our Azure repository set up, we have granted the required privileges to our Azure build service. So we have everything set up. Now we need to get into the meat of things, and we need to create the first pipeline that will execute things for us. So to do that, first you can go into pipeline section, and then there will be a button which will tell you to create your first pipeline. You click on that pipeline, and now first of all it will ask you which type of editor, which type of connector would you like to use to create your pipeline. So for this we'll be using the classic editor. So click on this option, use the classic editor, and then the next screen will be this one, which will ask you to select which repository you want to link with this pipeline. And in our case, we'll be linking our Azure repos Git. This will be the repository which we'll be using. And by the way, this is the default option. We'll be using this since we're using the whole Azure platform. So we'll be residing our repository over in this Azure repository. You can also use your own personal or your work GitHub repositories or Bitbucket repositories or any other Git versioning system that you have. You can configure them and they will be as easy to configure as this Azure repos here. So we'll be using this Azure repos for this demonstration purpose. So once you have selected this Azure repository, you will select the project that you're currently on, and then you'll select the repository that you just would have created in the few steps earlier. So you will select that repository, and the default branch for this purpose of this demonstration will be the main branch that will be initialized when you started, you initialized your repository. So this will be the branch that we'll be using, the main branch. And then if you click on continue, this will be the screen that you'll be presented with. And here you will have to choose what template you want to start your pipeline with. And for that purpose, we'll be starting with an empty job and we'll be building it from scratch. So we'll start with an empty job and then we can go ahead and start building our pipeline. The next screen will be this screen where we have the whole information about the pipeline, and it will ask you to tell, it will give you an option to rename your pipeline. So you can rename the pipeline according to whatever purpose your pipeline achieves. The first pipeline that we want to implement will be the one which exports solution from our dev environment over and checks it into our Git environment. So you can name it accordingly. You can name it export from dev to Git, and that is sufficient enough to indicate what that pipeline tries to achieve. So once you rename your pipeline from this section in the name section, then you can go ahead and click on the save and queue button, which will show a drop down, and from that drop down you can click on that save button. So now our pipeline is saved and it is initialized. Now we have to add tasks into this pipeline which will run when we actually execute this pipeline. So as you can see here, we have just one job on our pipeline, which says agent job 1, and this is the default job which is created for you whenever you create a pipeline. Since we'll only be working in a linear fashion, so we won't be needing multiple jobs. So we'll just focus on this one job and we'll add all our tasks on this one job. For more advanced scenarios, you can create multiple jobs. Now let's go ahead. The first thing that we'll need to do is one error that you might face once we're done with all of this and we have our pipeline completed and then you run your pipeline, then there might be one error which says that your pipeline cannot access the token, the OAuth token. So that I've highlighted here. So you can do this step in the beginning of the process, so you will save yourself from some headache and this error won't likely appear to you. So you can click on this agent job 1, and once you have clicked on this agent job 1, this will be the details of this job 1. And if you scroll down, you will see these additional options. Now from here, you should click on this checkbox. You should check this checkbox which says allow scripts to access the OAuth token. I think it should be clearly visible to you now. So we have to check this checkbox and allow the scripts to access the OAuth token. So this is how we avoid the error that would have popped up if we didn't do this step. So now let's move on. Now we have to get into the actual building of the pipeline and where we'll be implementing our actual ALM practices. And these pipelines can differ. This pipeline is just for demonstration purpose to let you know how to actually get into ALM and get into Azure DevOps and make your lives easier. But this is not conclusive. This is not the whole thing. You can go ahead and customize it. You can go ahead and extend it to up to your liking, up to your level of technical knowledge. So this is just the basic stuff, and this will help you get into ALM with Power Platform. So once we are here, we have granted that OAuth token access. Then we click on this plus icon here, which allows us to add tasks to this job. Since this job is empty now, it does not mean anything. We'll need to add tasks to it, which run when the pipeline executes. So we'll click on this plus button. This will show this screen, and then we need to add a task. So to add all our tasks, what we'll be doing is common. We'll be going to the search bar up here and we'll type Power Platform. So this filters out all the tasks and shows us only the ones which belong to the Power Platform build tools. So once we have these tasks over here, the first task that we'll be adding is Power Platform Tool Installer. Now, what this task does is that it installs the tools that Power Platform that come bundled with the Power Platform build tools, which are required for the other tasks to function correctly. So this is the fundamental step and the crucial step that we'll be needing to do, and we'll add this task over here. Now, one question that may arise, and you may wonder, that why are we installing the tools every time the pipeline runs? Because if we add this task to the pipeline, and then whenever we run the pipeline, all of these tasks get executed. So one may question themselves that why do we have to install these tools every time the pipeline runs? We can just do it once. So the answer for that is that whenever you run a pipeline, Azure spins up a new virtual machine for you, which is the machine on which these tasks run. So it is not a one common machine, or it is not your personal desktop, personal machine, personal server, which has these tools already installed for once, and then you can run the rest of the steps. So this is not the case. It Azure, whenever you run a pipeline, it spins up a new virtual machine. It creates a fresh state for you. So in that fresh state, you will always require to install these Power Platform tools every time, each and every time you execute your pipeline. So this is the answer why we need to do this step each time. So first we'll add this step. We'll click on the add button, and it will add this task to our pipeline. Now, the next step that we'll need to do is, once we have these tools installed, then we need to export our solution from our environment, from our dev environment, our sandbox environments. We'll need to export our solution. So the next step that we'll be adding, next task that we'll be adding, will be the Power Platform export solution task. And once we have added this task, then it will also need some configuration. Now, in order to configure this requires some settings, the first of which being the service connection. Now, the service connection we'll have to manage. You have to click on this manage button over here, and then when you click this manage button, you will be greeted with this page, which lets you create your service connection. Now, in order for the pipeline to communicate with your Dataverse instance, you'll need to make a service connection, and that is what we'll be doing in this step. So it requires a few parameters from your side, which will allow the connection to connect to your Dataverse instance. The first one being the server URL. This is different for everyone that implements this. This server URL will be the URL to your Dataverse environment, your Power Apps environment, and where you can find that is, you can go to admin.powerplatform.microsoft.com, then log in with your organization's email address, and once you have logged in, you can go to the environments tab. Once you have gone to the environments tab, then you have to select the environment for which you want to set up a pipeline. And once you're in that screen which shows you that particular environment, then under the URL title, you will have this environment URL label which you are looking for. This URL will be the one which goes here over in the server URL section. And once you have that added, then there's the authentication section. In the authentication section, you'll have to provide your credentials for your account, which will be the username and password. And once you're done with this, you can name your service connection. For demonstration purposes, I have named it sample connection for now. You can name it whatever you want to, and add some description which describes this connection. Once you're done with all of these steps, you just click on the save button, and then you're good to go. This connection will be completed. Now this window opens up in a new tab, so you'll have to go back to your previous tab where you were editing your pipeline, where this screen was showing. Now once you are back here on this screen, then you have to click on this refresh button. This button, this is the button I'm talking about, the service connection label. You click on this refresh button, then this drop down populates again, and in this drop down you will have to select the newly created service connection that you just created. Now once you have selected this, then you type in your solution name and your solution output file. Now I'll describe what we'll be typing there. For the solution name, we'll be adding a variable, and we'll be typing this text, $bracket solution name. Now what this does is that it means that you are pointing to a variable. This is a variable that we'll define in our pipeline in some later steps. So in the second section of the solution name section, we'll just add this. And then in the solution output field, solution output file field, we'll add this text over here. Now what this text is that first it's pointing to a variable which is a build variable. It is the artifact staging directory. This is where our artifacts will be stored. What is an artifact? An artifact is any file that you create during this whole build process. So the solution file is also an artifact. So we'll be putting that artifact into this artifact staging directory and followed by our solution name dot zip. So this will be the file of our managed solution, file name of our managed solution, which will be solution name.zip. Now, artifact direct staging directory build variable. This is defined by Microsoft. Since it's a predefined variable, you don't have to define it yourself. So Microsoft defines it as the following: the local path on the agent where any artifacts are copied to before being pushed to their destination. So this is where you temporarily keep your artifacts and then you push those over to your other environments. And please note that the artifact staging directory, it is cleared with every build. So once your build pipeline is complete running, this directory is cleared, so you won't have those files that you created during your execution inside this directory. So they are just temporary files. So once we are done with this, this is how this step will finally look like. For the solution name field, we have the solution name variable, and for the solution output file field, we have this builds.artifact staging directory / solution name.zip text. And you can also check in this box, which is export as managed solution, since we want to be exporting our managed solution. Now it is showing an error on the solution name file. This is because we haven't defined the variable yet, the solution name variable, which we'll be doing in the next steps later on in this demonstration. So we'll look into it later on. So now once we have this step completed, what this step will do is that it will take the solution from our dev environment and it will export it as solution name.zip file, and it will keep this on this directory. So now we'll have our solution file on this directory, which we'll be using to unpack and store into Git. So the next step will be to add the unpack solution task. We'll add the task using the same steps that we followed before. Click on plus, search, and then pick this unpack solution step. Now this also requires some configurations. The first configuration being the input file. Now for the solution input file, we'll use the same directory and the same file name which we use for the solution output file in the previous step. The output from this export solution step will become the input to this unpack solution step. So we'll just copy the same over here, and then the next field will be to add the target folder where we need to unpack the solution. So we'll be using another build variable, which is the sources directory. This build variable is used to just unpack the code, and you can store your source code, unpacked source code, in this directory. So this is what this step looks like after it's complete. And please note, please change this unmanaged solution to managed solution, since we'll be working with managed solutions. Once we're done with this, the next task that we want to add is the command line task. And in this command line task, we'll be actually putting in the commands which will push these solution files over to Git. And now in this, we'll add this command line task. Once this is here, you can look how it looks like when it's complete. Once you add this command line task, you can rename it from the display name field. I've renamed it to push to Git, because since this command line task actually pushes our source code over to Git. And then you have to put in the actual script over here. So this is the script which we'll use to push our code over to our Git repository. And you can look into the code over here. You have to change a few things in this script. The first thing that you need to change is this thing. This is the user email. This is just example@domain.com. You'll have to put in your actual email, actual organization email into this. And then this is the branch that we'll be checking out. This is the main branch, because this is the default branch that was initialized when we initialized our repository. And then we commit this code over to our repository, and then we push this code to our repository. And this line, it allows authorization for accessing this repository through the bearer token. And here we use the system variable, which is the system access token. This allows us to work with security, and this is the token which will allow us to actually access the repository. So we use this token as the bearer token, and this is the authorization header that we'll have to add in this git script. So by this script, we can push our code, the unpacked solution files from this solution file folder, the sources directory, over to our Git repository. Now this is how it will look like once it is all complete. And after this step, we have now completed this first pipeline, and this pipeline is done, and this pipeline will do as it was meant to do. It will pick up our solution from our dev environment, and then it will unpack that solution in the next step, and then those unpacked solution source code files it will push over to our Git repository. And this is all achieved by this first pipeline. Now if you recall, we have second pipeline as well, where we'll be using this unpacked solution file and packing it and then deploying it over to our test environment. Now why we have split these pipelines into two is because this first pipeline, which just pushes to Git, you will ideally be wanting to execute this pipeline a lot more, because you will constantly be pushing to Git with every major change. With every change, let's say at the end of each working day, you just execute this pipeline which updates your code over on your Git repository. This you will be wanting to run more occasionally. But the other pipeline, which will actually pick that code up and deploy it over to your test environment or prod environment, that pipeline you want to be running only occasionally and sometimes on whenever you want to actually deploy to those environments. So that is why we have split these pipelines into two, for the sake of running one more frequently than the other. So once we have done this, our pipeline is complete. But one step that we are missing here, if you recall, we added those solution name variable and we used it throughout our pipeline, but we have not defined it yet. So you will have to go into this variables tab up here, and then you have to select pipeline variables. You have to click on this add button, and then you can add this solution name variable here. It has to read exactly this solution name, and then the value should be your solution name. This is just for demonstration purposes. This is sample solution name. This should be replaced with the actual solution name that you have over in your Dataverse environment. So once we're done with this, you can extract your solution name from your Dataverse environment. If this is your make.powerapps portal, once you are on this portal, you can go into the solutions tab over here, and in your solutions tab, whichever solution you want to export with this pipeline, you'll have to pick the name field of that solution. Please note that we are not picking the display name field, we are picking the name field. So we'll have to put in this default if we had to actually export this default solution. So you pick this name field and you add it over here in the value. Once we're done with this, then our pipeline is finally eventually complete, and this is the complete pipeline which will help us to extract our code from our dev environments and push it over to Git. Now I'll stop my screen sharing over here, and we'll be shifting to another Word file which will outline the steps that we need to take in the next pipeline. I think we're running over time, but I'll just quickly go over the second pipeline so that you have the complete flow. Okay, so now hopefully you'll have the screen visible on our second Word document. This is the second pipeline. So I have split in our blogs on our website, on Imperium Dynamics website, where on the blog section I have written these blogs and these are split into the different pipelines that we have created. So this is the third blog in this series. The first one was related to the setup, which we did in the initial phase of this process, the Azure setup, the repository setup. The second blog will be related to the first pipeline, which we just completed, and then this third blog is related to the second pipeline that we'll be building. So now we need to build another pipeline. The process remains the same as we did in the previous pipeline. This time the process will be a lot faster, since we already know quite a lot of things from our first iteration of this process. Now you will click on the pipelines button, you will click on a new pipeline, and then you will do the same steps over again. You will use the classic editor once again, you will use the Azure Git repos once again, and then you will create an empty job, and then you name the pipeline accordingly. Now this time, this pipeline, what it wants to achieve is it is that it wants to take the code files on your source control system, on your Git.
Mohsin, can you hear us? I think no. Hey, mate.
Hey, hello.
How are you?
I'm fine.
Cool. Are you about to start?
Yes, let me share my screen so you can confirm that you can see my slides. I am ready to go.
All right. What's the time there?
It's 9 a.m.
All right, cool. This time you're not after midnight or or early in the morning.
No, but that's fine. I mean, I like it, so hey.
All
This
right,
is always
Bruno.
this is always a nice session to share.
All right, cool. So yeah, I'll share your screen and then I'll be off screen. If you have any questions, let me know. But I hope you won't.
No, that's fine. Just one question. Time do I have?
All right. Yes. Cool.
Perfect.
Take your time.
Perfect. Okay, I manage. I have the session. I will manage to do everything there. So if you are okay, I will start.
Yeah, all good. Thanks.
Perfect. Okay, hello everyone. Bruno here from Canada, and you probably noticed the accent. I am not Canadian. I was born in Argentina, lived 11 years in Spain, and moved to Canada a couple of years ago. And I am Microsoft MVP. I've been an MVP for a long time. I think it's 12, 13, 14 years. And the last couple of years, I was awarded in the category of artificial intelligence. And I like to play with devices. I like to tinker with devices and stuff a lot. So that's how a couple of years ago, I started to play with a drone, small drone, a toy drone. I'm going to show you right now. And this is how I get to a point that I realize that I can do a lot of stuff with the drone. I can do some machine learning. I can do a couple of cool computer vision stuff. So, hey, it's super cool. So this is what I am going to mostly show you today. The main topic that I'm going to talk today is around, forget about machinelearning.net. I will probably not do anything there. But yes, a lot of Python coding. I am going to do mostly in Python. And I'm going to talk a little about machine learning, computer vision, and how this works. And I always like to start showing that this is myself. I'm working now on that. But for this session, I'm so sorry for the bad jokes, for the bad demos. And hey, do not use these codes in production. Feel free to get inspired by these codes, but do not use them in real scenarios. So I like this meme as kind of this is what you expect today. So let's start. What I am going to use today to do a couple of demos and to program and these kind of things is this drone. It is called the DJI Tello. It's not a very expensive drone. I mean, when you start to talk about programming drones and you have officials and professional drones with SDK, you always talk about a couple of $1,000 to get those drones. This is around $100, which is much more cheaper than the professional one. But it's also not a very powerful, sophisticated drone. I mean, if you take a look at the specifications of the drone, it's very small. Let me pick up the drone. There it is. So this is the size of the drone in my hand. So it's a little bigger than, I don't know, it's kind of a standard smartphone size. So it's very, very small, very light also. The battery is a toy. So the battery is around 10, 15 minutes. It's not a long battery time. But I like it because it has a very couple of cool features. So it has 2 antennas. So you can connect to the drone. When you turn on the drone is going to start a Wi-Fi hotspot, so you can connect to the drone using these antennas. Then you have the drone has a camera of 70, it's HD camera, so 720p resolution, so it's very cool to access the camera. And a couple of other cool features, like it will automatically stabilize. It has a sensor to detect when it gets low battery, it will automatically land. It's kind of nice. It's super cool. Also, you can get extra batteries. I have a couple here for a couple of dollars. So it's not very, very complicated and expensive to start. And you can start to do things with the drone. What I really like about this one is that when I start to, a friend of mine introduced me to this drone a couple of years ago, and I see that there are some examples of kids programming the drone using Scratch. Scratch is a programming language where you are basically using blocks. You don't type code, you connect blocks. So the kids have some block to take off, fly right, fly left, do a flip or something like that. And the drone will do these commands. So I like it, and I start to think, okay, maybe there is an SDK that we can use to connect to the drone and do these kind of things, but there is no official SDK for this drone. Remember, it's a toy, it's not a professional drone. But what we have, what you can have here, okay, it seems that the screen is frozen. Oh, perfect. So what we have somewhere deep in the Rise Robotic, the page that is doing the drone, there is a PDF. I know that they have a 3.0 version right now with a specification around how you can create your own SDK, how you can connect to the drone. So basically, when you connect to the drone, you are going to have a couple of UDP sockets connected that you can open to the drone using a couple of ports. And one of the sockets, one of the ports is going to be used to send commands to the drone. You can see a couple of sample commands here. You can send take off, land, flip, move right, move left, a couple of things that you can do. The other port is going to be used to read information from the drone, to read information about the battery, the temperature, the time of flight, etc. And the third port is going to be access the camera. So, okay, if you read this, and by the way, when you send the command, this is using UDP, so it's not TCP, you are not sure that the command is there or not, so a couple of things that you need to figure out. UDP is not a very friendly communication protocol, but once you have this, you're going to start to write something. If you know a programming language, or if you're working in a platform that allows you to send this command to a specific port, you're going to start to interact with the drone. And this is what I've done. This is what I started to play and started to do. But before showing this, let me show how I have this today, because this is kind of important in terms of the logistics. So I am going to be connected to the drone via wireless. So I am using my machine. This is my gaming/work machine, and I am connected to the internet to share this with you via a network cable. But because this is a toy drone, I am going to get disconnected from time to time, So be aware that you are going to see this a lot. So moving to demo side. If I turn on the drone is going to start blinking. You're not going to see anything there. It's super cheap. It's super low quality. But when the drone is on, what I will have, let me start zoom it. What I will have is there it is in the wireless network that I can see in my computer. So let's see, wireless. Oh, come on, Windows 10, not today. So if I go to networks, sorry about that, and I start to see the network, available networks. There it is. One of these networks here, anytime soon it will appear, is going to be my drone. So let's wait a couple of seconds until we get the Telo drone available here. It's not refreshing. This is what's happening in live mode. Okay, trust me, there is a drone, there is a Telo drone here. So what I am going to do, I am going to connect to this network. And the way that I'm going to connect, I am not going to use Windows 10 connection. I am going to use a PowerShell command, and this command is super simple. Let's remove these git clones. It's going to be this command, let net sh wireless LAN connect, and this is the name of my. It's here, not yet. It's not available. Zoom it on. Sorry, we don't see this because it's turned off. So there it is. Now it's on. So I'm going to connect to this network, and a couple of seconds later, we are going to be there. So when I do this, it's going Hey, I'm back. I'm so sorry. I didn't have a connection problem. I have a blue screen. This is Windows doing Windows stuff. So let me share my screen back. And it seems that I am online again. So yes, I think I have everything. Let me turn off the email. I'm so sorry about that. This is happening in live demos. And I was basically showing that I want to connect to the network of the drone. So I am connected to this one here right now, with Wi-Fi 2, Telo. I am connected to the network. So I am connected to the drone. So as I mentioned, you are going to see this, I hope not the blue screen. I did similar demos this week a couple of times and I haven't had any problem. But hey, I am connected to both, to the internet and the drone right now. So with this online, with this on, and again, I'm so sorry about this. This is my machine doing machine stuff. Let's build our hello world. If we are in the live stage, I will probably pick up the drone and make it fly so we can see it fly. I'm not going to do the flight demos until the end today. I don't want to break the drone. But let's do something less interesting, but still cool, which is connect to the drone and get some information about the battery. So this is kind of the hello world to write the SDK. So let me close this, open code. And again, I'm so sorry, I have everything open until I restarted. And let's go to today. Today is the 31. Let's create a new file. Let's call this demo.py. It's a Python file, and start to write some code here. So first stuff that I'm going to do. Let's add some imports. I am going to use sockets, I am going to use time, and I am going to use threadings. I'm going to use socket to connect to the drone, that makes sense, and I'm going to open each one of these connections in different threads so I don't block the main app. So far, so good. So then let's write a couple of functions to receive data from the drone. I am going to define and create a couple of sockets later. It's going to be a client socket and a state socket, but this is the way that it's going to work. I'm going to have an eternal loop while true. Again, don't do this at home. Don't do this in production. This is just a demo. And I'm going to read always a response value here from the socket. And the same with another socket to the state. And this one is going to give me a big string that I am going to decode for Axie, and it's going to have a lot of values. And I know in example here that the item in the position 21 is the battery value. So I know that stuff. I will show you later what other values that I have, but just two functions to get the data. Now let's write a couple of functions to send the data. This is, again, super simple. I am going to use one of the comments, the sockets, I'm sorry. I am going to send the comment. It's going to be a string encoded in UTF-8. And I have here a couple, and I have here a couple of lines to basically get a timestamp and validate if I have a response for 5 seconds. So this is kind of a timeout. Again, it's not the most elegant and amazing code, but it works. But this is good enough. And I have here a couple of overloads of the main functions to basically send control commands and validate the response. Nothing fancy, just doing this. So next step is let's define the connection to the drone. As I show, I know the IP that I have with the drone, so I know it's going to be 192.168.10.1, and I know that the main 2 ports that I'm going to use are going to be 88, 89, and 8890, so I can create 2 sockets and open 2 sockets using UDP to the drone. So this is going to give me the connection. So right now I have my client socket and the state socket already open and connected to the drone. And the next step will be, let's run the function that we have before, the receive data from the drone when I send the command, and the receive state when I read the battery and the other information from the drone in 2 separate threads. So I'm going to have 2 threads doing this kind of stuff, and that's it. That's my 90 lines with the main code that I need to start to program the drone. Everything else, all of the other demos that I'm going to do are going to basically start here, but I think it's good enough to explain how this works so you can have a sense of how this is connected to the drone and how I'm sending information. So let's do basically the hello world, which is let's define the battery. It's going to be battery 0. Let's send the control command. The first command that I'm going to send is need to be command, because in the SDK, in the PDF document, they define that when you are connecting and using this non-standard SDK, the first one that you need to send is command, and then I read battery. Again, this is all part of the PDF. I will wait 5 seconds, and then I will print the battery value that I read before. So let's run this. Let's see how this works. Let me copy the path of this one. I am disconnected to the drone right now, so I need to connect again. Let me add a new one. Oh. Let me add the PowerShell. I will turn on the drone, start the connection, and in the meantime, I am going to go to the location that I am working right now. So if I show the files that I have here, I have this demo.py file, the one that I just created. Let me start the connection again until the ping in the bottom left start to reply with information. There it is, now I'm connected. So I can go back here and run this python.demo.py, and this will connect to the drone, wait 5 seconds, and show the battery. Super simple, battery is 83, so nothing fancy, nothing amazing, super boring demo, I know, but let's tweak this a little so we can show different stuff. So let me wait 25 seconds here, and let me change this line that instead of just getting the battery, let's print the full list here. Oh, sorry. I have Copilot on. Let me turn off Copilot. Python. So it's not bothering me anymore. So I'm going to print the battery. So if I go back here, still connected? No, I guess get disconnected. Let me turn this on again. So let me go back here. This is the boring part, sorry, connecting and disconnecting, but it's good to drink some water. So now I am connected. So if I run the file again, you will take a look that it's showing a lot of info here. And if I start to move the drone around, if I simulate that it's flying, you can take a look how this info is also changing, because part of information that I have here are accelerometer values. So when I move this and start to simulate some whatevers, you can see there that I have that the values are changing. So it's 25 seconds. It should be finished anytime soon. And let's take a look at the info that we have here. So let me zoom this a little so we can take a look. We have a first set of info, which is the pitch, roll, and yaw, which is basically the 3 axes that the three axes that the drone is working right now. We also have the vectors of information here. We have temperature, low and high. This is important. This is in Fahrenheit. But there are the latest check temperature of the drone. If the drone gets too hot, it will automatically shut down, so we can control that. Then the time of flight is also here. Time of flight never worked for me, so always give me 10. I don't know why. We have the battery, we have a barometer value, and we have a lot of other information. But the one that I really like, and the one that I started to do my demos, is this one. It's the accelerometer value. I have the 3 axes, X, Y, and Z, and I can get in real time the accelerometer value. So I was moving the drone around, and you can take a look here how the X changed from 436 to 216 to 238. So while I was moving the drone around, it was changing the value. So hey, this is cool. I am connected to the drone. I am reading information for the drone. And again, it's only took me 90 lines of code to start to do this. And then, by the way, I can start to do more other stuff. In a live demo, I will set take off and it will fly, and I will set move or switch or do something like this. So once I am here, once I have access to the drone, the next step, can I access to the camera feed? The other port that I have available, not only to send command and read on drone data, is to read the camera. And I was trying to do that, but I realized that I started to play around with tools like BLC, FFmpeg. I tried a couple of them, and I have a lot of problems with a lot of delay, so I couldn't make it work. And then I remember that, hey, you know what? I've been using OpenCV for a long time. OpenCV is an amazing, amazing library to work with images, mostly used for computer vision or computer or image processing. And I've been using OpenCV with C++ and Python for a long time. So I decided, okay, I will give it a try. I will try to see if I can access the camera of the drone using OpenCV. So what I did, let me create a new file. Let's create camera.py. So what I can do here is, let me add the camera. Let's go for drone 30. So I will add as I mentioned, the first 90 lines of code, the standard ones, and I have one difference here. I have import the CV2. CV2 is OpenCV. So this is the library that I'm going to use to access to the camera. So everything else is the same. The main difference here is I am using OpenCV. So next step will be, let's start the drone connection. And again, like before, I send the first command, and then I send another command, which is stream on. So now the drone will start to stream the camera frames, the camera information frame by frame, so I can access that. Next step will be, okay, let's start the camera. And this is the magic happening here. Basically, I know the IP of the drone, I know the port, I know that it's UDP, and this is what I need to send to the drone to say, okay, open a capture element. This is of OpenCV element that is going to allow me to access to the camera. And this element will allow me to access frame by frame. I can say capture, get me the frame, and I'm going to give me the latest frame of the camera, and that's it. If instead of using that address, UDP/192, I put here 0, it will access my local camera, the number 0. If I have 2 or more cameras, I can put 1, 2, 3. If I have a remote camera using RSTP, I can use RSTP here. So OpenCV makes accessing to the camera drone super, super easy. So the next step will be, okay, now I have the camera, let's display the camera. So what I am going to do now is I am going to still get the battery values. I can use the battery as a ping command, so I know at every time that I'm connected to the drone. So I am going to read the battery value and ping the battery value, and then in a while true, in an eternal loop, I am going to read the capture camera, the camera from the drone, into a frame. I am going to resize the frame to 640 for 480, and then I'm going to show this in an image. So let's change the name here, and let's do for Urdu in the bootcamp. Sorry. So let's change the title. I am going to show this. And when I press the letter Q, the Q letter, I am going to stop the execution. And the final step here is basically, when I stop the program, I need to send the control to the drone, which is stream off, so it stops streaming the camera. If I don't do this and get disconnected, the drone will get into a crappy state. Remember, this is a toy, so it's not a professional one. So I need to do this. So let's do a small recap. Very simple, same code as before, but I am going to open, using OpenCV, a camera capture here. I am going to access to the camera capture to get frame by frame, show the frames in a window, and basically close the application. So let's save this and go back to our amazing demo to see what we have. Let me put this smaller here. Now if I see the files here, I have my camera file, there it is. This is the one that we are using, and I am disconnected from the drone, so I need to go back, turn on the drone. Sorry about that. This is the boring part, and connect to the drone. After a couple of seconds, it should be there. While it's connecting, I am going to start to write here Python camera.py, and I will run this. So at this moment, I am connected. I am running the one that I have. This is all debugging info from OpenCV. It's kind of showing me what it's doing there. And hey, there it is. This is the drone camera. As you can take here, You can take a look here. The title is showing, I just changed the title, and this is the drone camera. I start to move the drone around. You are going to start to see in real time what the drone is watching right now. So let's get froze. Oh, I get disconnected. This is what's happened with the drone when you are playing around with this. This is a toy, so let me turn this on again and start the camera demo again. Let me connect this again, and let's close this one. I don't want to report this. I want to get disconnect. So there it is. I am connected to the drone, connected, and start the camera again. Remember, this is a toy, so this is stuff happen. You get disconnected from time to time. So there is the camera, and if I start to move it around, there is me here, so you can take a look at me. You can see that in the back of myself, I have a green screen that used to be my office. Now it's not my office anymore. So I have a green screen with a photo of my office, but I can start to move this, and hey, take a look. It's working. It's showing in real time what's happening here. It's a couple of stuff. So there are you here in my StreamYard. I am projecting, and super cool, super easy. And it only took me 10 lines of code to do this. So let's press Q and stop the run. And hey, with these 10 lines, extra 10 lines, I can access the camera and start to show the camera. Somebody asked, okay, and how fast this works? How many frames you have per second? So this will show the frames per second. Basically, it's the same code, and I am going to get a timestamp at the beginning of the frame, then show the frame, do some calculations here, and show the frame per second. And in the same demo that I just did, what I can do right now is I can use the same code, but add this overlay here on the top. There it is. And hey, take a look. It's working 27, it's between 30 and 40 frames per second. If I start to move this around, you will get a sense of how it's working. It's not very, very bad. It gets, right now, 99, that's a lie, it's too much. But for me, after some tests, I know that it's around 30 and 40 frames per second, which is super, it is good enough to start to do some stuff there. So I can access the camera, I can connect to the drone, I can start to do stuff. And hey, the next step, if I have access to the camera and I have an image, I can start to do some stuff on top of the image. So this is the moment where I start to think, okay, what we can do? What is the final step of what we can do? So let's try with something easy. Let's try to do some face detection in an image. Face detection, it's been around for a long time. OpenCV gives us a lot of options. We can do face detection, face recognition, we can do object recognitions, we can even do deep and detect this is my daughter and myself, detecting our facial features here. We can do plenty of things. And one of the easiest places to start, just to learn, because this is not good to be used in production, is to use one of the first algorithms to do face detection, which is the Viola-Jones algorithm. This is from 2001, so it's old. And it's used a technique which is called hard cascades, but it's super easy to implement. And it's also what is basically, it's based that in your face, your eye region is going to be darker than your cheeks. So all of the same with the nose, is going to do some kind of shadow. So with that, we'll try to define where is a face. Again, it's kind of good to start because it's super easy to implement in OpenCV. It's not the best one, but I will show you how this will work, and I will also show you in a more better trained machine learning model to do faces, how we can do that, because it's kind of the idea. So the way that we can do this is, again, let me create a new file. Let's create a new file. Face PI, let me minimize this. Let's common code here, so I have everything that we need here to do this already knows. Open the socket, send socket, everything that I already showed you is here, plus the camera. And now let's do the face detection code. So the first step that I'm going to do is I'm going to use a file. It's an XML file that is going to have a lot of definition of the algorithms and the math that is going to be performed in each image to detect the faces. So I need to load, using OpenCV, a cascade classifier. I have this cascade here. Let me copy the cascade into the file. So let me copy the file into the cascade into the folder. So there it is. So I already did this, and I have a cascade. The cascade is an object that I can use now to basically send an image, and it's going to return me if I found something. In this case, it's detecting faces, but there are other cascades trying to detect, I don't know, fruits, bananas. You can even detect your own. It's not the best one to do this, but it's an option here. So next step, when I have this, let's display the faces. How we are going to do this? So I am going to read again the frame here. I am going to do a resize of the frame, so it's kind of same size that we had before. I am going to change the frame. I'm going to convert the frame to a grayscale image. Hard Cascade use grayscale images, and then I am going to use the cascade that I loaded before to detect here what it found here. So I am going to set gray, and I am going to send a couple of parameters here, which is basically the accuracy. And I can't remember which is the other value here. But once I have this, I will have an array of detected faces that will have four values, which is going to be the top left and the bottom right coordinates. And with that, I can start to draw some frames here. So I'm going to draw a rectangle in the frame with the top right, top bottom, and top left using red for the frames. So let's here Urdu Hindi faces. So let's run this one and see how it works. Going back to my code, there I am disconnected. Sorry about that. So let's clean this. If we take a look at the files, now I have my face file and the hard cascade. So here we are. I just turn on the drone. Let's connect to the drone one more time. And in the meantime, let's do face.py once I am connected. Come on. There it is. I can start to do face detection. So right now, it's going to open the window at any moment. There it is. It's open the window. Let me put my window here. It's going to open the window. And if I start to move the drone around, and I point into my face, you can take a look there that I have the frame around the face. If I start to move the drone around to a little to the corner, the face is still there, but I lost it somewhere there. But hey, that's kind of the frame, that's kind of the face, and it works. It's kind of nice because it works. If I open a video, let me open, I have here for the, I have it here. No, not here. Let me open here, this one in the, if I have a video, drone anomaly, drone MLNet. Sorry, I have this open before, and there it is. If I have a video like this one, this one here. Let me stop the video and play this again. And what I am going to do right now is, I get disconnected. I'm going to point the video I'm going to point the drone to the video so we can see how it's detecting faces in real time. And this video has a lot of faces here. So I am turning on the drone. There it is, connected to the drone. Super boring. I know the connection part is super boring. One more time, send the connection. I am connected, and let's minimize a little here. Clean this. Start the face. And once the drone is showing faces, showing the camera, there it is. So I am playing the video, and you will see as soon as the signal is stable, how it's some frames there, some other frames there. It's taking some time. As you can also see, because I have so many devices in my office right now, the Wi-Fi signal is kind of creepy, it's kind of crappy, but sometimes you get this, hey, it's detecting something which is kind of cool. There is a face there. You see the red frames. You see kind of a lot of frames there. And it's nice. This is, again, using a couple of lines, you can start to detect stuff like a face or a banana or something else. Again, I will probably suggest you to use the OpenCV and the Viola Jones to do some hello world to start to play around. There are other more sophisticated options. So an example here, let me minimize this a little. I have a full set of demos, and in the 45, instead of using the Viola Jones model to the hard cascade to detect faces, I have here a coffee model. This is a machine learning model trained with thousands of faces, a much more better model that will work. It's still a little slower, but this one works great, super great. So going back here, if I move to this file, this is the number, sorry, this is the number 48, I think, yes. If I run this one, it's not 45, sorry about that. If I run this one, this will start the drone. Oh, I just get disconnected. Oh my God, this is so bad luck. Turn on the drone again. 1, 2, 3, connect to the drone. One more time. It should be connected right now. And as soon as it's connected, I will run the 45. Oh, there it is. So if I run this one again, this is a different one using to detect faces a machine learning training model. This is a much more powerful one. There it is. So let me put this one here. I will run the video. I will point this to the video. And let me go here. And when I start the detection, you can probably see there. It will take a while to refresh, but there are much more green faces there. I'm using green to see this as a different color. And hey, this is work much more better. I can even point it to myself here. There I am. Oh my God. And see there, even with the crappy connection, it's detecting a face. So hey, it's kind of cool to see how this works. And there are different options here. I use this to do other samples like the face detection. I have other to do age and gender detection. So let me run the 46 just to show you. Let's wait for the drone. Should probably get my daughter here to do the demo, but there it is. Oh my God, I hope I did not get disconnected. Yes, it suddenly get disconnected. Okay, let's connect the drone again. And when I am connected, I am going to run the face detection. There it is. Come on, Windows, where are you? There it is. I point it to myself and enable the feature. That's it. Okay, it says that I am a male of, this is the face detected there, male. I am not in the 4 and 8 age group, so why I cannot get this is a better view, something like that. There it is. So I am not in the 4 and 6, not in the 8. So the age is not very wide, very cool. I need to figure out what is. There it is. 40 something, that's probably me. But again, this is the same demo using another machine learning model based on gender, using another machine learning model to detect the gender, to detect the age, start to play around, and it's all happened here. Every time that they get the frames, I will detect the face, and I will try to detect also from the face the age and the gender. It's just playing around with computer vision. I'm getting to the end here right now, to the end of the time, and the last part that I want to show you is, okay, once I have all of this, how I connect this to the cloud? What can I do to make it work in the cloud? Oh my God! I also closed the slides. Sorry about that. These technical issues today were a challenge for me. So what I can do in order to connect this to the cloud, I can use a product which is called part of the IoT. IoT for Microsoft has two main flavors, one of Azure IoT and the other is Azure IoT Central. And Azure IoT Central is kind of cool because out of the box we have access to dashboards, reports, kind of integrations, a lot of stuff, and it's super simple to create a device there and to connect our drone there. Remember that I use a couple of lines to connect to the drone, and then I can get here and basically change this. So I created a template for the drone. I have here my drone. Let me delete this drone. I will create a new one. My template, my device template here, I have a drone. I can create this from scratch. I added some values here. I added some telemetry values like accelerometer, X, Y, and Z, battery values, and also temperature. And what I can do is, using this template, I can create a new device. So let's create a new device. Let's name this drone Urdu, device ID, also drone Urdu. Let's use the latest template, the V6, and I can create this. Once I created this device, I will have here a couple of views that I can also create and emulate, where I can see information around the battery, around the temperature, and even the raw data. And the way to connect this is basically using an out-of-the-box set of scripts that Microsoft give us to connect to the drone. I can connect here and define and add my IoT information. And then I can go here, go to connect, and start to copy, in example, the scope. I have here and paste the scope. I don't need the IoT hub, sorry about that. And the key that I have here, this is my key. So at this moment, with this code, this file, what it's going to do is going to connect to the drone. It's going to read the telemetry from the drone, and it's going to start to send this telemetry, battery, accelerometer, and temperature in real time to Azure IoT. So when I get here, if I am still connected, I'm not connected, no problem, but I can go here and do this. So let me clean this, let me prepare this to run. When I am here, and let's move this one here. When I am connected to the drone, let me tune the drone one more time and connect. And when I run the script will connect to the drone, read this information, and start to send this information to the cloud. So let's connect to the drone, and after a couple of seconds, when the ping starts to reply, I run this one, and it's connecting to the cloud, it's getting the info there. It's opening the camera. I am not using anything here. There it is. It's open there. It's sending information, so you can see here that it sent already accelerometer value. If I got here to the raw data, this is information that I just sent. Here we can see accelerometer from telemetry. Every 10 seconds, it will also, this is when the device was connected, every 10 seconds will also send information about the battery and the temperature. So let's wait here a little about see when it gets. So let's go to the raw data. There it is. We just get information around the battery and the temperature. Let me move the drone also a little. So if I go back to the about, we see that the battery is at 66. The temperature is between 76 and 77. And I also have, in the overview, I will start to get some charts around, hey, this is showing information every every couple of seconds. I think it's 10 seconds or so. So I need to wait a little more. But hey, this is what is happening right now. The battery is getting down in 64. The raw data will have more and more info here. You can take a look, and in the chart, at any moment, it will display how it's sending this info and how it's working. I will wait until we get a new refresh from the chart, and that's basically it. But again, it's super simple. Get the data, and using in an eternal while, and using this, I can start to send this information to IoT Hub. And by the way, it's not only sending information here, it's also sending information. I have this connected, so automatically there you have here. I make a turn with the drone, so you have in the accelerometer some data also there, and it's also sending info to some blob storage, so I can later do some machine learning on top. So if you want to do also with something like this with IoT, it's easy to do. So I'm getting to the end of the session. I am not going to talk this anymore. Let's do a quick recap of what we done. Forget about the anomaly detection. Didn't have time to do this today, but we wrote an SDK. We get some telemetry from the drone to this stuff. We detect some faces. Didn't do anomaly detection, sorry about that, and send information to Azure IoT. I'm going to share the slides later if you have any questions, or if you want to start with this, where in the slides there's also the access to the link to the drone, to the SDK, a lot of articles that I write about how you can do this with a couple of lines of code, the Viola Jones, how you can do custom vision, plenty of stuff, how you can deploy your environment to do this, and hey, not ML.NET. This is kind of the idea. Thank you very much. Sorry for the technical problems. This is what's happening in this live demo with devices and these kind of things. And if you want to contact me and ask me any question, probably the best way is via my Twitter handle @elbruno, and I will be happy to answer any question if there is any question right now. I haven't seen the comments. If you have any question or something like this, happy to respond to the question. I see a couple of comments right now.
So far, we are good. We haven't got any question, Bruno, but let's wait for some time.
Yes, no problem. I'm so sorry about that. This is happening when you are using Windows 11 and this kind of thing. I suddenly get a green screen of the dev, and oh my god!
It happened with me as well this evening. So not with the blue screen or any screen of death, but it started asking me for two-factor authentication. It never asked me, so you never know.
Yes, that's happening in the live demos.
Yes. So yeah, people were asking about the drone costs, so I've provided them, and then we did not get any question. So I think it's safe to say that we won't get any question. It's just a comment that we got earlier that you've got a great session. So thanks for that.
Thanks for that.
Yeah.
Okay, so hey, thank you very much. Again, if someone has an extra question or something like this, feel free to contact me. Kudos to the attendees, kudos to the people behind the event. I know that you have a couple of very busy days and you are getting the end. So hey, congratulations from here. Happy to help, but you did the very hard work. So
thanks.
I hope that you can enjoy and rest for the next couple of days.
Thanks, Bruno. Thanks for being here. Thank you.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye. All right, I think we'll just call off from this stream. You can join the other streams that are going on for Power Platform, Dynamics CE, and FinOps. So we'll be signing off from here. And I hope you have really enjoyed this track. So thank you and have a rest of your lovely day and the weekend.